Hi, everyone. Good morning and welcome. We are live with our Love Your Local live stream event. Sorry, I'm just making sure we are live, and it looks like we are. So welcome, everyone, to our Valentine's Day Love Your Local live stream event. My name is Maria Nieves, and we are going to get started right now with our program. Our Love Your Local event is all about supporting local restaurants and eateries in Hudson County. As many of us know, we have had an incredibly difficult year with the pandemic. And many sectors of our economy, particularly our local economy, have been very hard hit. My name is Maria Nieves. I'm president and CEO of the Hudson County Chamber. So what we've decided to do here in Hudson County with our Chamber Foundation and our partners, Hudson Impact, is start an emergency relief fund for local restaurants and eateries. So today we are all about raising money, and you can help us today by raising money and visit our website, which is basically tinyurl.com, love your local. We're attempting to raise $50,000 that will provide funding for micro relief grants that will go to local eateries and restaurants. And also, as well, we will be buying gift cards, etc., from our restaurants. Excuse me 1 second, everybody. I've got to just invite someone to the live stream. Hold on. Having a little technical difficulty. All right. There we go. Okay, so we're going to be, again, using the $50,000 that we raised today to buy gift cards from local eateries and restaurants, and then also providing micro relief grants of up to $500 to these same organizations, because basically we want to be able to help them to overcome some of the financial struggles that have certainly been impacting this industry with the pandemic. And as we all know, there's been a lot of impact, particularly with having to buy PPE equipment, having to have been shut down for 2-3 months. And then after recovery started and we were able to start opening up restaurants, only being able to allow up to 25% capacity at restaurants. So it's been an incredibly difficult time for our local restaurants. And so we started this relief fund, and I'm very, very pleased to welcome my co-host, Dawn.
Back.
Happened, had a little technical glitch. I'm so sorry. Sort of threw me off, and I had to restart the whole thing. So do you think we need to send the link to everybody again? Just
I
to
will
make
do
sure?
that. I will absolutely do that now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why that happened. That was weird. But we are live, and I have kicked things off. And I'm inviting everyone to basically stay with us. We have a whole full program of events scheduled today. We're going to be live from now till 5:30. And again, we're trying to raise money for our restaurant relief fund. And this is the URL, tinyurl.com, love your local. We have already raised over $7,500, which is a great start. Woo, happy hands. But what we want to be able to do is raise $50,000 to support those micro relief grants. So please join us and make a donation. Your donation can be as small as $5, or it can be, if you want to fund the entire thing, we would welcome that as well. In a moment, I'm going to go through the entire agenda for the day. Do you want me to do that, Dawn?
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, go through some of the highlights.
Yep.
Okay. So actually, let me pull up the agenda. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Hold on 1 second. Let me just make sure I know where I put it. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're gonna share our screen. Wait, hold on. All right, so this is our event for today, and all of the activities that we have planned. We really planned this as a food fun day, fun-filled food day, with a lot of local restaurants and chefs and community leaders joining us to really talk about how to support our locally owned restaurants. So first up will be Chef Claude Lewis from Freetown Road in Jersey City. And he's going to be coming on in just about 5 minutes to demo a bread pudding and how to make a bread pudding, which I'm kind of looking forward to. I've never actually done that before. And then we're going to be hearing from Daniela Sarbu, who owns Cafe Esme. And we're going to hear from her about how she was inspired to found her cafe and why she has chosen to do that type of work and be in the small business arena. At 11:15, we're going to hear from Councilman at Large in Jersey City, Rolando Lavaro. And then at 11:30, we're going to hear from Boy Cafe, who's going to demo a French press and how to make a great cup of coffee. Since all of us are doing a lot of working from home, we know that, we all need to know how to make a great cup of coffee. So that's our morning, really. At 11:45, we're going to do a little bit of an overview of the Chamber Foundation that is spearheading this event. And then basically we will head into the afternoon. That's our morning, though. It's really about breakfast type items and, how to make the great cup of coffee, listening to some coffee folks. Dawn, did you want to add anything about what we've got planned for the day? You did a lot of the planning, so.
I just want to say good morning to everybody, and I'm really happy to be here with you, Maria, and I'm really, really very excited about this effort. We've put a lot of heart into it, right? And loving your local is so important to validate a small business in the community, and anything that we can do at the Chamber to help them and continue to have the communities thrive is just wonderful to be part of that effort. So yes, you recap the morning beautifully. We'll go into the afternoon with a ton of other guests popping up. So we hope that everybody stays with us for as long as they can and continues to send the link out to donate and help fund the effort. So good morning, everyone, and we're about to start.
And I'm also going to just really quickly pull up the screen for our Love Your Local site so everybody becomes familiar with what it looks like. You can find Love Your Local online again at tinyurl.com//Love Your Local. And again, our goal is to raise $50,000. Your donation can be as small as $5. And this entire effort is about supporting locally owned restaurants and food eateries. So your local cafe, your local bakery, the shop that you like to go in to get your coffee in the morning, and maybe they know you and you like to have conversation, or maybe you like to go in there late at night and get that coffee to keep you up into the wee hours if you're a night owl like I am. So it's all about supporting local restaurants during this really tough time. On the site, you can also find a number of the restaurants and local eateries who are joining with us. They are as diverse as Hudson County. So we've got a full list, more than 20. They include Ani Ramen, Brightside Tavern, Boy Cafe, Cafe Esme, Cellar 335. Chef Renee Hewitt is a person, not a restaurant. He's going to be coming on. He has a show. A lot of folks know him in the food world. If you're a foodie, he's going to be doing a demo with us as well. Chickies is a new place that's going to be opening up, another location. They're in the mix. Choco Pan Bakery, Cool Vines, Frankie, Freetown Road Project, Green Rock Tap and Grill in Hoboken, Hamilton Pork, Hard Grove Cafe, Hendrick's Corner in Bayonne, Hooked JC, Hudson Hall, Ichiban Japanese Catering, Colo Club, Louise and Jerry's, Luna, Madame Claude, Newthon Woy, and I think I just said that wrong, Liberty House Restaurant, Maggie's Farm Espresso, which is a great coffee shop on Morgan Street. I love to pop in there sometimes when I'm in the office. Home Sweet Home, which is your bakery, Dawn, Raza, Rumba Cubana, are all sort of helping us to spread the word today. These are the types of restaurants that we're talking about when we talk about locally owned restaurants. Usually food entrepreneurs, invested in a community who have opened their shop. And we all know that when we spend money at a locally owned business, more of your dollars stay in the community. I also want to thank our sponsors who have investors who have provided us financial support. Silverman, and I think many people know the Silverman brothers, Paul and Eric, and they are incredibly generous and they do so much for the local ecosystem. They are one of our investors. We're going to be hearing from Paul Silverman later today. The Hudson County Chamber of Commerce is supporting our own foundation as we normally do. We like to put our money where our mouths are. And then Provident Bank and Cafe Ismay. So let us see where we are. It's just about 10:15. And I guess we'll be having the chef join us in a little bit. So Dawn, do you want to tell us why this is so important to you?
Well, yeah, as a small business, it is, one, it's very hard, as I think people can attest, that you are really putting your heart and soul out there to create something that you can give to the community. And of course, you want to make sure that the community comes back and supports you. So it's so personal and it's so very much part of the person that you are, whichever, modality that you're creating, whether it's food, it's bakery, if it's a, general store, it really doesn't make a difference. It's a matter of what you've put out there and hoping that the community comes back and supports you. So it's, as Maria said, it keeps the money in the community. More dollars are spent within the community, but it's also a validation that you're part of that community. So it's so important to support your small business.
Hi, Chef. Can you hear us?
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I am not technologically advanced.
That's okay.
So
we can see
bear
your
with me.
kitchen, by the way.
Awesome.
Yes. I'm Maria, by the way. Nice to meet you.
I'm Dawn.
Hi, Maria. Nice to meet you too.
Excellent. You can continue to get set up if that's what you need to do. No worries. No pressure.
Just probably another few more minutes just so that they could see the actual table.
Okay, great. Dawn, one of the things as you were talking and as we were putting this event together that really sort of struck me is that, a lot of food restaurants helped last year by making donations to healthcare facilities of food and sort of donations for doctors and nurses who were working those really, really long hours. And now a year later, it's these restaurants and food eaters that are, they're feeling a lot of pain, probably more pain than they were last year as we really start to see the full effects of, the economic effects of this pandemic. So it did strike me that this is really an important cause to be talking about right now. And I think to your point, locally owned businesses, folks really do put their heart and soul into these businesses to make them work. They do.
And it's also a matter of hopefully people have the wherewithal to be able to pivot, right? So I think that that's really what the majority of the struggle for me as a small business, at least last year, even through this year. Last year, to your point, last year's effort was really just getting back open again and anything that we can do. And people were so excited to come out and support. This year, it's really about reimagining what your business can be, right? And in some cases, it's you can reimagine it to be something else, or you change, right, completely. And whether that's closing or morphing yourself into a different type of business to serve the community better. This year, I think, is going to be very telling in what the next move is for a lot of businesses. And that's even including myself, to really figure out what the right next step is. Because we know that we're going to continue to be doing this and dealing, and I should say, feeling this pain and dealing with this, right? That's happening out in the universe, at least for the rest of the year, well into 22.
Right. Yeah. So true. So true. So if you are out there watching, we are getting ready for Chef Claude to do a demo for us. He's just setting up his camera. Looks like he might be close to ready. Let's see.
You guys can see pretty good?
Yep, we can see you.
We can see perfectly.
This looks really great. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Okay. All right. Cool.
All right. Dawn, you want to go ahead and introduce Chef Claude?
Yeah, so very happy to introduce Chef Claude from Freetown Road Project. He's also a Chopped contestant and champion. Weren't you a champion too? Didn't you win?
Yes, I was.
You did. Yes, good for you. So I'll turn it over to you, Chef, to give us a little update and an overview of Freetown Road and the other works that you do, and then jump right into the recipe.
First of all, you guys can see me okay?
We can. When you stand up, we might miss all of you. You might want to just tilt the camera up a little. Yes, that would be that's better.
Perfect.
Great. There you go.
All right. Okay, so action. I'm Chef Claude Lewis. I'm from Freetown Road Project in Jersey City, West Indian Caribbean eatery. I was born and raised in Jersey City, and in 2019, I appeared on Food Network's Chopped. And all the blessings I was able to win with some good competitors next to me. With the winnings, I had gotten married, and then by the warning from my parents telling me I'm insane, I decided to open a restaurant as well. We opened up in 2020, January 2nd, and then COVID happened, which was very scary, so we had to pivot. And I'm happy to say that we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary this past January.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's such a blessing. And so what I'm going to make for you guys today, since it's Valentine's Day, is going to be a red velvet bread pudding. It's a very simple recipe. Really, you can do it in small portions so that, it doesn't mess up the kitchen too much, and you don't have to get too dirty. It's very easy. It's one of those hacks that you could use to make a really quick, delicious dessert for you and a special someone. Right? So we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the ingredients real quick. What you should have, now this is red velvet. Now, if you're just making a red velvet cake, you can try to make red velvet from scratch, but it's a very difficult cake to make, if you're just making it from scratch and you never made it before. So what I would advise as a nice hack would be to get a red velvet cake from someplace that you like, to get bakery items from. I know Jersey City here, there's a place called Montleone's, which is known throughout Jersey and Jersey City for their pastries. If you get some from there, you'll get a quality dessert. So what I did was I got myself red velvet cake, okay, which saves a lot of time. This is almost like a 30-minute to 40-minute hack. I got croissants, which add a little bit of butteriness to it. We have cane sugar, all right. I'll hold this up. I have milk here with a little bit of vanilla extract. We have some fresh strawberries, because of course it's Valentine's Day.
Ooh, lovely.
And we have a little bit of cocoa powder, so we can add that chocolate flavor into there.
Oh, wow.
All right. So what we're going to do is keep it simple. All right. We're going to combine all of these ingredients into the pan, mix it up, and then we're going to put it into our little baking pan here that has some wax paper on the bottom. All right, you want the wax paper on the bottom because, of course, this is a wet ingredient mix, so you don't want it to stay. Bowl, and you'll just add all the ingredients. You'll add your croissants that you just roughly rip up. Of course, the red velvet, the star of the show. I have chopped up strawberries here that you want to incorporate as well, so that you have like a fruit element, a nice fresh element inside. And then you want to add your sugar. All right, you want to add the dry ingredients first, like with most baking recipes, so that you can get that mixed together. You gotta go up here. So as you see here, we have everything in the bowl. Okay.
Nice.
You just give it a small toss, just to get the sugar everywhere around. You're gonna take your milk, pour it right in there. Don't be shy. So now you have the milk. You're just going to toss it. You don't crush it because you want it to be pudding, but you want it to turn into pudding by soaking, not by crushing it. Okay. And also you want the sugar to, like disappear into the milk. So now we have this. After we have all of that, we're going to add a little bit of the cocoa powder. All right. For some chocolatey flavor. And then you're going to add your eggs. 2 eggs, 2 whole eggs. Now, the reason why I like to add the eggs last is because, eggs are a protein that when heated correctly, inflate. And if you beat the eggs too much, they'll lose that property. The elasticity of the eggs is what really makes it pop when you put it into heat. So you really want to try to keep that and not, flatten the eggs, I guess they could say. So I'm gonna come around to the camera here. So we have our mix, right? All right.
And Chef, do you let that sit for a little while and let the moisture soak in, or do you throw it right into the oven?
Well, the thing is, because it's croissant soaks very quickly.
Okay.
So that's why it's very easy to put this right into the oven, because the red velvet, you want it to still be kind of solid, so you get bits to chew on in there, and then you also don't want the croissant to be too soggy because then it disappears.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So then from that point, you'll take your round here that you put some wax paper. You could use anything you want, any kind of metal baking pan or ceramic baking pan. You can use something real cute like these. Okay. What we'll do is we'll pour a little bit of oil. Oh, sorry. So you guys can see me. We'll pour a little bit of oil into this pan. All right. And we'll make sure that it goes all the way around. Okay. And then you'll take it. You don't pour it into the batter. You don't pour the batter into the pan because there might be too much liquid. So you want to take it and lay it in there. And then with the remaining liquid, as long as it doesn't seem like it's like swimming in liquid, you can pour a little more in. All right. Let's see here. Let's give you guys a better view here. All right. You see that?
Yep.
It's liquidy. It's red. It's got fruit in it. And it'll look much darker and nicer once you put it inside. So what you do now is you preheat your oven to 350. Once that's preheated to 350, you want to put it in the middle of the oven on a rack. All right. And you're gonna let that cook for about 20 to 25 minutes. Okay. Very, very simple recipe. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna prep some fresh strawberries to top it off. Let me just give you guys a little bit better view of me here. Okay. I apologize for my technological ignorance. All right. So what we're going to do is now, I have one already cooked for you guys so that you guys can see the finished product. Okay. What I did was exactly what I showed you, and then I put it in the oven. I'm going to plate it for you real quick so you can see how you can plate it, how it should come out. And we can also garnish with ice cream. You could also add any kind of liquor to it. You know, for a couple having a Valentine's Day, you know, liquor's got to always be in there. I would recommend wine, nothing too strong because that's going to change the whole flavor of the cake. Okay.
Right.
So let me set this up for you, and we're gonna pull this cake out so you guys can see. Let's see. We got it. There's a good view right there.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So now we have, now pardon me, this is fresh out of the oven. So now you can see you got the redness, you got the chunkiness, you get this fruit all in there. You can see the croissant, and you can see the red velvet cake.
Oh, wow.
So let's see if we can get this out of here. Okay.
So, Chef, you're just basically cooking it until it sets.
Exactly. Just
Okay.
cooking it until it sets. You want to kind of let it cool a little bit. And if it's not cooled, you know, it might come out kind of crazy. But what you can do is you can go around the edges. I'm just going to get something so I don't burn myself.
Yeah, but sometimes crazy is good, so you can get away with it for Valentine's Day.
I'm sorry?
Sometimes crazy is good. You can get away with it for Valentine's Day.
Well, yeah. You know, it's all about the effort that you put in, you know?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I would not advise telling your significant other that you bought the red velvet cake, though.
No, never.
That might get you in a little bit of trouble. Now, the thing is, I'm a big fan of things not being totally perfect. So I find it to be okay if you happen to not, you know, if you have to scoop it out or anything like that, which I'll show you real quick. All right. So we're going to go rustic with this one because this is still hot, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to just take a nice chunk out of this. Now bear with me. I know they're like, why isn't he cutting it like a pie or anything like that? And the reason is a lot of things are cliche. When you show people something new, they very much appreciate the way that it can be. So, oh, wow, this is nice. Okay, put in. We'll get some strawberry.
If somebody didn't have strawberries, would you choose raspberries or would you go in the blueberry route?
Yeah, whatever fruit whatever you would prefer to have on there, I think works. You know, I picked strawberries because, of course, you know, the Valentine's theme is, you know, normally calls for strawberries, but also blueberries and raspberries, and you know, really, you could use any fruit that you want. You could even cook down the fruit a little bit to garnish it. You know, you could use anything. Really, you know, it all depends on what you like. And then we got our ice cream. You could also put pieces of chocolate. You can crumble so many things on here. It's really open to what you'd like to do, because a red velvet bread pudding is not really something that is common. So because of that, you could really do whatever you want.
Right.
This is actually something that I would like to eat.
Me too.
So that's why I could put it on a menu. And honestly, that's a really cool thing to have a restaurant and be able to, you know, make what you want to make, what you like to make, and what you like to eat. Because then when people like it, it's really rewarding, you know?
Right, right.
Okay, so let's take a look at this Valentine's dessert. So we have here our red velvet bread pudding with croissant and strawberries, and we have a chocolate chip ice cream as well.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Amazing.
And like I said, I know that with plating, things matter. So you could also plate it in something like this. You could even cook it in something like this. And then when it comes out, you can just top it and leave it there and leave it for people to eat and serve it. So you don't even have to plate it like this. I'm just trying to show off the best I can.
It looks great. Oh my God, it's
gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're going to be serving this for Valentine's Day on Sunday.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, this is actually the first time that I'm making it.
Oh, wow.
Perfect.
Oh, we feel
so I have my wife here, so she's going to really critique me in a few minutes.
Excellent. And tell everybody, where is your restaurant exactly? So if they want to go and find your red velvet cake.
My restaurant
bread pudding, I should say. I'm sorry, bread pudding.
That's okay. We are located 640 Newark Avenue.
Okay.
Jersey City.
Yep.
It's by Five Corners and you know, the public library. We're not downtown Jersey City, so it's hard to find us a lot of times. But a lot of people know where the Five Corners.
A lot of people know where the Five Corners area is.
Yes, it's up and coming.
What time is brunch going to be on Sunday?
Brunch starts at 12 o'clock and it ends at 4. And then we have our dinner, which is an off-menu dinner, which has this item on it.
Okay.
But for brunch, we have a lot of other things that I like to eat, like chicken and waffles and
my gosh,
barbecue jerk wings and all these kind of things. So you'll be able to tell that we're having a good time.
All right. And do you have I have not been, so I have to stop by. I especially love chicken and waffles. What don't tell anybody. It's one of my favorite meals. Do you guys have indoor dining, or is it takeout, or is it both, or
at the moment we have indoor dining, of course limited by reservation. We have outdoor dining. We're just waiting. We have our space. We're just waiting for the snow not to keep coming, because we don't want to have people sitting out there and all of a sudden it's a blizzard.
Right.
And we have a lot of takeout, delivery options from Grubhub, Seamless, DoorDash, and Uber Eats.
Okay.
And we'll start doing in-house delivery coming up soon.
Oh, cool. Oh, excellent. Okay. So 640 Newark, brunch starts at noon, and you are serving this for Valentine's Day.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Yay. Thank you so much. This looks delicious. I've never had, I always think of bread pudding as really difficult to make, but you made it look so easy.
Yeah, it's much easier you know, a lot of times when you see it done or when you get to do it, next thing you know, it's easier every other time. And I've made quite a bit of bread pudding, so I have to try to like make it fun.
Excellent. No, it looks like fun, and it looks like even more fun to eat. So thank you so much for coming on. And we're going to encourage everybody to go out to Freetown. It's at 640 Newark Avenue, which is near the Five Corners area, everybody. So please go out, especially if you want to taste this fantastic new red velvet bread pudding. Thank you again, Chef Claude Lewis, for coming on.
No problem. Thank you for having me, and have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Enjoy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's.
Yes.
Happy Valentine's.
All righty. That was great, Dawn. That was awesome.
That was fabulous.
I'm definitely going to have to go out there now on Sunday and see if I can place an order and do pickup or something.
I'm drooling a little bit, to be honest.
I know. I wish I had like a glass of wine or something, but then I'd want the bread pudding here. So it's a little too early, right? Yeah, it is. It's only 10:40 in the morning.
Too early? Too early? No, it's never too early. No, it's never.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
I wouldn't want to give anybody the wrong idea, but I'm just making a joke.
Well, Chef Claude runs a restaurant that's locally owned, and it's the type of restaurant that we are here to support today.
Yes.
So we're hoping that everybody will go to tinyurl.com, love your local, and make a donation. And again, your donation can be as little as $5 or as much as $50,000 if you'd like. And you can help us out. Again, we're raising this relief fund to help local restaurants with micro relief grants to help with some of the additional expenses they've experienced because of the pandemic. And as well, we want to make sure that they can all stay in business. So we're going to be buying some gift cards from a lot of these restaurants, which will give them an infusion of cash right up front as well. And then we can use those gift cards at the chamber to as prizes for folks at our Hudson Gives event, which is coming up in May. So it's a nice win, 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 win.
Yeah.
All righty. Do you want to queue up our
Yeah, I wanted to give you an update. We're up to 75.
Oh, wow.
Our total is up to 75. So we got a few new donations that just came in.
Absolutely.
So thank you to those who have just donated.
Yeah,
I also wanted to give it a quick reminder that we are live streaming and restreamed onto 5 different platforms. We are on the Hoboken Chamber of Commerce Facebook page. We are on the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce Facebook page. We are on the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce LinkedIn page, also the YouTube channel, and then we are also on the Hudson County's Twitter account, right? Yes. So we are restreamed onto 5 different platforms. I know that was a lot to get out.
We're a little uber social at the chamber, so
but it's fine.
Platforms, so you can't miss us. You should be able to find us somewhere. Claude says, thank you. It was my absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this. Thank you. And I should say, there were some comments that came in through the Facebook chat. One is from Renee Hewitt, and he says, great job, Chef Claude Lewis. And Red Velvet is my favorite. And hello from Angela McKnight. She says, great job. So excellent. All right, we're off to a great start. And I also am pleased that we're off to a great start in terms of fundraising for this campaign. And hopefully we can keep going. So let's cue up the video that we do. How do I do this again, Dawn? I'm going to go to my settings. No, I'm going to go to open video. Here we go. And do you want to introduce this video?
Sure, for Daniela.
Yes.
Yes, for Cafe Esme. So Daniela Sarbu, owner of Cafe Esme in Jersey City, happens to be a friend of mine and a customer of mine, right? From Home Sweet Home. Wonderful, dynamic personality, wonderful person, genuine soul. She's also helped with a lot of funding for this campaign and sharing the message throughout social media and her platform. So thank you, Daniela, in advance for all of your work and your love and your support for all of this. So her video, we aimed to have everybody live stream today with us live. Some folks have sent us some pre-recorded sessions. Daniela is one of them. So we're going to pop over to Daniela's video. We'll see, you know, the inside of her beautiful cafe in Jersey City, and she'll talk about the inspiration behind the place, how she built it, the name itself. And then she'll also show a little demonstration for a bitachino, which is one of their specials that they have throughout this weekend over Valentine's Day.
All righty. Let us do it then.
Okay.
Hi, welcome to Cafe Smith. Come, I'll tell you a little bit more about us. Oh, I have a great idea. How about we chat while we have a rose cappuccino made by Felipe. Okay, I got my rose cappuccino. Look at these delicious rose petals. And I'm ready to chat. Let's go. My name is Daniela Sarko, and I've been in Jersey City for over 11 years now. During this time, I opened a couple of businesses. I am invested in Jersey City, and I can see what a fantastic growth it had over the years, and I'm sure it's not going to stop here. It's going to continue further and further. The idea of the cafe came when my husband and I were walking, and we found this little park that pretty much nobody knew about. And that had a playground, it had a dog park, and benches and beautiful flowers and greenery everywhere. And we reached out to the owner of the space, we rented it, we built it, and we opened our doors in October 2009. Inspiration for the name came from our youngest, from our daughter, who is Esme. We loved her name so much, and it had a little French flair to it, so we decided to use it for the cafe. But Esme came with her personality, and she loves horses. She breeds horses, she leaves horses. So in order to let us use her name, and she's 6, she had the condition to decorate it with horses, and that's exactly what we did. That's where the decor is coming from. Here at Cafe Smith, we celebrate everything. We celebrate life, we celebrate friendship, we celebrate any occasion that our friends are coming with. We're here to celebrate together. And we make from birthday cakes to, we had instances where we had to make a gender reveal cake. That was a big surprise for us. So we love to have our community consider us an important part of their life. For Valentine's Day, of course, we have something special for you. We have a drink called bitachino that our team created, and they make it with love for you. It's a mixture of beets with ginger and milk and drizzle with chocolate on the top. Or you can have a shot of espresso and make it a dirty bitachino. Thank you, Hudson County Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Dawn, for including us in your initiative, Love Your Local. We appreciate all the restaurants and all the eateries around Jersey City and Hudson County that are struggling to go through this time. Together we can succeed, together we can survive these times. You can donate as well, and you can help by going on our social media at cafe.esme on our Instagram. You have the link to donate. We appreciate every bit of donation, and Hudson County Chamber of Commerce will make sure to buy gift cards and give small grants to eateries and restaurants that have been affected the most by COVID-19. Thank you for coming over today and chatting with me, and of course having this rose cappuccino. Happy Valentine's, everybody, and be safe.
That was great.
Wasn't that
That was
beautiful?
awesome. That was really beautifully done. Yeah.
You know, and
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if you know, Esme means beloved.
Oh,
And it's
no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's such a beautiful name. Well, one, it's a beautiful name for a little girl. That's her daughter, but also a beautiful name for her cafe. And you can see the love that she puts in, and it's such a beautiful, bright place. And I've been there, and everything that she does is just wonderful. So it's really great to have her on board and help supporting the effort.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about this earlier, and I think you can see it in her video. Just again, the sort of the heart and soul, the sweat equity, the fact that she and her husband were strolling and found this space and decided that they were going to build their cafe there. They were just inspired to do it. So, you know, it takes a lot of effort and energy and inspiration to start your own business, and to really do the follow through. So to have had this pandemic in the last year really almost devastate and decimate so many small businesses. You know, it's a tragedy that we just have not talked enough about. And I'm not trying to diminish the loss of life, which is just the most catastrophic tragedy. You can always rebuild a business, but still, when you consider that people do put their heart and souls into their vocations, it's devastating.
Yeah, and it was crippling in many ways, right, when it first started. So I can give you my personal opinion and view about how I tried to pivot. So, you know, I almost looked at it as an opportunity for me to finally get to do the things that I always wanted to do with the business, which was create a better website and have some sort of online ordering. Now, all of that, of course, comes with money, right? And some sort of capital to be able to, you know, to do that and make that possible. But the hope was that if I did get that done, that the community would help and support it, and I would get basically a wonderful return on my investment, because I've now made myself available for people to be able to order from me instead of having it be the retail shop, et cetera, et cetera. I also opened up a walk-up window in my space. But those were some of the things that I did. So, you know, it was crippling for, I'd say, the first 3 months. And then, you know, probably about a month and a half into it, I screwed my head on differently and said, okay, you know what, Dawn, take this as an opportunity to do something different. And let's see what you can get done to make yourself still fresh in people's minds, that they still want to know about Home Sweet Home, and, you know, and buy your products and make it safe and easy for them to do it. So when I reopened in June, I had a completely different setup, right? I had a walk-up window. Unfortunately, still to this day, I do not allow customers into my space because my space is too small. And I have to keep my staff safe, and, you know, and we want to keep the customers safe too. You know, we really just, you know, we don't know how this will morph and change, you know, throughout the rest of this year. So from my perspective, it was hurtful. It was sad. And then I dusted myself off and said, okay, let's see how we can sort of pivot, which seems to be the optimal word, and try to make yourself more relevant in a different way to still continue on. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle. It is.
Yes, it's a struggle on top of the pandemic and then all the other things that just happen in life over the past year. I feel like there's been this cumulative effect, and hopefully now that we're turning the corner, heading into the last stretch of winter into spring, we start to see some light truly at the end of this tunnel, and especially for our small businesses. And I am happy to report that we are up to 7625 in terms of our fundraising. I'd love to get to, folks, I'd love to get to 8,000. Help us get to 8,000 by, I don't know, next 10, 15 minutes. Let's see if we can raise some more funds. And again, these funds will be going to support micro grants for small restaurants like Freetown Road Project, and food eateries like the Cafe Esme, which is also in Jersey City. Let me pull up the address. It's at, I believe, 485 Marin Boulevard. I knew I recognized the buildings in the background. So she is basically in the heart of the downtown area. And Chef Claude is up at the 5 Points area. And it's amazing to me how many food places there are. When I started working in Jersey City, I want to say in 2003, there was no Cafe Ismay in downtown.
Right.
It's really become a food destination here, Hudson County, but especially Jersey City. Maybe Hoboken has always had that sort of reputation.
I think they've had a good mix between bars and food. But it's so, you're talking about 1 square mile as opposed to 13 square miles, which is Jersey City. So when you think about Hoboken, you think everybody's on top of each other. It's such a small, geographically small community. And then when you think about Jersey City, to me, I always thought about Jersey City as 3 different communities, right? I thought of it as the downtown area, as the Journal Square area, and the Bergen Lafayette area. To me, that's how I always sort of categorized 3 major downtowns of Jersey City. But there are food folks popping up all over the place, and it's such a wonderful community. So that's another thing that I want to say. It's such a wonderful community. Everybody knows each other in some aspect or another, or knows each other through another person, and so on and so on. And the food community and food industry is such a tight, welcoming, helpful, close-knit community that I know that a lot of food businesses have helped each other. And even if it's just, hey, what are you doing about your business? Hey, can I get some advice? Et cetera, et cetera. It's always wonderful to be able to reach out to your fellow foodie and have a little advice and guidance be given.
Right. And I think that's an important point, that you start to have this ecosystem of folks who can support each other. And this is partly what we're doing today, is trying to get some collaboration happening within that community of, restaurateurs and those who love food and love to serve the community in this very literal way, to work together and to support them and to save this industry in the sector for the county, because it does make up such an important part of our lives. And it's also a way to bring people to visit Hudson County, to keep them here, to spend their dollars so that we have dollars to invest in other parts of our county. So I hope everybody does take some time to visit our Love Your Local website today. Our campaign page is at tinyurl.com/Love Your Local. Where you can give. And again, you can give as little as $5 or any amount that you want. Leave a message. But again, we're looking to support restaurants and eateries like the 2 that we've just seen. And actually, we have a number of videos. Do we want to play one of our branding?
Yes.
You want to talk about the branding project first?
Perfect. We're on the same wavelength. Thank you for that. That's perfect. So Branding Shorts production company in Hoboken, New Jersey. Wonderful, wonderful husband and wife team, Tony and Mickey. We have partnered with them last year when they helped to put together the compilation video for the Hoboken Chamber and our gala with Share Your Story, with a lot of videos that were sent in from businesses in Hoboken who showed us how they pivoted and sort of changed their direction and survived, right? The whole, 2020, change that was happening in the universe to us. Branding Shorts, we partnered with them again, and they have put together what we're calling little love stories, right? So this is the view of the business to us, sharing with us, the viewers, how they are loved by the local community. So we have several of them that they've worked on. Beautiful, professional, beautiful videos. We can't wait to show them.
Let's pull up the first one here.
Okay.
About Liberty House, which is very well known. Liberty House restaurant in Jersey City, very well known in the community. Let's take a look at this one.
We've been part of the community and have not only celebrated weddings with so many people, but we're now working with them on their children's sweet 16s and engagement parties and graduations. It's always an honor and privilege to know that we're part of that. Valentine's Day is certainly a day that we're really looking forward to. We're there to give them a great night. And the chef has a phenomenal menu worked out. For those people who can't get to the restaurant, we have a program in place that will allow them to pick up a day before a complete meal with full instructions on how to put it all together so that once you get home, you can really enjoy a meal that comes hot out of the oven for you and your loved one.
That is a great video. That was that's a wonderful story. And that was Jeannie Cretella, who is the owner, along with her husband, owner, co-founder of Love Your Local, Liberty House restaurant. Is everything okay with your camera there, Dawn?
No, it's not. I'm frozen.
No, you're fine. Okay, there you go. All right. Live streaming on in this day and age, we're all doing it, and even chamber folks like myself and you can do it. And so we are not like the uber professionals, but we are doing our best here. So that was Liberty House, and I think one of the amazing things is, as she mentions, Jeannie, in the video, which is just that was beautifully done
Right.
by Branding Shorts. Is that they've not only planned weddings for couples, but now their children. So they have had a long stake in our community, and we certainly want to see not only them but all of our restaurants that have had long stakes here continue to survive. Okay, so we have our next guest coming up at 11:15, I believe.
15, yes.
Okay, and we're going to be hearing from, let me pull up the schedule again. Okay, we're going to be hearing from Councilman at Large Rolando Lavaro about an ordinance that was proposed in Jersey City regarding permits that hopefully will make it less onerous, less expensive for restaurants to have outdoor dining. So we're looking forward to that conversation. Anything you want to add or
do we want to play Daniela's Cafe Esme's video from Branding Shorts?
Let me find it. I believe this is it. Let me see. Yes, this is it here. Okay.
A few weeks ago, we have a friend who keeps on coming and getting the coffee from here, and she ordered a cake from us, and then she gives us a little piece of paper, and she said, well, it has to be pink inside because we're having a girl. It's for my sister, but we're going to do a gender reveal party for the baby. We celebrate everything. We celebrate life. We celebrate happiness. And of course, we look forward to Valentine's Day. We prepared a drink called Beet Cappuccino. So it's a drink made with beets and ginger. Another special drink that we have for Valentine's Day is our signature rose latte. It tastes like happiness. This is your cafe, your community cafe, where you meet with friends, where we know you by your first name.
So we encourage everybody to please patronize your local businesses this holiday weekend. In general, right? But most especially this holiday weekend, show them your love. We know that it's Valentine's Day. We have a lot of love to give. We can share our love with more than just our immediate family and friends. Share it with your local businesses too.
That is a good point. Thank you for that. It is Valentine's Day, and we've had an interesting start to 2021. I have to just laugh because I don't know how else to react to the beginning of this year, the first 6 weeks or so.
A little wacky.
And downs. But it is Valentine's Day, so we should all take a second to relax and breathe and have some fun. Do you want to talk about what Talia is going to be doing later this afternoon with regards to loving yourself?
Yes.
And throughout the year?
Yeah. So not only is the day filled with food and fun and friends, right? It's also filled with a little bit of therapy. Let's be honest. We all need it. We all need a shoulder. We all need a friend. We all need an ear, right? Somebody to help sort of guide us and give us some advice when times are good and when times are bad. So it's not only when we've got things going on that we need help with, but it's also when things are going great, right? And we want to sort of share that good feeling to our friends and our family and our extended loved ones. So Talia Filippelli, she is the owner of Star Therapy in Hoboken. She is coming on today at 12:15, and we are going to have, hopefully with you all, right? So please stick around. If you're on now, pop back at 12:15 when Talia's on, an interactive session with her. We're going to talk about, loving your local while loving yourself. And I know that may sound like a little bit of a funny title, but we're not going to be dirty. It's still too early in the morning to do that. And I'm kidding. I'm joking. See, I wanted to make you laugh. No, so it's about, dealing with everything that's going on and that we've talked about all morning, really. Everything that's going on out there today, a lot of uncertainties, things that we do know, things that we don't know, whether you're in business or you're not in business. If you're just trying to cope, keep your thoughts positive, keep your direction positive and moving forward. Things have happened already. They are behind us, right? That's why they're behind us. They're not what we should be looking forward to. So we're going to be talking with Talia about how to, keep the courage up, keep your courage up to change your business in a positive direction. Also how you personally can stay positive and not feel defeated. Sure, it's okay every now and then to feel bad for yourself or feel sorry for yourself. It's all right to have those thoughts, but not to keep those thoughts and perpetuate them. We want to, change our mindset to be one of a positive one. We are in and starting this New Year's Eve, Chinese New Year this evening. We are entering into the year of the metal ox. Last year was the year of the rat, hence the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Let's think about it from that perspective. So to play beautifully off of Talia's session in the morning, we are going to bring another friend of ours, Lois Kramer Perez from Mambo Feng Shui on to talk about the year of the metal ox and what that means for us and what we can do to harvest those powers to keep ourselves, moving in that positive direction and move ourselves forward this year.
And she's going to be coming on at 2:15.
She's coming on this afternoon.
I remember going to a party last year. It was a Chinese New Year's party. And it was probably the last big event that with tons of people,
Wow.
which I can't even fathom being in a room like that, and I mean anymore, or a home like that with so many, I mean, was a huge party. And thinking about the year of the rat, and boy, that turned out to be indeed very prophetic. But so we're looking forward to having her on later to talk about what the year of the metal ox means, and
Yes.
hopefully this is all about some good tidings coming all of our way. Since we've all had, I like to think that bad years are followed by good years, you know, just cosmically speaking. But
it's just change. You know, change is hard, and we know that. You know, we know that as adults. You know, children obviously probably deal with change a little bit better than adults do, because we think about it in so many other ways and process it differently. Change takes a while to deal with, right? And either you change along with it or you fight it, and then you deal with all of those issues of fighting that change. So that's what we're in. We're in a year and a movement of change. So how do we change along with that as best as possible?
And speaking of change, this is definitely a new initiative here for the Chamber of Commerce, Hudson County Chamber of Commerce. And you know, it's this initiative is also under our foundation, which is our new it's still new to me, 501c3 foundation. And our foundation, the Hudson County Chamber Foundation, Hudson County Chamber Foundation, is all about two things: raising money for building the capacity of small, medium-sized businesses and nonprofits. So this is really our first foray into doing the first part of that mission. A lot of our members of the 700 that are in our chamber, I would say the vast majority, 85% of them, are small businesses. And so it's really important to us to help them sustain their business, learn how to be better business owners, have a platform to get some visibility in the local community. So we're asking everybody today who loves a local restaurant, and I'm sure we all have a local restaurant that we love, to go onto our website, tinyurl.com, love your local, and please give. Please make a donation. You can make a donation as small as $5 to help support these local restaurants who have had a very challenging year over the past year, but who give so much back to our communities.
And we can probably mention that we're going to have other iterations of Love Your Local, this you know, relief effort throughout the year, right? And geared toward you know, major holidays, we'll say, you know, and important times, you know, to help support the community. So so this is the first one, and we're so happy to, you know, for all of the stakeholder businesses and funders and investors and supporters and partners who have stepped up to be part of our first Love Your Local. And we're so excited for, you know, for other iterations to happen throughout this year.
And in fact, let me pull up the screen again for our campaign page so everyone can see it, and also we can review once again. I want to give a shout out to those who are invested with us. And here we go. Let me refresh this page actually, because we are at 7625. Nice to see the number going up there. And again, we are raising funds for restaurants, and the way this is going to work is we're going to be announcing you know, an application for our micro grants when we're able to start offering them up, assuming we are able to raise enough money to fund you know, a first phase of those. And those will be available to any restaurant in Hudson County. First come, first serve. And then these are the restaurants that are helping us today to get the word out. We just heard, for example, from Cafe Esme, and also from Freetown Road Project. I'm just going to click really quickly on Freetown Road Restaurant. There's Chef Claude. And again, they are at 640 Newark Avenue in Jersey City, right at the Five Corners area. I was about to say Four Corners. I don't know why. And they're doing a special Valentine's brunch this weekend. So hope everybody, oh, did everybody see that? I didn't, I'm not sure if it's shared properly. Let me see if I can do that again. This is Chef Claude's site. So everybody should go out and support this local restaurant. They are doing a Valentine's Day brunch, and you can do to go and delivery. And again, a locally owned business that we all want to support. And then let me also go back to our page.
So just so everyone knows, we are getting our next set of guests ready for the rest of the morning. And we will be, after Talia's session and Mayor Bala comes on, we also are going to have Shakopan Bakery on, and Clemence, who's the wonderful owner and baking extraordinaire. She has 2 Hoboken locations and 2 Jersey City locations. So we are just conversing with her to get her video, but we've also going to have her on live too to ask and answer any questions that you might have. So that's coming up this afternoon around 1:15.
And right now we should be hearing soon from Jersey City Councilman at Large, Rolando Lavaro. I'm just going to get on and make sure once again that he and his office do have the correct link. And again, the beauty of all of this live streaming magic that happens now. We're also going to be learning how to make a frittata. Am I right?
Yes, this afternoon with Chef Renee Hewitt at 4 p.m. And then we will end our day with a little bit of booze on the Polo Club.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had that recipe. I would make it along.
Gonna have a couple of cocktails this afternoon.
All right. Yes. Yeah. All right. So we're just going to hang in there. Dawn, do you want to tell folks a little bit about your role at the Hoboken Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, I would love to. So in addition to being a small business owner, and hopefully I'm not sharing too many of my woes with everyone this morning, I'm also the general manager for the Hoboken chapter. So I was actively part of the Hoboken board as the chairperson for the Women in Business Council for a few years. And, just love everything that the chamber has done to help be supportive of my small business that I had started back in 2013. There was an opportunity as the chambers merged and Hoboken's chamber now became a chapter underneath Hudson County. There was a position that opened to be a general manager, and I asked if I could apply, and I did. And I got it. So thank you, Maria. And I love it. I love Hoboken. I was a resident for almost 20 years. I love the community. We love the members that have stuck with us with the, under the, Hoboken Chamber. We've done a lot of wonderful events and stuff throughout the years with Hoboken. This fundraiser that we're doing today and Love Your Local, was sort of out of an idea that we were going to do a holiday give back program this past holiday. We weren't able to get it together. Unfortunately, a lot of other circumstances happened, but it's okay because the timing is right now for this to happen, and Love Your Local was created. So we're happy that we've got Hoboken businesses on board to be part of this effort, as well as, Jersey City. We even have a business partner from Bayonne, Hendrickson's Corner, who's coming on later today. We do have a Weehawken partner, Wine and Design in Weehawken. There's also tickets that are available for a paint and sip for tomorrow night. Virtual session with them starting at 6 p.m. So if you go out to the chamber website, you should be able to see the link to buy tickets to that event. If you'd like to be part of that virtual event, paint a beautiful picture. So as you can see within the chamber, we're sharing the love across all of the cities of Hudson County. We've got a lot of different partners and members on today that are going to be joining us throughout the day. from the various cities under Hudson County. So, Hoboken, near and dear to my heart. Still love Hudson County too.
Excellent. Yes, we are doing a paint and sip tomorrow. I should reach out and find out where we are in terms of registrations for that. And we're just waiting now for Councilman Rolando Lavarro from Jersey City to join us. But while we wait for him, we can pull up another one of our branding shorts. And we basically asked branding shorts to reach out to a number of locally owned restaurants and capture a story or a memory that they have about, working in the community, something that really encapsulates why they love working in the Hudson County area. So why don't we hear actually from Chaco Pan?
So what we've created is a unique place to have something to eat, to share a moment with someone special. Several people actually wrote a book in our location. To think that we are such an intimate part of their work, of their art, it's pretty amazing. We have many things for Valentine's Day. We will have passion fruit tart with raspberry, a vegan chocolate ganache with strawberry, raspberry mini cakes, a bark that we make ourselves, dark chocolate, almond and strawberries, raspberry chocopain, so chocolate croissant, and also we're going to do some mousse, strawberry and chocolate mousse. The community is essential for us. It's really all our guests and the vibe, the energy that they bring with them in our store that makes it all work all together.
Well, I think we should play that again just to look at that croissant one more time. Oh my God. That was great. I love that.
I wish through the magic of television that we would turn around and have a plate of it and be like, oh, look, and we have one here.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, look, it magically appeared.
Oh my gosh, it was so beautiful too. It's like
it was
because it's so artful. Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out in my head how I'm going to visit all these places this weekend to get a croissant and then get some red velvet bread pudding and pick up all this stuff. I don't know. I may gain another 10 pounds this year instead of lose 20 that I was, the COVID-19 that I picked up. I'm supposed to lose that, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
So maybe we can make a couple of future iterations of Love Your Local to be about running around the neighborhoods. Maybe we can. Oh,
that's a good idea.
Group exercise, sort of
scavenger hunt of but you have to do it on foot and
right. Not a bad idea.
So we are obviously sort of filling some time in here because our guest has not arrived yet in our backstage, our virtual backstage. So I'm just going to check on our calendar.
Do you want to jump to Boy Cafe's session?
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we do that? And that was pre-taped, pre-recorded.
Yes.
And then we can come back. All right, let me pull up. Do you want to talk a little bit about Boy Cafe?
Yeah, absolutely. Dale and Evan, brother and sister, mother Marianne. Fabulous, wonderful family. One of the first small, locally owned coffee shops in Hoboken to open up 8 years ago, 2013. They opened up their first location on 10th and Washington Street. Their vibe is just wonderful. Their give back to Haiti is just amazing. Marianne, we'll talk a little bit about that in the video. Further on, Dale got married, has two beautiful daughters, and is still rocking it out at Way Cafe. They have two other locations, one in Jersey City, downtown Newport area, and then the other is in Hoboken, uptown on 14th and Adams. So really wonderful family, very much invested in the community of Hoboken. So this is Boy Cafe.
Hi, my name is Dale Maury Ryan, and this is my family. Hi. This is my brother.
Hi, I'm Evan.
This is my mother.
Hi, I'm Marianne.
This is my husband.
What's up?
And these two little ones are our baristas in training. Way Cafe.
Way Cafe originated out of an effort started by Love for Haiti back in 2010. Love for Haiti started out as a humanitarian effort and then soon transitioned into an effort to support mostly grassroots educational efforts in Haiti. Love for Haiti today supports over 19 college and training school students and other activities such as art activities and music supplies in schools in Haiti.
We opened our cafe 8 years ago in May. Since then, we've opened up 2 other locations, a mobile cart service, and 7 valleys.
Of course, then in early 2020, COVID-19 emerged in the States and everything went downhill pretty fast. We closed all of our shops for several weeks, and in that time we planned how to reopen safely and differently. We tried what felt like everything under the sun. Many of these things that we instated, we still have to this day. We tried farm fresh boxes and market deliveries, bottling our own cold brew and subscription services. We started roasting our own coffee beans, and started a contactless pickup option at all of our shops. Like many other restaurants and small businesses, this year has taken a great toll on us. But we still remain optimistic and excited about all the things that there's still to share with you and to still create. Thank you so much for being such a supportive and loving community and for tuning in today as well. So with that, let's get back to Taz, who has some things to share with us.
That was Way Cafe, everyone, telling their story, and I think it was particularly poignant how they also share how they had to pivot significantly during the and as a result of the pandemic, and really shift gears and introduce some new practices to their businesses, and how that they were shut down for several weeks last year. But like many of us, they have to keep going, keep moving. So there's no rest for the weary, really. All right. So I'm not sure if we want to take a break here and then come back at 11:45.
We can.
Okay, let's do that. I will send some emails out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my screen up for Love Your Local. And I think our next guest is, let me just check. So 11:45. Oh, we were going to do our t-shirt giveaway.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule.
Right.
Yeah, that cafe piece did not take nearly a full 15 minutes there.
Well, they have a little bit more. They're going to show us the French press demo.
Oh, was that on the video?
That's on the video. We can come back to it.
No, I'm sorry. I must have ended it early then. Hold on. Apologies.
They have a French press demo, and then they have one of their rose strawberry latte or hot chocolate, which is also a special this weekend. If you mention Love Your Local to any of the baristas in either location, they will provide a discount to any of those drinks that you order. So it's up to you. We can jump back to that after we come back.
I for some reason thought the video had ended. I don't know why. Let's do it then.
Okay. All right. Let's do it.
So today we wanted to share 2 awesome coffees that you can enjoy at any of our shops right now. One is our very own Columbia Abuela Way Roasted Coffee. We offer it as both a drip and as a retail bag that you can take home. The other is a Valentine's Day special. It's a strawberry rose latte and hot chocolate, and that's available until the end of February. Today we wanted to highlight how to enjoy the Columbia Abuela at home. We're using a French press, an easy, simple method to brew coffee, and something you might have in your kitchen at home already.
I just have to say, this looks really fantastic.
And folks should know that they could go to Bouet and get their beans and do the French press at home.
Yeah, I have a French press, and I love, it's really the only way I like to make coffee.
Yeah, it's a seriously strong cup of coffee. Yeah, which is great. I mean, that is a good thing. That's a good thing.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love this. Do a quick victory dance and enjoy. That's fantastic.
We also have a delicious strawberry rose latte and strawberry rose hot chocolate in honor of Valentine's Day. We'll have that available till the end of February. All of our seasonal syrups and sauces are made in-house. And this special drink is using our espresso that we also roast in-house. Follow me over here and I'll show you some of the steps it takes to create one of our strawberry rose Valentine's Day lattes.
Yeah, I'm coming to Hoboken this weekend for this.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We hope you enjoyed getting to know us a little bit more. We had a lot of fun introducing ourselves and sharing some coffee with you. And as a little Valentine's Day love give back, we're offering 10% off our strawberry rose lattes until the end of February. Just mention Love Your Local to your barista. Thank you again.
All right, I'm just going to say that was amazing.
Yeah.
And I feel like we should play that video along again with the Choco Pond video. That would be great. Yes, I'm going to see if I can find some background music for us, especially when we go on break. That was I'm sensing a theme this morning though. It's bread pudding, croissants.
Yeah, carb up and caffeinate.
Coffee and more coffee. That coffee was that is their rose latte. No, rose cappuccino.
So I think they're doing a rose latte and they're doing a rose hot chocolate.
Oh my gosh.
And then Cafe Esme this morning did a beatacino, which is different. That's like beets and ginger and steamed milk, which is a completely different, flavor.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's all fabulous. I think I just need to hit up everybody over this weekend.
I'm going to pull up the screen for Bray Cafe.
Okay.
So everybody can see their website, because I do think I've never seen a demo like that. That was something else.
And I should add and clarify, I know that I said that they've got 3 locations. That's yes, of Way Cafe, but they also did open up Seven Valleys. And Seven Valleys is Persian restaurant that's only just a couple of doors down from their 10th and Washington Street location. And the food is absolutely fabulous. So, you know, and I'm happy that you got to see the whole family. When I spoke with Dale, I said, hey, if there's any way that you can get the whole family on, it would be excellent. And she did. And she even got the little kids on too. So it was really nice to see all of them.
Yeah, and they do have 3 locations listed under Way Cafe on their website.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've been to the North End location, which is a beautiful space. I've got to stop by though and see if I can get one of those rose cappuccino coffee drinks. My gosh, that looked amazing.
Yes.
Wow. And, you know, I think, again, their story also does reiterate what we've been sort of talking about, that they are very much invested in their local community as a small business. And so it's just fantastic to see. All right. So what do we have? Who do we have? We have someone coming up at 11:45.
We were going to talk about the foundation, and we were going to do our T-shirt giveaway.
Aha.
So then our next guest that would be coming on would be Talia Filippelli from Start Therapy, and she's coming on at 12:15.
That's at 12:15. Mm-hmm. Okay, so do we want to just maybe do some shifting of our calendar here, and we can take a break right now?
We could do that.
And then come back at 12.
We come back at 12.
Our T-shirt giveaway at 12. I'll find some music. We'll put on our Love Your Local campaign screen so everybody can find it. And we'll be back at noon.
Okay.
All right, fantastic.
Sounds good. See everybody in a bit.
Hi, Councilman. Can you hear me?
Hi, Maria. Yes. I can hear
Okay.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is new for me. This
Yeah,
restream.
it's new for all of us. This is we're using something called Restream as opposed to Zoom, which I think most people we've been using Zoom a lot, but I think most people are familiar with it. But we find that Restream has a lot more functionality, so we can basically using Restream, you can stream out to multiple channels. So we're on our Facebook page for the Hudson County Chamber, our Facebook page for the Hoboken Chamber of Commerce,
Okay.
the LinkedIn page for the Chamber, the YouTube page for the Chamber, and our Twitter account. So we're on 5 channels right now.
That's great.
So welcome on our Love Your Local campaign. We are fundraising today, everyone, for locally owned restaurants and food eateries. We're trying to get to $50,000. We're closing in on $8,000. The campaign will be going on through Monday. And we're trying to really capitalize on the Valentine's Day weekend. It's cold outside, so stay inside with us and help us raise some funds. Speaking of which, did you get all the snow shoveled?
I did. I mean, it was a very light shovel, but light snow. But I did get it, threw the salt out.
Excellent. Oh, so how are you? Let's start with that.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I know.
I'm doing well. I guess it's wow. It's been almost over a year. I guess, right? Practically since
Yeah, I can't remember the last event I saw you at, but it's been a while. And yeah, there are a lot of people I just have not seen in forever.
Right.
So, but I know that your council work continues.
Yes.
And you guys must be incredibly busy with just everything that's gone on in the last year. And I know that you are all working on a new ordinance that was, I believe, introduced last night for first reading regarding restaurants and permit fees related to outdoor dining. You want to tell us about that effort?
Sure. So it's not entirely new. I would say it's there's some, I think, revisions there. When COVID hit in March, obviously, quickly through emergency action, kind of allowed for permitted and expanded outdoor dining, right? So those kind of parklets and where restaurants and businesses set up outside of into the street, replacing parking spaces with kind of dining and little they call them parklets, enclosed tables, barriered and so forth in the place of a parking space. And so that went on through the summer, and that was successful, and that was done again through kind of a emergency due to the state of emergency and just kind of putting that stuff in place. And then some legislation was adopted later in the year. This is kind of a revision of that and updating some of that because of the need to kind of continue the parklets beyond the warmer weather and into full year-round operations around that. So the ordinance before the city council, I'm getting to that now, is that it's revising some of the language there, replacing it actually in its entirety, and allowing for full, requiring that business restaurants get a license for sidewalk cafe and for those parklet type of structures that are being built. And so it sets out the regulations around that, the design requirements, and everything from like how much space you have to leave in the sidewalk, how the enclosures for the parklet itself, requirements for roofs or covering and so forth, and among other things. So there's a whole thing there. I know businesses have expressed and shared just how important it was for them to kind of have that capacity year round, because dining capacity was limited to 25% initially, and now it's been, I guess, pushed up to 35% with the governor's latest orders around that. But I don't think we're anywhere close to 100% at this point. But hopefully, with the vaccination program, we'll get there. But we'll get closer to there. These outdoor dining options for restaurants, capacity is critical and crucial. And this past, I think it was in December or like late winter, late 2020 rather, that some businesses really set up some really extravagant kind of and invested a lot of money into them, into their outdoor dining facilities, their structures, those parklets. And then the city said that they weren't compliant. So this kind of clarifies a lot of the rules around that stuff, so that businesses understand what it takes and what the license requires, and having to go to the appropriate government entities to get the appropriate licenses. So that's it in a nutshell.
And when would these changes go into effect?
They're essentially in effect now, I think. I mean, I have to verify that, but I mean, like I said, because all of this is under a state of emergency,
right?
These are changes that the mayor can implement and execute without necessarily the council having adopted it. And so
I see.
So they've been in effect. Some businesses initially, as I said, were inspected in late 2020, I believe, sometime, or maybe it was January. I don't recall the timing of it, but and then they ended up getting notices and threats of fines and other having the structures taken down. All of that was kind of put aside, and I think the city inspectors and Department of HEDC, Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce, decided to kind of work with businesses and try to figure out a timetable for them to get those structures up to code, so that they weren't kind of hurt badly by this in that way, which I think was a good move to do that, and make sure we do everything we can to support our businesses, which you're doing today, and everyone's trying to survive right now, and so everything we can do to do that.
Yeah, and that's the optimal phrase. Everybody's trying to survive, I think, until spring. So definitely getting clarity around what the requirements are, and sort of course, always helping businesses to streamline the process in terms of getting the permit is always helpful. I'm sure everybody will appreciate that. How can the chamber help with this particular set of requirements for businesses and the outdoor dining? Is it a matter of making sure the word gets out around what the requirements are?
Yeah, I think so. If the requirements, I mean, it's legalese right now. It's not a one-page fact sheet at this point. But I
was going to ask. That's my next question.
Let me see if I can get one. If I can't get one, maybe I'll just put one together myself. But
okay.
Some sort of one-page fact sheet, get that out to you. And if businesses have some feedback on it, like I said, this is all very fluid. So a lot of it's already being enacted, and so I think the administration would kind of amend things necessarily, because there's not a hard deadline or timetable on this. In that sense, it's just trying to get the rules right and make sure we put them into law.
Okay.
Around that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's incredibly helpful. I'll also try to see if I can do a deeper dive on it and come up with a fact sheet as well that I can translate for my members. And if I need any help, I'll reach out to your office on that. Is there anything else going on that you would want to take some time to share with us today, since you have a platform?
I mean, I haven't followed your program today, but I'm hoping you talked about I guess some of the new business relief efforts and so forth. Not new, but the continuation from the federal level, the PPP, and everything else. Hopefully that $1.9 trillion package gets passed and adopted, and certainly your local government, if they include that, that'll be part of the package. And then obviously more business relief as well, and small business relief around that as well as relief for just residents and individuals, and we're all struggling to get by and maybe laid off or unemployed and so forth in this difficult time, and including those $1,400, $2,000 checks. Not sure exactly where that stands at this point, but
right. Yeah, I know there's some discussion at the federal level about whether or not, I know there are some members of Congress that are advocating for making that a sort of a monthly payment. I think that's part of the discussion. So we'll have to see where that ends up. But yes, to your point, the second round of the PPP is out there, and I know that banks have made those applications available. That's the money that was passed with the $900 billion that was passed in December, I believe, and then hopefully we get the 1.9 in mid-March is what it's looking like, right? Is that what you have as your understanding?
That's what it looks like to me as well. I mean, they're still getting through this impeachment trial, and
yes.
then hopefully that wraps up sooner rather than later.
We're competing today with the impeachment trial, Don. Just so you know. I think this is better TV, but I don't know.
That was pretty compelling stuff, though. I'll say, not to get into that into those weeds, but I was fascinated by the whole thing. There's things I saw there that I never saw before. But
yeah,
very interesting.
yeah.
The other thing I'll just share with you, and it's not necessarily direct impact to the business themselves, but for their customers, I guess, and so forth, is I am working a great deal on affordable housing initiatives. And so there was talk last year about kind of affordable housing ordinances, where we could to do something to improve upon that, and hopefully we'll have something out very soon about that to kind of push that sort of effort. And I think obviously everyone is, I think Jersey City residents have struggled with kind of the challenges, particularly middle class families and low and middle class families have struggled with some of the changes in Jersey City and the rising prices, both in housing costs as well as the cost of living. And so those are the customers of many of your small businesses and other folks out there that we want to be able to make sure, particularly in this pandemic, that they're able to be taken care of in that sense. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. And do you all know each other, Dawn?
I don't. Hi, nice to meet you. And I'm sorry, I had a little technical difficulty popping back on, so I'm sorry that I missed your introduction. But thank you for joining us.
Don Pascal runs our Hoboken Chamber chapter, and this is Walter Lavaro, a Jersey City councilman, former council president here in Jersey City.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for doing this, and good luck with your continued efforts here. And thank you for what you're doing for the small businesses and all businesses in Jersey City.
Well, thank you for what you do as well. We really appreciate it. We know it's not an easy job you do, especially in these times. So,
can I add one last thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Sure. I should say this. I think at the last council meeting, and then Aisha didn't say very much at the meeting itself. Got kind of distracted by other things that came up there, but I did put a resolution urging the administration to conduct an audit of payroll taxes. To be clear, I wanted to share this message because I know businesses are having challenges, right? So, particularly for small businesses and businesses with these challenges, that everyone, homeowners, property owners, everyone has to pay their taxes, right? So business payroll taxes as well. And so I talked about the idea that we needed to do an audit of that because our revenues in Jersey City are not good, frankly. Particularly the payroll tax, as you probably know, that they fund their Jersey City public schools, and so they're seeing funding cuts, continuing to see funding cuts at the state level,
Right.
draconian cuts, frankly.
Right.
And so this helps to fill that gap in that regard. What was discovered is that there was a very large billion-dollar corporation that didn't pay payroll taxes at all, and so that audit is really kind of targeted towards that and like making sure that there are folks who are at least paying their payroll taxes, and I made it clear that for our small businesses that particularly that who have much smaller payrolls, that nobody's looking to bang them up, just as I say with property owners. We currently charge for property owners in Jersey City an 18% penalty interest on late payments and so forth for property owners with their tax payments. And during this pandemic, myself and Councilman Solomon sought to try to reduce those numbers to more manageable levels or fairer levels. I think during this period, we were unsuccessful in doing that at that time, and hopefully we'll be able to do the same thing here for small business as well. And I asked that be included in some ordinances to ensure that we take into account the challenges that businesses are dealing with in this pandemic. So
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I would imagine there are a lot of businesses that are probably struggling to pay that payroll tax in particular.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's definitely keep in touch on that issue.
Okay.
Thank you once again for coming on. And good luck with everything. Good luck with the shoveling. We will be in touch. Thank you, Rolando.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All righty. So an update there from Jersey City Councilman and Councilman at Large, Rolando Lavaro, on, I guess, Jersey City clarifying some of the requirements around the outdoor dining. what you can and cannot do with those outdoor dining spaces and the permitting process, which I think is helpful for everyone. We didn't do our t-shirt giveaway. So I know Talia's in the waiting room. So we're going to have her come on and then we'll do our t-shirt giveaway. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I'm going to bring her on and we'll introduce her and then I need to hop off just for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, hold
You're
on.
a little fuzzy.
I'm fuzzy. Uh-oh. Let me see if it's my camera.
It's weird because in the micro box that I have here, you look better. You look less fuzzy. No, I don't know why. Dawn, can you see Talia well?
Yeah, she's a little fuzzy.
Oh, okay. Well, then go ahead.
Okay.
Do you want to introduce Talia?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so as we talked about earlier today, we are so happy to have Talia Filippelli from Star Therapy on today to sort of guide us through hopefully what will be an interactive session with her. We've got her for a half hour. So I would say anybody who's watching, let's take this opportunity to, ask your question and see how Talia can provide some advice and guidance. So I'll turn it over to you, Talia, to just give us a little update on an introduction of yourself and Star Therapy and what you've done for the town and your business and practice in Hoboken. And then we'll start with the questions.
Sure. So for anybody who doesn't know, my name is Talia Filippelli. I'm the founder of Star Therapy in Hoboken. We've been in practice since 2011. So this year we're going to be celebrating 10 years in September, which is a very cool milestone for us.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So, since our beginning, right, we started as, a major mission was to reduce stigma around therapy. And one of my favorite ways to do that is to make therapy feel accessible and not intimidating. People kind of conjure up their own ideas of what therapy looks like, or they tend to think of the worst person they know who's struggling the most with depression or anxiety, and they assume that's the only type of person that goes to therapy. And the truth is, that's really not it at all. The people that we work with are people like me. They're people like you, people who have businesses, they have companies, they have children, they're in relationships, and they're experiencing a lot of normal life experiences, but those life experiences can be challenging or we can feel stuck. So, the people that we serve, and of course the local people of Hoboken, who are our primary client base, I encourage people to kind of shift their thinking on what therapy is and give it a try. And especially during times like this, and our practice is no stranger to helping out during crises. Historically, we've helped out when there was the the train crash downtown. We've helped out after school shootings were going on and schools were really panicked and upset. And we had a lot of students who were very anxious about going to school. We stepped in after Hurricane Sandy to help support the level of anxiety that was increased around our local community. And so, we're here again during the pandemic, of course, to help support people and facilitate everybody kind of getting through this as unscathed as possible. And really what I mean by that is helping people develop a skill set so that we're not afraid to confront challenges. We're not afraid things happen. We can say, like, hang on a second, let me figure out how I can get through this, rather than just getting stuck in the fact that the event happened in the first place. And I think that's what we'll talk a little bit about today.
No, and that's wonderful. Thank you for mentioning those other events that have happened over the past couple of years, especially with such a big impact in Hurricane Sandy to the Hoboken community. And I was living there at the time, and I do remember that sense of anxiety of my normal life has completely changed, and how do I deal with that? So I can't imagine then, or I can say I can imagine, let me correct the way I'm going to say this, is that this past year, your client base has probably become much larger and probably more diverse, right? Because now maybe you're seeing more business owners, or you're seeing other, level of individuals that are coming to you, whether that's a child, right? Because I know that you have a children's practice as well as adults, parents dealing with their child's school life is not being normal, or a single or married individual who has a small business in town and they have no idea how to pivot and change their mindset, right? Which is some of the stuff that we'll start to get into as we start to get into some of the questions. So I can see how, what you do has become even more important, given the times that we're facing right now.
Yeah, I think, people are also in a pressure cooker this year, right? Keep in mind, we've all been quarantined. We're all stuck in our houses with whomever are the people that share those spaces with us. And some people are alone. So, the things that we're going through, that pressure cooker scenario that we're in has caused a lot of people to just get flooded with catastrophic thinking, which is part of what we're going to talk about today, because we can get lost. We can get completely hijacked emotionally and lost in worst case scenarios, lost in the perspective, my hair is on fire, this is never going to go back to normal, the permanent perspective that this is bad and it will always be bad.
Right.
That's where people have gotten to this year. And, the cool thing, of course, is that from where I sit, right, as a clinician, I see people changing. I see people adopting different mentalities. I see the pandemic causing people to, some people have their brain break, as we might call it, but for the better, meaning that they see a perspective that maybe they didn't quite see before. And it's allowing them to tap into some untapped resources, right? Like optimism and resiliency and reframing our perspective that get people ultimately unstuck. Right. Which as a clinician is the ultimate payoff for us, being able to see our clients, those challenges that come into their life. And this year is, there's no shortage of challenges this year.
Right. And sometimes we are our own worst enemy. We know that.
Of course.
I know that personally. You probably even know that personally. And
Absolutely.
like you said, your head's on fire, your foot's on fire, all of your other body parts are on fire. And then it becomes this crazy slippery slope. So,
right.
All right. So then let's set the groundwork for the session with Talia. Thank you again for giving us your time and expertise. And I know that I will find this session valuable. So I'll thank you in advance for, answering some of my questions. So here's the ground. Here are the ground rules. We are live streamed on 5 different platforms. So anybody out there, if you have a question, please type your question in. We will also be checking the chat box for any questions that come in for Talia. We have received some questions prior, knowing that Talia was going to be on, so we can start with those if we just want to jump right into questions. And again, we'll try to get to all the other questions that have come in, that will come in through the chat. So to start, in light of what we're trying to do, providing recovery and relief to small businesses, so let's start off with this question. I'm a small business in town. How do I build up the courage to change my business in response to the pandemic?
Okay. So people who have businesses, right, and who have had businesses for a little while are used to doing things a certain way. Now, when the pandemic hit, right, there was a shift that had to happen, and some people did not do that immediately, which is really not the biggest deal. It's really just about helping facilitate that process. Now, catastrophic thinking, of course, can come into play because it's well, geez, what do? I don't even know where to start. And when we're there, oftentimes it's a breeding ground for worst case scenarios. So one of the best things that we do is, right, aside, and I'll talk courage and bravery in a second, people really need to start kind of explicitly defining what is the worst case scenario outcome, what is the best case scenario outcome, and define that in some concrete manner. What we often find, we do this all the time in our sessions, what we often find is once we define what the worst case scenario is, we can look at that now and say, okay, well, if that actually happened, what would I do about it? And immediately, thought bubbles, right? You could see them start coming out of people's minds. Okay, all right, well, let me think about that. Well, I'd have to shift to be an online service, right? Right now I have a storefront. I'd have to, get some other revenue streams up and running. I'd have to explore an idea that maybe I was hesitant on, but now it makes sense to because of the circumstances with the pandemic. So people start to access some things that we're blocked from them when they were only in catastrophic thinking mode, right? Which, like I said, is when we're completely hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're completely hijacked by emotions, keep in mind, the frontal lobe of your brain is like completely shut off, okay? And this is where all your higher order thinking goes on. Planning, problem solving, executive function skills like organization, all of this is completely shut off. And you're in the back of your brain, which is where all the primitive processes take place. That's fight or flight, right?
Right.
That kind of primitive, impulsive, reactionary, highly emotional version of yourself is the one that shows up. So we have to help people kind of shift out of that. And by identifying the two ends of the spectrum, what is the best case scenario, what is the worst case scenario, we can then start to access some solutions because it becomes a little bit more tangible versus us just kind of conceptually being stuck in our brain about it. So I encourage people to write these things down, make lists. We have worksheets that we use with some of our clients to just help make it a little bit more of a concrete formulaic process, which a lot of people like because it feels a little easier, a little less intimidating that way. And so once those two things are identified, solutions start to emerge that we didn't see before. And then this thing that was very overwhelming becomes much more manageable.
And I can imagine, and I can speak for myself, when you think about the worst case scenario, and then you really think about where you are today, right? It makes you feel a little bit better because that really is the worst case scenario. And then you sort of reset your mind to say, you know what? I'm not there. I'm not at the worst case. So things really aren't as bad as I think it is. And I think to your point, then you start to shift your thoughts to say, okay, it's not the end of the world. Let me see how I can try to get there, right? And start to make some progress moving in the right direction.
Exactly. And that's such an aha moment that we see time and time again in session. And, it's a kind of a simple concept, right? I just described it to you and you had your own little insight like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I could think a little bit more positively and I'd be able to solve this for myself and acknowledge that if that's the worst case scenario and I'm over here, well, I'm not in the worst case scenario, at least not yet. So right now is an opportunity. That's the goal, right? That's the goal, to help people get to that place so they can see it and reframe it to be a little bit less intimidating for themselves.
So when somebody has a little mini aha moment, right? And we talked about courage as part of the first question. How do you help an individual drum up the courage to go through with the aha moment, right? Because it's one thing to have an idea. Oh, I think I can do that. How do you actually go through with it?
Yeah. So one thing that I think is a misconception, right, about courage is that when you have something ahead of you that you want to be courageous enough to do, people want certainty. And unfortunately, that's just not how life works. You can't go for something and guarantee it's going to be successful. We'll drive up your revenue. We'll fix your debt. Fill in the blank, right? Solution that you believe it's going to provide. We can be optimistic, we can make reasonable predictions, but we cannot guarantee. And so I find in session when we're working with people, it's really about helping them accept a certain level of uncertainty and a certain level of risk when it comes to being courageous. And I'm constantly, my clients know this about me, I'm constantly referencing a phrase, which is feel the fear and do it anyway, which, a lot of people feel like, well, I don't want to do something I'm afraid of, or fear is a sign that it's not the right decision. We say, no. Fear is a sign that you're nervous. And it's okay to be nervous when you're changing your business, having to pivot your services, having to do something different than what you've been doing before. Because what you were doing before was either working or it was familiar and it made you feel safe. Anytime you're going to do something new or different, it's going to promote and trigger a little feeling of fear. So we try and help people kind of harness that and not look at fear as a reason not to do that thing, but look at fear as an indicator that this is new. And oh, by the way, you're a human being and you're hardwired to feel nervous when you're doing something new. So we can't necessarily look at that as a barrier. We have to say, yeah, well, that's part of how I'm wired and I can still go through with it. I can still be brave. I got to accept this little bit of risk.
And I always found that if I was slightly fearful about doing something, then that meant that I was pushing myself out of my comfort zone. So sure, it's okay to be afraid, right? There's a little bit of apprehension. There's that unknown. There is that risk. But think about it from a small business mindset. You already took the risk. You put something that you loved personally, and you took that talent and you put it out there for the community. So you're already a risk taker, right? Now it's just a matter of, like you were saying, taking small pieces away that are bite-sized, chewable things that you can do to sort of get rid of that fear, right? And continue to move yourself forward.
At least to accept it, to accept a certain level. And we've had this conversation, I think, on one of the morning coffee meetings that we had with the Chamber of Commerce this year, which is that entrepreneurs are some of the most brave people ever. These people who start businesses, anybody on this who's listening in right now who started a business, is thinking about starting a business, that's a person who I already know is willing to take a risk, that understands that life is inherently comes with risk. We don't run from it. We find a way to just put it in our pocket and keep going forward anyway. Feel the fear and do it anyway. And to your point about your comfort zone, personal growth does not happen in our comfort zone. It just doesn't. We have to step outside our comfort zone. We have to challenge ourselves in order to prove and see what we're really capable of. That's where confidence gets developed. That's where our self-esteem improves. And that's where we can really see success with our businesses. And now is the time to do it, right? Because we all have been, thrown outside of our comfort zone with business, whether we like it or not. So why not take it as an opportunity this year, right? Why not see it as an opportunity rather than a threat? Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. So another question that had come in, and I might frame it just a little bit differently based on what you just said, is, taking the risk to make the change, right? So, and of course, keeping a positive mindset to move yourself forward. How do you accept that the change might be something that you really never thought would happen in your business, right? So somebody will have to change the question. Somebody will have to change their business format, but sometimes maybe an individual or small business has to accept the fact that their business will change entirely. So how do you stay positive to make that kind of change? Because that's probably something maybe the business never even thought of doing. Yeah, that's very fair. I think one of the most effective exercises for people to do to help with this is a very simple thing. It's 2 concentric circles, right? So a small circle and then a larger circle around that one. And, one circle is what you can control, and the other circle is what you can't control. So I find that when people have to pivot their businesses or make these changes or completely revamp their business, right, like you're talking about, which we know there's tons of businesses that are in that situation. It's like a tug of war. There's a tension point there where people don't want to change their business, right? They want to stick with what's familiar, even when it's not working. And we do that because that's how we're wired, right? Things that are familiar help us feel safe. Things that are unfamiliar scare us, and we tend to avoid it. So first things first, we have to recognize and differentiate between what we can control and what we can't control. So often when I confront this with clients in session, we realize and we discover that so much of their emotional reaction, right, whether it's resistance or being upset about the changes that might have to get made, they're angry about the things they can't control. We can be angry all day about things we can't control, but all you're doing is like punishing yourself emotionally and staying in a problem-focused mindset. So once people get really clear about what they can control, that automatically promotes action steps, right? And that's what people need, obviously, to pivot their businesses, to completely revamp their businesses. I think people often just get lost or stuck on their anger, and anger is always connected to those things we can't control. Once we zero in on what we can control, anger starts to lift, and we become much more open-minded to saying, okay, well, maybe a revamp isn't so bad after all, or how can this even be better than what I was doing before, right? How many people are not recognizing that maybe the pandemic is going to cause your business to pivot in a way that's better than it would ever have been on the other track, right? The other trend that was going on with your business before the pandemic. Right. And I think we lose sight of that a little bit, and not for any bad reasons, for logical reasons, right? We're upset, right? Our goal in therapy is really just to help people manage their emotions effectively so they can make better decisions for themselves consistently.
So another question that has come in is, what does resilience mean?
So it's a great question, and there's a ton of definitions of it, right? My way of explaining it is that resiliency comes when we are, let me make sure I get my wording right. I like to think of resiliency as what happens when we go through something that's difficult or tough or a challenge, and we allow that challenge to shape us as a person that results in a better version of ourselves than we were prior to having gone through it. Now, a lot of people, right, if we talk about resiliency, some of these hot topic kind of words in the psychology field, it can feel very conceptual, right? Not very concrete. To me, I'm all about saying, well, how is this challenge going to help me gain wisdom, learn a lesson, see something I didn't see before as a result of being challenged? And like I said before, growth happens outside of our comfort zone. Mm-hmm. So, we have to start to reframe the quote unquote bad things that happen to us and look at them more through a lens of, well, maybe this happened for a reason. Maybe I'm meant to learn something from this, and let me focus on extracting that lesson rather than, staying problem focused and being angry that this thing happened in the first place.
Right. No, absolutely. So in building that resiliency, how do you stay positive?
Well, positive, optimistic thinking is not something that people, sometimes people say, oh, Talia, that's like the rose-colored glasses perspective. It's total crap. It's not realistic. And I say, hang on a second, though. I'm not talking about rose-colored glasses. I'm not talking about, pretending like the world is rainbows and butterflies and everything's wonderful. We all know that it's not. We all know that it's not, right? I'm talking about cultivating the ingredients of optimism because it will put you in a more solution-focused mindset where those ideas and growth opportunities become visible to you, right? So what are the ingredients for optimism? A regular practice of gratitude, right? So focusing on the things that you do have in your life rather than only focusing on the things that are not there, right? The voids. Seeing obstacles as a challenge instead of a threat, right? When we see something as a challenge, it automatically promotes this idea of, oh, maybe I can conquer it, right? It's like a little game we can play with ourselves. Mm-hmm. If it's a threat, we sprint in the other direction, terrified. This is horrifying. I'm going to, run over there and put my head in the sand. Not going to work, right? Taking purposeful action. And one of my favorite things is using humor. I think that humor is it's one of my favorite ways to cope with feelings, but I think people underutilize it as a way to build resiliency and reframe the way that they see these issues, these problems, right, that happen in their lives. So if we can help people cultivate a mindset, to me, again, it's not the rose-colored glasses perspective. It's going to help propel you more towards finding solutions rather than just going down the rabbit hole and being angry about all the problems.
Right. No, absolutely. Okay. So just being mindful of the time, and one other question that has come in, and then I'll have you wrap up and maybe give some tips to folks. Okay. So another question is how do I stop feeling defeated and feeling bad for myself?
Great question, right? That's a thought, right? That thought train happens in every single person's mind. I think, especially as entrepreneurs and business owners, we absolutely struggle with self-doubt. We struggle with imposter syndrome. All of that comes into play. One of my favorite skills that I've been working on with clients is it's a bit of a sentence starter. Okay. So anybody who's listening to this call right now, and Dawn, you can imagine it for yourself, whatever the thought was that you had about yourself, right? I'm a crappy business owner. Okay. Let's just say that's what the thought is. I'm going to give you a sentence starter and you're going to finish it. So that's not true because. And as soon as that half a sentence gets put to somebody, it's like you're forcing your brain to only look at the things that totally discount that negative original catastrophic thought, right? So that's not true because. And what we encourage people to do is focus on tangible evidence that flies in the face of your negative, pessimistic thought about yourself. So if you think you're a crappy business owner, that's not true because. And I guarantee anybody on this call right now, even yourself, if you do this exercise later, very quickly, you'll start to write down, okay, well, a crappy business owner wouldn't have sold that many cookies last year. A crappy business owner wouldn't have these partnerships that I have. I wouldn't have the support that I have. I wouldn't be involved in the Chamber of Commerce. You could go down. There's so many things that start to just poke holes in that theory. So when we're feeling defeated, when we're feeling down on ourselves, being able to do that exercise for yourself, that's not true because, is a great way to just kind of pull yourself out of the rabbit hole and change the way that you're thinking about it.
So in addition to that wonderful question, which I wrote down, and I will use that for myself, so thank you for that. What other quick tips or ways can you share with the folks on with us today to shift that thinking from the back to the front, right? And get rid of that fright or flight syndrome that we might feel?
Yeah. So a super quick, very easy thing to do. It's a phrase called "name it to tame it." It was not coined by me. Good proper, I don't want to cite my source here. Dan Siegel, who's one of the rock stars in our psychology, mental health field, came up with a phrase called "name it to tame it." And what it means is you have to name your feeling in order to tame your feeling. And the way that we apply that is, so often we see people are kind of walking around really emotionally charged, but not acknowledging the actual emotion that they're feeling. So we have people who are walking around all the time, very stressed out, maybe feeling very sad or depressed, feeling very worried or anxious, but they're not necessarily acknowledging to themselves that they feel that way. So as soon as you can look at yourself and say, you know what? I actually feel really sad today, or I feel really, really worried today. Immediately, and a client said this to me this morning, and he's a client who uses this skill. He's like, it's almost like the feeling starts to evaporate. The weight of the emotional intensity that I've been walking around with all day, all week, all month, all year is starting to kind of lift as soon as I just say, I feel, and then label the emotion. It's such a simple skill. It's an easy thing to do, but most people don't actually do that. And, beyond that, if you were to say it out loud to another person, write it down in a journal, make it concrete, the positive outcome of that goes even further. Because as soon as you can say, okay, I feel sad, immediately solutions start to emerge. Well, okay, well, if I know I'm sad, what do I typically do when I feel sad? All right, well, you know what? I like to spend some time alone. Okay. And you give yourself permission to spend some time alone. That's cool. And when you're ready to get out of that space and you're ready to uplift yourself, do something I do. I watch, funny videos on YouTube and, do things that make me laugh and bring joy to my life. But I'm doing that now on purpose because I've already acknowledged that I feel sad. Right? Rather than just walking around sort of swept up in these emotions, completely back of the brain, right? This is what helps move you to the front of the brain, or Dan Siegel refers to it as downstairs brain and upstairs brain. Get yourself out of the basement and get up to the frontal, higher order thinking here, where solutions become possible. And you're using the full capacity of your brain, not just walking around like a caveman.
So everything that you have shared with us today is all really about taking care of yourself as well, right? And allowing yourself to feel those emotions and allowing yourself to care for yourself in the right way to make yourself feel better, whether that's a bath, whether that's going to bed early, whether that's, like you said, watching funny videos, watching something that sort of changes and switches your brain to not be in that sort of very overly thinking dark place, right?
Absolutely. It means you're an active participant in your own, emotional experience walking around this earth. And we are all emotional beings. It's part of who we are. It's how we were designed. So to me, the more knowledge people have about themselves, the easier it is to put these steps into action. And then the more positive you feel, the bigger problem solver you become, the more confident you become. There's just all positive things that can happen after that become possible once you've kind of acknowledged that this should be part of your maintenance routine. Like you take a shower every day to keep your body clean, do something to keep your mind operating at optimal, right? The way that it does optimally.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Talia. We've got probably about a minute or so left. So I'm going to leave it open to you for any other closing comments or remarks. and also tell everybody about your practice, where your practice is, and how they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. I love doing stuff like this. Anybody who's interested in mental health or an appointment with us, we're doing all telehealth during the pandemic. So our physical offices are closed, but we're up online. Some people are like, I don't know if online therapy is for me. I assure you, give it a try. Don't knock it before you try it. I have people who refused to do teletherapy with me before the pandemic because they thought it was going to be weird or they liked coming to the office better. And those very same people have said to me, you know what, Talia, I don't know if I'm ever going to come back to your office because teletherapy is so much easier. So, please reach out to us, give us a call. We're working on some really cool performance-based stuff, some programs that we're going to be doing to help people with one-time type of challenges like a job interview or athletes who are going to be playing in a game that is very intimidating or scary or high stakes. We're developing some programs for performance that I think are going to help our business owners and anybody who's in that type of situation who wants to perform better and manage their emotions so that they don't negatively impact their performance. So stay tuned for some of that, probably later
Wonderful.
this year. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And tell us where Star Therapy, your practice is.
Yeah, so we're on 3rd and Washington. We're up on the 3rd floor. When we're not in the office, like right now, we're on doxy.com. You can go to our website, startherapy.com, for all the information. You can, submit an inquiry for a free consultation. We love to hop on the phone with people to talk about what might be going on in their lives, make sure we're a good match, and then get you up and running. So it's really a very streamlined process. And we can see people pretty quickly. So within a week or two, you would have an appointment with us.
That's fabulous. Thank you, Talia. Thank you so much for all the wonderful information that you provided and really just giving us your time today. We know how very important it is to try to help ourselves get through this whole, change that we're all going through, but also help each other go through it. So, your advice and guidance was invaluable. So thank you again for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much for having me. Have a fabulous week, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
I was on mute.
I can hear you. Yes, now I can.
Yeah. I was on mute for a second. I was saying I was listening in, and that was great. Great session.
Yeah, Talia's fabulous. She's fabulous.
And I think we've had the conversation with her and chamber members before, but it's so important that everybody acknowledge that this is not a usual time. And if you need help, that, it's okay to ask for help. It's not just body, it's mind and body and spirit. And it's been a tough year for all three. So, all right.
All right. So we should have Mayor Bala on. Ready to come on.
Waiting for him backstage.
Okay, fabulous.
Let's check to see where we are with our fundraising.
And another thing, as Talia was talking, it sort of brings me to this picture of how when you're on an airplane and they say if the pressure drops, your mask will come out, put it on yourself first before you put it on your child, maybe, right, as an example. So back to the theme of what she was talking about today is that you have to take care of yourself first. Because if you don't take care of yourself first, then you can't continue to move forward with all of the other things you have to do. So sorry, that just popped up. I felt like I wanted to say it.
That's exactly why that's a good way of thinking about it. Put your mask on first.
Yeah.
And, it's hard, especially for women to take care of themselves. So I think I was hearing a news report on 1010 Wins radio earlier this week that women don't, and I didn't know this. We don't really schedule our doctor's appointments the way we ought to and take care of those annual exams the way we should. I thought that was mainly a male. I
thought so too.
But apparently women are not taking care of themselves in that way. So, that's something we all need to remember, that if we don't take care of ourselves, family, business, friendships, everything, it just, you can't have it all if you don't have your health. So
right.
All right. Let's take a moment then.
Okay.
Since we do have a moment before the mayor joins us, Mayor of Hoboken. I'm going to display this wonderful fancy. We're both wearing it. Nobody can really see yours, but there it is. A
There it
lovely
is.
little, t-shirt. They are really fantastic. They're beautiful. I ordered these last week. They got here in good time, I have to say. And so let me see, I have to move it this way. We will be more than happy to produce t-shirts for anybody who wants to make a donation. And right now it's $12.50, so it's coming up on 1 o'clock. So I will say anybody who makes a donation of $100 or more in the next hour until 2 p.m. will win a t-shirt. We will send you a Love Your Local beautiful t-shirt in red, printed on a Hanes t-shirt, so you know it's a really good t-shirt and it's gonna last. It's got a nice feel to it. It's a nice thick cotton. So let me put that up in a caption. And
you want to give the drum roll of the total that we're at this point?
I have a drum roll on my phone. I have an app that I tried this last year for Hudson Gives, and it kind of worked for me. So hold on, I just need to. It's kind of fun, actually. So for all you folks out there who like to do silly things on, let's see, drum roll. I know I have one. No. Hold on. I'll find it. Yeah, last year I had found it, but I kept pressing the wrong button. So maybe this is the wrong one. Okay, let's try this one. Here we go. All right, punchline. All right. There's something called vomit. I don't think we want that one.
No.
Do we? Drum roll. Here we go. No, that's not loud enough. Okay, here, let me try it again.
Okay.
This is amateur.
Okay, we are at 82.25.
Oh, we are?
We are.
I'm glad you did that because I had refreshed my screen.
We are.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, very exciting.
Ooh, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Yes, thank you, everybody.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting.
You know what I want to do? I'm going to pull up our screen then, and I want to just see if we can pull up like who has donated and just give them a shout out.
Sure.
Let me just see if I can. I have the screen somewhere. There it is. Okay, so. All right. Now, can you see me scrolling on it?
Yes.
Okay. So right here, we can see our recent donors. So I'm going to do a view all donors. Can you still see it?
Yes.
Okay. So Star Therapy made a donation. So thank you, Talia. Someone anonymously made a donation of $300. Wow. That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Renew Energy. So that's Benoit. Thank you very, very much for that donation. Celebrate Life Studio. I think that's your sister, Dawn?
Yes, it is. She's a local business in town. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Susan. Gosh.
Yes, Susan. Yep.
I almost forgot her name. Because I'm having some brain fog. I should have asked Talia about the brain fog issue. Michael Main, a friend of yours.
A friend of mine.
Excellent. $100. Thank you. Stephen Lipsky. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Haven't seen Steve Lipsky in a while. Steve Lipsky, $50. Thank you. Jillian Hernandez, who is in Daniela Sarbuz of Cafe Esme's network, $100. Provident Bank and Silverman are investors in the campaign. So we thank them for their incredibly generous donations. Somebody anonymously, thank you, $75. And of course, the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce, we always try to support our own campaigns that we run through our foundation. So we are supporting this at $1,000. And we will be doing the same with Hudson Gives later in the year. Jonathan Kushner, $1,000. Thank you very, very much. Waldo School, that's Daniela Sarbu, $500. Again, somebody local and anonymous, $50. My Conscious, My Choice, $125. And I donated and started us off with $50. So thank you, everybody, and continue to make those donations at tinyurl.com. Love your local. And I'm excited. That's great.
Yeah.
This is wonderful. And again, if you make a donation between now, 12:56 and
2:00
p.m., and it's $100 or more, we will give you a beautiful T-shirt. We may need your email just to make sure we know where to mail it to, but we will be happy to do that. So I'm going to make a caption for that, actually. Donate $100 by 2 p.m. to win a T-shirt. Do we need to reach out to the mayor's office and see where he might be?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
Do we want to play another short?
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to put this up for a second, and let's go to our shorts and play another branding short. Let's do the Colo Club, because I think that would be really interesting. All right, here we go.
The Colo Club is built on special moments, a lot of private events, a lot of birthday parties, and the Colo Club is a place where we have weddings. We have a lot of people who live in town, who've been married at the Colo Club, who have spent that special moment, that day of love. I see people through town, and now they have kids, and we've helped to build lives, to grow and to move on. This Sunday, we'll be hosting a Valentine's Day pop-up. So it's a cocktail pairing. There'll be 8 cocktails with a 3-course dinner. And they're all based on love and enjoying your partner there. We're taking reservations now, and they're on our website.
Oh, that looks great. Those cocktails look great.
Don't they?
Awesome. I'm having cravings just watching the videos. All right. Is it okay if I just step away for 1 second to grab I had to go make some French press coffee.
That's fabulous. That's great.
A Boy Cafe's video. So I will be right back. I just need to pour it and put some cream in it. And,
okay.
All right. And hopefully the mayor comes on in the next few minutes. All right, I am back. And just for everybody who is watching out there, I don't know who is at this point, but we are going to give away Love Your Local t-shirts. Anybody who donates $100 by 2 p.m., between now and 2 p.m. So you can donate at tinyurl.com, Love Your Local. And as we mentioned this morning, this is the first phase of a fundraising campaign and really a marketing campaign to really raise the visibility of restaurants and food eateries. We started with this sector because that sector has been incredibly hard hit by this pandemic. Excuse me, I'm going to just close the door to my room here. Oh, no, go ahead. Stay. Okay, stay. There we go. And we thought we would start with this sector as a first phase. Certainly, there have been many businesses impacted by the pandemic. But since the Chamber has not done this type of work before, we wanted to start with the greatest need, or one of the greater needs, and that is the restaurant and food sector. So we are raising funds to do a few things. Number one is, and since we're waiting for the Hoboken mayor, we can dive a little bit into this. Number one is to raise money for micro relief grants of up to $500 for restaurants who have had significant expenses related to the pandemic and the requirements for being safe while open. Number two, to buy gift cards, which we're going to use during our Hudson Gives campaign later in the year. And number three, we want to develop what we are calling our Hudson Market. And I wonder if, Dawn, if you want to just say a few words about the concept behind the Hudson Market that we actually have started to develop. We just need to put the finish, we need to finish it up.
Yeah, definitely. So pre-pandemic, we had an idea that we would have a retail space where we could have little booths and stalls set up, and we can have sort of a proof of concept space where local businesses can come in and sell their products through us, right, and with us. Because of the pandemic, obviously we changed that to be a virtual setup. So we're going to have a website and the marketplace will be sort of like a collective. So we'll invite local businesses to be part of it with memberships ranging from a month all the way up to a year. And then they can sell their products through the website. So it really is now a virtual collective, very much in line with what a lot of people have been doing in sort of pivoting their businesses to be online, et cetera, and trying to get the most reach as possible. So we're very excited about Hudson Market.
Right. And, because of the pandemic, we're obviously looking to do things digitally like we all are this year. So we're going to start with the digital, but we also think it's a great way to add to the whole destination of making Hudson County a destination and Hoboken and growing and sort of leaning into that to that concept of Hoboken and Jersey City as food destinations, as retail destinations, as places where you can do some unique shopping in the region. So I think it will be a great thing for us to raise the money to do this. We have gotten some interesting chats in the chat box, and I didn't know we could do this. So we're all learning today. I'm learning how to use this Restream platform. I want to show, I think I can show a couple of these. So this one is from Gregory Delaquilla on Facebook. He's like, yo, love local, followed by the strong arm. Yes, very good. And then finally, he must have been watching in on Talia. Talia is a healer. So thank you, Greg, for watching and showing up and commenting. And then from Sharon Ambus, both Gregory Delaquilla and Sharon Ambus are on the board of the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce. And Sharon is support local, love your local restaurants. Thank you, Sharon, for weighing in. Let me see if I can pick some more here. Oh, there have been a lot of comments today, actually. From Susan Pascal. Thank you, Hudson County Chamber of Commerce, for this fun day of fundraising. Oh, thank you, Susan. That's awesome. And we have heard, as I mentioned earlier today, from Angela McKnight. Hello, great job. Thank you, Angela. She does a great job too with her nonprofit work with Angela Cares. which we'll be talking about a lot more as we get closer to our own Giving Day for our local nonprofits. And then there's a few shout outs to some of the chefs, and Paul Dennison shares wonderful story snippets. Speaking of which, let's pull up the branding short for Louise and Jerry's. I have not actually seen this one. I know you've seen all of them.
I watched them all.
Yeah. I want to see this one. I'm very curious. All right. So Louise and Jerry's, as many people know, is a business that is owned and operated by Hudson County Commissioner Anthony Romano. Here we go.
A couple months ago, just before the holidays, a gentleman came in with his wife and said, we met here when your mother ran the establishment, and we went out, we wound up falling in love, got married, had children, moved into the burbs, and we've come back and just to say hello. It's the first time I've been in Hoboken for a while. And there's been other instances too of people that have met their girlfriends or have had romantic moments, which led to most of the time good things and futures together. Come down to Louise and Jerry's after you have your dinner. There's a good fun, and we have an excellent staff. And I'm sure Valentine's Day, Gina or Gisela will put you in a romantic mood with one of their specialty drinks that they put together.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
Aren't they wonderful? They really are. They really are wonderful.
Great job. And that was such a beautiful shot of Hoboken and the clock tower. And that's just such a great story.
Well, we'll have Anthony on in a little while, right? And he'll give us a little bit more history about Louise and Jerry's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that'll be fun.
All righty. Have you heard from me, Bala?
I have not, unfortunately. I haven't gotten any info back.
And this happens, and that's what happens with live TV.
But I did want to jump on a mention that you just made, which is we started with restaurants and food establishments first. We have actually received a lot of feedback and requests to include other establishments, and by all means, we can do that in our other iterations of Love Your Local throughout this year. So, which is great because you can see that there's a buzz that's growing around this, and that other businesses, are also feeling the struggle and the pain of the past year to try to, pivot their business and still stay, alive and thriving as we start this new year together. So it's very exciting that we've gotten that feedback.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And so we're up to 8325.
So somebody's getting a t-shirt.
Yes, indeed. So anybody who makes a donation of at least $100 by 2 p.m. will get a Love Your Local t-shirt. They're really gorgeous. We made these just for Valentine's Day. Obviously, Valentine's Day is usually a day when you take your loved one, whoever your Valentine might be, could be anybody, out to celebrate, to have a good meal. And it's usually in the middle of winter, so it's a nice time to celebrate such a holiday. So we know we wanted to really raise awareness of this during this time. Because it's just, again, it's been hard for restaurants and food eateries, and it was probably not the type of holiday season that they thought they would have. And I know that a lot of restaurants were hoping the Super Bowl would be big, and then we had that storm here in the New York, New Jersey area that sort of put a damper on things. So we're hoping that Valentine's helps all of us turn the corner, perhaps helps us all feel like getting into a more celebratory mood. There's a light, hopefully, at the end of this tunnel with spring coming. And as Rolando Lavarro did mention, the councilman from Jersey City, Congress is in the middle of doing a lot of work right now. We know the impeachment hearing is going on pretty much daily and will be continuing for I don't know how many more days. But They are working on President Biden's $1.9 trillion. Did I say that right? $1.9 trillion relief package. And it does seem that the Democrats and President Biden are very much holding steadfast that they're not really going to compromise on that amount. And that is looking like a mid-March type of push. So for getting something passed and hopefully getting some relief into the hands of just regular Americans, businesses, and also local municipalities and states, which are also hurting. I don't think this pandemic has left any part of the economy except maybe, I don't know, alcohol, unscathed. So if you own a liquor store, you've done very well this past year. But a lot of us have been hurting otherwise. So what do we want to do, since it looks like the mayor probably won't make his time?
Well, I did get a response.
Okay.
Little technical difficulty. I resent the link again.
Okay.
So I'm going to see if we can get him to join at least for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
You know, otherwise
What's next?
Well, it would be Clemence from Chacopan.
Okay. And we have a video for her.
We have a short video for her, and she was also going to join us live as well.
Okay, got it. And let me make sure I do have that video. I think I did download it. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, so I'll queue that up when she comes on, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pop off my view, right? My video camera just for 2 seconds. I'm going to resend the link out to the rest of our guests for the afternoon, just to make sure that they're, you know, we minimize the technical difficulty. Okay, so I'll be right back.
All righty. And while Dawn is doing that, I will just ask and suggest once again that everybody go ahead and visit our Love Your Local donation page, which is at tinyurl.com, Love Your Local. And if you make a $100 donation by 2 p.m., you will win a Love Your Local t-shirt. That is just like this one that I'm wearing. It is this really wonderful Valentine's Day red with our Love Your Local logo on it. So please go ahead and visit the site. I'm going to pull up the site for everybody so you can see it. Alrighty, so I may refresh this as well because we're actually up to 83.25, which is exciting. We're closing in on 20% of our goal, which would be $10,000. So if everybody can show a little love to their local restaurant and food eatery, you can make a donation as small as $5, as you can see right here. $5 is the minimum donation, which is, I hope, you know, a reasonable amount. But you can go higher if you'd like. Anything and everything is welcome. $5 is welcome. You know, $25 is welcome. 100. We know here at the Chamber, we're a small organization and we are very lean in our staffing. We know that every dollar that is raised counts. And is important. So please go ahead and visit tinyurl.com/love your local. And I also want to just take a moment to once again bring up some of the restaurants that we are working with who have sort of joined this effort to spread the word. Here they are: Ani Ramen, Brightside Tavern, and Tom Parisi out in Jersey City. Boy Cafe, we've heard from. Cafe Esme, Cellar 335. Chef Renee Hewitt, who's going to be on later and demo how to do make a frittata. Chickies, which is opening a new location this year. Choco Pan Bakery, which we're going to hear from a little later. Cool Vines, Frankie, Freetown Road Project, and Chef Claude Lewis was on earlier and demonstrated that just incredibly delicious looking red velvet bread pudding. Green Rock Tap and Grill in Hoboken, Hamilton Pork, Hardgrove Cafe, Hendrickson's Corner in Bayonne, Hooked JC, Hudson Hall, Ichiban, Japanese Catering, Colo Club, Louise and Juries, we just heard from with their branding short, and Anthony Romano, Luna, Madame Claude, New Than, and I'm going to not get this right, Way, Liberty House Restaurant, Maggie's Farm Espresso, one of my favorite coffee shops in Jersey City, Sweet Home, Raza, Rumba Cubana. And then also thank you to our investors. Here are our initial investors who are helping us to launch this effort today and get it off the ground. Silverman, Hudson County Chamber of Commerce, Provident Bank, and Cafe Esme. Thank you all so very much for all your efforts. And let's continue to raise money, Hudson County, to support our local community. All right. You're back.
I'm back.
Yes. So I'm going to pull up the 1245, 115. Okay. So Clemence from Chaco Pond will be on with a baking demo. Should we start with the video or wait until she comes on?
So she apparently is having some technical difficulty as well.
Oh, no. Oh, here's the mayor. Here's the mayor. Let's have him on.
All right. So I'm going to resend.
Hi, Mayor Bala.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. Sorry if there were some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no, I was in this kind of holding pattern for a bit, so I thought it might have been a glitch.
Oh, okay. Well, we're sorry about that, but glad it's worked itself out. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you doing?
Good. Hanging in there. Hanging in there.
Good.
Thank you for joining us today for the kickoff of our Love Your Local Restaurant Relief Fund fundraising. So this is an effort we're doing to call attention to, locally owned restaurants and food eateries and raising money for some relief funding and to buy some gift cards and do some other efforts here to support local businesses through our Chamber Foundation. So thank you for being on. And I thought we would just, do a check-in with you around how things are going in Hoboken. It's certainly a new year with a bang up of a start. There's a vaccine rollout. There's just so much going on. So whatever you want to share with us by way of an update.
Sure. Okay. Is it going to be like a Q&A, or do you just want me to just give a briefing?
We're kind of informal. Yeah, we're kind of informal here today.
Okay.
So whatever Mayabali you want to share. Hi, sorry, I was having technical difficulties as well. Whatever you want to share about Hoboken and how it's doing.
Okay, so I should start now.
Sure, absolutely.
No, please go right ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for having me, and I just want to commend Maria Nieves and the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce for its efforts for the Love Your Local campaign. You can give now at the what you see on the screen. Every dollar counts. But I just wanted to spend a few minutes, if you don't mind, to update you on our efforts to assist small business here in Hoboken. At the outset, I want everyone to know that from where I sit, small business is the backbone of what makes Hoboken so special. There are many businesses in different sectors that create a diversity of options for people to shop, eat, and enjoy our city. And we want to make sure that those businesses don't just survive, but that they thrive. And we want to put those words into action as well. Lip service is nice, but actionable items are also very important. So at the outset, we were able to distribute a substantial amount of funding through the CARES Act to a lot of local small businesses. We had limitations given to us by the state and the federal government in terms of the amounts that could be given, the parameters of who is eligible. But we tried our best to distribute, I think, over $2 million in funds in a way that was supportive to as many businesses as possible. There are a lot of other things, as you know. During the springtime, we utilized our real estate in the form of streeteries and parklets, closed streets, to kind of counterbalance the shutdown of indoor dining for the hospitality community. And I think that was a relative success. And it was an innovation that was replicated nationwide. And I wouldn't be surprised if in some way, shape, or form, it might be here to stay in coming years in certain iterations. More recently, there are a couple initiatives that we've undertaken. As the cold weather has come in, or the colder weather has come in, it's been more difficult to eat outdoors, and there are capacity limits for indoor dining. It's, I believe, 35% now. Even with that capacity limit, some people would prefer to avoid indoor dining. So to that end, what we've done is we've enacted an ordinance for people who would like to, or businesses who would like to increase their takeout and delivery operations. Right now, there was a state law that placed a cap on the fees that certain third-party applications, whether it's Uber Eats or Grubhub or DoorDash, can charge to a small business, and that in and of itself was a little bit high. It was at up to 30% that they can charge, and to a small business, and they weren't allowed to pass that on to the customer. So it was a charge that the small business had to incur. That was capped at 30% by state legislation, but that law expired at the end of the year. So what we saw was, after the expiration of that law, we saw the delivery service industry slowly creep up the percentage charges that they were placing upon delivery services. So we've enacted a local cap that's more stringent, that limits the amount of money that a small that Grubhub or Uber Eats, for example, can charge to 15% to the small business. So it's more money in the pockets of some of these restaurants and eateries, and it's a cost savings that we hope will be a measure to help them survive. Grubhub has been in direct contact with us, and they've bought into the limitation. And we're also in discussions with other third-party applications to make sure that that everyone's on the same page, everyone's in compliance, and those additional fees don't get charged or passed on to the customer. And then lastly, I would just say that we are going to be increasing the parking rates for some of the commercial districts. For example, Washington Street, First Street, with the goal. It's a modest increase that's in line with other municipalities such as Asbury Park or New York City, that would increase it to, I believe, 50 cents per half an hour. And the reason behind that is to encourage turnover of parking, to make parking availability to customers more accessible, so that those customers can utilize small businesses. And we're coupling that with reduced rates for business employees at our parking garages B and D, as well as the Midtown garage, so that business employees, instead of parking on the street and maybe taking spaces away from customers, can park in the garage at an affordable rate and as an alternative. That would free up parking for customers and hopefully drive more business to our commercial districts. So those are a few of the things we're trying to undertake. We're cautiously optimistic that the federal government will get its act together in the coming weeks, and there'll be additional relief on its way from Washington through Trenton and to Hoboken. We want to, from the municipal side, continue and grow that relationship with entities like the Chamber, like the Hoboken Business Alliance, because my family and I, we shop local too. We dine local. This is part of all of our community. We're all in it together, and we all want to see commerce thrive. Because if commerce thrives, I think it's a win for everyone. So yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for having me on this live stream, and remember to love your local.
Great, thank you. I just wanted a question about, I guess, sort of, the relief funding that's being talked about in DC, and how cities like Hoboken are just doing financially during this time. What does the budget situation look like? What are you sort of planning for?
Well, we're in the normal course of the various stages of planning our municipal budget. Typically what happens is the budget is introduced in March by my administration. It's then given to the city council, and it's their document to adopt. Or they can make amendments to the budget if they think we're spending too much money on snow operations. I don't think we are, because during all the snow this week, it's like, if anything, this year we ended up needing more money for snow operations. But for example, with snow operations, it just comes to my mind. If there's any line item where the city council thinks there's too much or too little, they've got the ability to make those adjustments at their discretion in any area of the budget, and then the council would then adopt the budget, and that usually happens sometime around May or June.
Okay.
Until then, we have a temporary budget on a quarterly basis.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing all that you're trying to do for small business, which is really the heart of any local, municipality, certainly in town. So, and especially in Hoboken. So thank you very much for sharing that. And we'll look to see you hopefully later in the year during our annual fall update, and hopefully things will be a lot changed by the time September, October rolls around, I hope.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll be able to have a lively discussion in person as well.
In person. That's right. All right. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Bala. Thank
Thanks
you.
for having me. Take care.
All right, Dawn, something's going on with my screen here at home and I can't quite figure it out.
Okay.
I don't know what I did. Let me see if I can fix this without.
So I know next up, we switched the programming a little bit. So we know next up that we've got Clemence from Chacopan.
Right.
Right, who's coming out. We also have her video, which is a short demo of a mousse that she is making at the bakery. But also we have her on live with us for a little bit.
Right. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to do something here. Oh, no. Somehow I sort of enlarged my screen in a way that is making it impossible for me to reach the controls. Oh, yep. The beauty of live streaming. So let me see if I can fix this. Okay. Okay, hold on.
Okay. And hopefully we will minimize any technical difficulties with the next round of guests for this afternoon.
Yes,
So,
here we go. All right, now I can find my controls.
Okay.
There we go. Woo! And so Clemens is on with us.
Hello.
Hello. And I just have to fix my screen. Woo! And so right.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? Good. How are you? So happy you can join us live.
Me too.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
So Marie, are we good?
Yeah, we are. I think
Okay.
I hear some feedback. I'm not sure if someone.
Well, it could be that maybe one of the restream is playing somewhere.
I can see whatever was said 30 seconds ago. So I
We
cannot-
have the live stream going on in the background. Feedback. I'm not sure if someone.
Well, it could be that maybe one of the restream is playing somewhere. Clemence, thank you for your patience. This is our first. We're working through it.
You're doing an amazing job, seriously.
Clemens, do you have it playing on in the background? That might be it.
Maybe on my phone, but I think I stopped.
Clemence, thank you for your patience. This is our first. We're working through it.
Okay. I don't have it playing.
I had it on my laptop, maybe that's why.
Okay, there it is.
Sounds good. Okay.
There you go.
So
Go
can
ahead.
we shoot to Clemence's video and then
Absolutely. Let me just
okay, and then we'll chat a little bit with her.
Yeah, this is the problem with new stuff, and I am so sorry. I don't know what happened to my screen here. Give me a second. Oh.
Well, so for everybody who's joining us, this is Clemence. Clemence is the owner of Chacopan Bakery. Her first location is off of First on Bloomfield, has then subsequently opened 3 other locations, 2 in Hoboken and 2 in Jersey City. I remember the day that you were about to open and you made little mini Chacopans for the Art and Music Festival. And there was literally a line to get that little taster. And I remember having I think I passed out and then I reawakened and said, wow, that may possibly be the best thing that I've ever eaten. So thank you. Thank you for opening up in Hoboken. Thank you.
Right.
I don't know if you want to give a little info, a little background on Chacopan.
Sure, of course. So we opened 9 years ago already. It seems like yesterday. It's crazy. On First Street in Hoboken, and it's true. When we were ready to open, for several reasons, we didn't get the authorization, and we had planned all this production. So we ended up distributing, and it was a great marketing operation. We gave everything away, but I mean, it served some purpose. It worked exactly. And 9 years later, we are still here, very happy. We are with our 2 locations in Hoboken and 2 in Jersey City. I must say that this past 10, 11 months now, I've been, like everybody else, I've been completely crazy, but I am very, very, very deeply touched by the community, the support that we have received. So much encouragement, people coming up, showing up, buying, really, really helping us make it through this time, and it means the world, seriously, because that's the reason why we stay open. We have received dozens of orders for Valentine's Day, which was never the case before. So that was a huge surprise. So once again, the community is here showing up, showing us their support. It's going to be a great weekend, with or without snow.
Right.
Doesn't matter. We'll make it. And yeah, it's a great feeling, really. So this Love Your Local it's all about that, and I can really testify from it. It's amazing.
I have the video. I can show it now. It's ready.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, that's good.
L-O-V-E. 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 L-O-V-E.
My sister set the alarm before she left and the motion detect alarm. Yes, sunshine. Okay, so if that is not making you drool at this point, I don't know. I don't know what is. That's amazing.
We're gonna have to play that many, many more times. No motion, so I can follow
All this chocolate melted. And
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, man.
So Clemence, what other specials are you having this weekend? And obviously you're open on Valentine's Day, right? You're open on Sundays.
Absolutely. Rain or shine or snow, we will be open. So for this weekend, we will have heart-shaped chouquettes, you know, with the little shoe that we usually sell usually by 6 or by piece. But this time they're going to be heart-shaped. We're going to have heart-shaped baguettes. We're going to have this mousse, this chocolate mousse with strawberry. We're going to have raspberry chocopain, our chocolate croissant. So filled with raspberry and with a little bit of raspberry freeze-dried on top. We have passion fruit tart with raspberry. We have chocolate ganache, vegan chocolate ganache tart with strawberry. What else do we have? Raspberry mini cakes and macaron. We have a lot of macaron as well in the theme, you know, with some cute messages on them. And finally, we have our chocolate cake and lemon pistachio cake, also sold in a heart shape. We call them for two. They are very generous for two, so you can remove the guilt and just enjoy over a few days.
Sounds wonderful. And what's the best way that people can order? Is it pre-order, online, come into the shop? What are your options?
Yeah, pre-order is definitely recommended. It's until tonight, officially the pre-order. So time to go at it. Otherwise, in the store or on the phone, and then walking in the store, there will be a lot of extra made for that day. But it's always better to pre-order because you have the peace of mind. You can come whenever, and it's going to be waiting for you. So it's better. But if you want to, you can still try them because pretty much everything is available except the mousse. Pretty much is available in the store already. So you can give it a try, and then choose, and then come back finally for it.
Wonderful.
What are your hours on Sunday exactly? When you
yes, very good. 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. for the Jersey Avenue location and the T Building location in Hoboken. 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the Hoboken First Street and the one in Jersey City Heights on Palisade Avenue.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
It's so delicious looking. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
drooling. I really, honestly and truthfully, I know now 5 different stops that I'm going to be making this weekend. So
yeah, we're just gonna add one stop after the other.
That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
Absolutely. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Clemence.
Thank you for everything you do. Excellent. Awesome. Oh my gosh. So that was fun. Should we just play that again just for the hell of it? I mean, that was.
Did we pay her short? We played her short already.
We played the short, which was beautiful too. What was that again? That was it was like a chocolate
mousse,
strawberry mousse.
Well, it was a mousse, and then she put a strawberry whipped cream on top, and with little flourless chunks of it's. But I do remember the day that she was going to open, and it was at the Art and Music Festival, and I do remember that they were these little bite-sized chocopans, right? Chocolate croissant. And it was outstanding. And we couldn't wait for her to open. And I was still a resident of Hoboken, 9 years ago. So I do remember the day that she opened up on First Street on,
That's
off of
the location
Bloomfield.
I've actually ever been to is the First Street location.
That was the first one. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been to the others. So man, oh man.
She does great stuff. Yes. As do all of our guests that have been on already this morning, all do everything wonderful in their own individual way. So, and we appreciate them.
Let's just play their short then, because that one is a short one.
Okay.
I think I kind of fixed my screen.
So what we've created is a unique place to have something to eat, to share a moment with someone special. Several people actually wrote a book in our location. To think that we are such an intimate part of their work, of their art, it's pretty amazing. We have many things for Valentine's Day. We will have passion fruit tart with raspberry, a vegan chocolate ganache with strawberry, raspberry mini cakes, a bark that we make ourselves, dark chocolate, almond and strawberries, a raspberry chocopain, so a chocolate croissant, and also we're going to do some mousse, strawberry and chocolate mousse. The community is essential for us. It's really all our guests and the vibe, the energy that they bring with them in our store that makes it all work all together.
Hey, Bruce. Hello and welcome. Can you hear me?
Hi, Maria. Am I on?
Oh, okay. Yes, you are.
There
You're
you are.
on. I don't know. Paul seems to be having some technical difficulty, which is part and parcel of live streaming.
Honestly,
he seems to be trying to connect with his
that
phone. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know. Can you do that? I don't know if you can do that.
No, it's not optimal. It's not optimal to use the phone. Correct.
I'm going to text him back. You need a computer, my friend. Yes, you
We
are
can hear
having
you. Hi, Bruce.
of a delay, Bruce. I don't know if it's your Wi-Fi. Can you hear us? Okay. You're a bit frozen.
Following.
Ah, yes. Beauty of live streaming, Don.
Yeah.
He seems to be permanently frozen now.
He's permanently
This is
frozen.
interesting. Okay,
And now
that's
he's
better.
back.
That's better, Bruce.
Hi.
Hey, Bruce, can you hear us? Yeah.
Hear you.
Do you want to log out and then log back in? Okay, so we'll have Bruce do that because not sure.
Dawn, can you hear me okay?
Now I can. Hi, Paul. How you doing?
Okay. Hey, how are you?
Good.
So I'm a little difficulties trying to use my phone to access.
Maria, you're on mute, Maria.
It's not Zoom, it's Restream. So it's a different platform.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work quite like a Zoom. Your picture, by the way, is so much clearer on this platform than on Zoom. Like I can really see you. It's really interesting, isn't it, Dawn? How much better the picture is on this platform?
Yeah,
It's either a good or a bad thing. I mean, if you're trying to hide in your pajamas, it's a bad thing. But, you know.
That was earlier.
Nobody here's doing that today, at least. And here's Bruce. Let's see if we can get Bruce.
Yeah, it's actually bouncing around on
Okay.
different platforms.
Good, Paul.
All right, let me see if we can. Paul, I've got the logo on. Let me see if I can fix this. That's better. I can't seem to make my screen the smallest a smaller screen, so I apologize. That's the best way we can do it without having the logo sit on anyone's screen. So welcome, guys. Welcome to our live stream.
Hey.
Some technical difficulties, so thank you for your patience with that. How are you both doing?
I'm still recovering. There's very few places I can sit, because of my tendon injury and operation. So, but fortunately, I get to start physical therapy in the 19th.
Oh, very good. We are live, by the way, Paul. So you're telling the
Yeah, that's okay. That's
okay, just want to make sure you know we're live on 5 platforms today. So let's introduce you guys. So we have Paul Dennison of Dennison Associates and Bruce Arbit of Mel Arbit Partners, and they are together Hudson Impact and are partners in crime on this Love Your Local campaign that we are doing. And by the way, we have 10 minutes, folks, for anybody who donates $100 to win a t-shirt. We are up to, let's see.
Doing a drum roll?
Oh yeah. Can I find my drum roll? Oh, by the way, who's next, Dawn, on our after Bruce? And
So Paul Silverman.
At what time?
2 o'clock.
Oh, okay. So we have 10 minutes. All right. So here, let's do the drum roll, please.
$83.75.
All right. All right, we're getting there.
Great.
We're getting there. Folks, 10 minutes to win a t-shirt if you donate $100. But we'll take any donation. So
yes.
Go to tinyurl.com, love your local. All right. So gentlemen, where should we start with regards to talking with you about Hudson Impact and the work that you are doing? Where should we start?
We want to talk about each other individually, just real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Well, for the public out there, I'm Paul Dennison, principal and owner of my own consulting company. It does partnership development, grant management, and I do a lot of work around community development, inclusion, and equitable development. And I really, focus on helping organizations figure out what their mission is and work on achieving it and their purpose. And one of the reasons that I'm engaged with the Chamber is that I serve and volunteer with Jersey City Theater Center as the board president, and so I engage with the Chamber through the Jersey City Theater Center.
Excellent. And as Hudson Impact, you're obviously together involved with us in sort of launching this campaign. What other work, however, beyond Love Your Local, are you all involved with?
Well, before I get into that, I want to let Bruce introduce himself.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Duh. Sorry, Bruce.
Yeah, no problem. Can you guys hear me? Am I on delay still?
You are. No, you're good now. Absolutely.
All right, great. Hi, everybody. Bruce Arbit. And because you can never have too many consultants, I'm also have a consulting firm, Mel Arbit Impact Partners, and we provide fundraising and philanthropic counsel to nonprofits, business, and community leaders. And I'm a member of the Chamber through my company. Maybe we want to talk about, us coming together through the Chamber, forming Hudson Impact, a little of what we do, and as you say, some of those other projects.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right
Paul,
ahead.
do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of the things I like about engaging with, working and engaging with the Chamber is you meet, great and interesting people to collaborate with. And Bruce and I actually met at one of the functions through the Chamber. I can't remember if it was Hola or Hudson Gives.
Hudson Gives, I believe.
Okay. And it was through some follow-up and ongoing conversations after a couple of nice cocktails, we actually found some synergy amongst ourselves, even though we were approaching issues from different perspectives. But we found that we complemented each other. And, based on that, we decided to engage and see how we can address some issues that have been going on with the changes that have been going on here in Hudson County. Both related to development, demographic and economic growth, and, dealing with community and quality of life type issues.
Yeah, and I would just add, Hudson Impact is really an opportunity to come together, to bring people together. So many of the issues that Paul mentioned, stimulating economic activity, launching large-scale philanthropic initiatives like this, and many other issues are bigger than any one organization or individual. So Hudson Impact at its core is really focused on bringing together the key stakeholders around different issues, again, like Love Your Local. So we're solving problems together and shaping the future of the region.
Excellent. And beyond Love Your Local, what other projects have you worked on or are working on?
Well, we worked together collectively on the strategic framework for the chamber, so that to help the chamber sort of move beyond the last iteration of your strategic plan, and to really put you on a forward-looking motion to deal with some of the changes that are occurring currently. Also got involved with Hudson Gives, with the task force, which is a great opportunity to kind of give nonprofits, particularly arts and culture nonprofits, an opportunity to showcase their work and show the impact that they're making in the community, to connect not just to individual, new individual donors, but to also connect to some of the corporate folks that are looking for opportunities to engage further within the community. And then just more recently, we've been working on a larger issue, and Love Your Local is stems from that, around restaurants, hotels, hospitality issues, arts and culture, and under the umbrella of tourism and destination here in Hudson County. Destination issues here in Hudson County.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I would just add, just to round it out, I've been involved in hosting a variety of food conversations, which sort of was part of the inspiration for Love Your Local, right? To bring together the food businesses, and again, not have them work in isolation. And yeah, I've heard you throughout the live stream talk about this notion of ecosystem, building this network of businesses that are coming together to support each other. The chamber obviously plays a really critical role in that, and we hope Hudson Impact can bring some awareness and resources to that. The other thing that I'm very passionate about and does connect with the chamber is this notion of anchor institutions. Anchor institutions people may not be familiar with, but it's a fairly intuitive kind of term. Those businesses, nonprofits, sometimes they're hospitals, sometimes universities, sometimes multinational companies that really have an outsized influence on a region because of their economic activity. That's the traditional definition. What we're really excited about, and I think the chamber is a good example of it, where the chamber, real estate developers, food businesses can be anchors in their community. They can use the power of their platform like we're doing today. They can bring people together. They can hire, they can purchase locally. All those kind of things really support this local ecosystem. So those are a couple things that we're working on and look to amplify.
Yeah, one of the things I would add is, again, the connectiveness of a lot of these different entities. one of the things that, happened with the folks that developed White Eagle Hall and Jersey Theater Center is that there's 2 restaurants underneath the footprint of that building. And so when there's activities in either one of those spaces, that activates those 2 spaces and some of the other, retail and restaurant spaces in the other area. So we know together and combined, they generate, the economic impact in the city. And this work that we're doing together is a good way to express that and expand that.
Excellent. Yeah. And so thank you for working with us. And we have set aside 2 T-shirts for you guys as thank yous for, and just in time.
I wore my pink though, just so you know.
Oh yes, you got your pink on. So this will go right on top of that pink. And,
absolutely.
I'll make sure you get these tomorrow. We're also using them as our demos today. So anybody who donates more than $100 wins a T-shirt. So thank you very much. Do you guys want to drop off, or Paul Silverman has joined in backstage? So
yeah, I just want to thank you and the Chamber for your leadership in this initiative, Hudson Gives. Really appreciate what you all are doing, and we look forward to more Love Your Local initiatives and supporting our food businesses in this really challenging time. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We do continue this conversation. Today's just a start, so onward.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate all the restaurants that were able to participate, and the outreach is ongoing. So we hope other folks can get the word out and continue to be a part of this initiative.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Take care now.
All right, so we are going
Bye-bye.
to
Bye.
bye.
Hey, Paul.
Hello there. How are you? Nice to see you,
Very
Paul.
good. Good to see you.
Maria.
Hello. How are you, Paul?
Doing great, thank you.
Excellent. All righty, so I'm going to take this caption off. We're going to put this one on. Well, welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you also for being an investor in our Love Your Local campaign as we started off today and kick it off. There seems to be some reverb or something. Okay, that's better. So first of all, how are you? It's been a while.
Doing great, thank you. Really well. I got vaccinated last night, so I'm happy about that. I turned 65 this year, so I'm in that category.
Well, congratulations.
Good news is I got vaccinated. Good news is I'm still here to talk about it. So
congratulations on number one, turning 65 and being able to get your hands on a vaccine, because I know it's still not easy. There's a lot of demand for it.
Jersey City has a good setup. They've organized the Bethune Center in Jersey City and also at Christ Hospital. So I went to the Christ Hospital one yesterday, well organized, timely, and my shoulder a little sore, but that's about it. So nothing much.
Excellent. Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're vaccinated.
Because I want to be able to get into these restaurants and eat there.
You're an important asset to Hudson County, so we need you around for a very, 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 very long time. So tell us about why Silverman is, partners and has all of these restaurant properties in your properties, establishments, I should say. Why is that such an important part of your ecosystem?
Well, our company tagline, building neighborhoods, it's so much more than just an apartment and a place to live. We want you to be able to walk downstairs and see the vibrant neighborhood retail presence there with stores, with restaurants, bars, interesting things to see, fun places to be, great place to get a good meal. So it's really critical to us. And when you walk our neighborhoods, you see so many enthusiastic entrepreneurs that are running ice cream shops, doctor's offices, vintage clothing store, health clubs, wine shops, liquor stores, and so many different businesses that are really important to the neighborhood. And the restaurant's a critical part of it. 7 restaurants that rent from us, including Frankie at Charles & Co., Razza and Luna in the Majestic Theater Complex, and at Park Francis, Roomba Cubana at on 10th Street, Hamilton Pork, and then their sister restaurant, Hamilton Inn, who doesn't rent from us, but as part of our family. And then a new restaurant, Chicky's Place, that'll be in the corner where GP's used to be. That's not open yet, but as soon as we get to 50% occupancy, they're promising to open up. And then our great Vietnamese restaurant, New Tan Hoi, in the Schroeder Loft building on Erie and 10th. So great variety, all kinds of cuisines. And we really encourage everybody to get in there, get into the restaurants, do takeout. I did takeout last night myself from Hamilton Port. And, being their landlord, I always order double what I should be getting. It's just my wife and me for a meal, but I want it to be over $100, so I order a lot of stuff. And putting the leftovers in the refrigerator last night, the ribs that I was putting in the fridge were saying, "Come on, don't put me in there, eat them," and I was able to hold off and use my willpower to not eat them. And I have another meal for tomorrow night, so it's good. I don't hear you, Maria.
I was saying, I think Hamilton Pork was one of the last places I ate at before the shutdown happened. And I've done takeout since. So they're
They've also made it safe for indoor dining. They have plexiglass partitions between their seating and then really spread it out. So I haven't ventured inside yet, being in my 60s, but there are a lot of people that are enjoying their meals there and enjoying indoor dining safely.
Excellent. And Chicky's Place is new. They have a couple of locations already in Jersey City, but they're going to be opening up a new spot then soon.
Well, there's only one Chicky's Place, but Mike Gandevis and John Gandevis, who own Hamilton Inn, Hamilton Port, they also run Hudson Hall. They're the people behind Chicky's Place. So it's an Italian restaurant, similar to what GP's was, but a new decor and be a new menu. And they promise as soon as the government says 50% or more occupancy, they'll open up for that.
Excellent. And just how is business otherwise in terms of real estate and the industry you're in? How has that been going over the last year?
It's certainly down from what it was. Our residential occupancy, we're spoiled. We usually operate at 99% occupancy in our apartments, where everything is just about full all the time. And we're down to 90% right now. So we've had young people move back to their parents' houses and older people my age moving to a vacation house. And then couples with young kids running around. Instead of being cooped up in a building, they've rented or bought something out in the suburbs. So we've lost about 10% of our residents. But there are a lot of people moving in. We've had more move-ins the past 6 months than we did a year ago, 6 months, because people are still coming into the city. A couple from Texas, a lot of people from Manhattan, a lot of people from Brooklyn. So we're still getting a lot. And, the streets of Jersey City feel full of life. In New York City, you got some pretty quiet neighborhoods with boarded up buildings and restaurants that are closed. But, walk around Hamilton Park, walking around Van Borst Park, Grove Street, you feel like there's a lot of life. And I think that's what the attraction is.
Right. There's an advantage to being a smaller city.
Yes.
So you and your brother are good prognosticators, and sure that's how you've gotten to grow your business. What do you think as we hopefully see the light at the end of the tunnel on this pandemic with the vaccine, hopefully, how do you see recovery sort of happening and how long? Have you thought about that?
Yes, we sure have. And, I don't like to predict the future, but I know that it's going to take a while. It's not going to bounce back overnight. It's a good 2 or 3 years so we get back to that 99% and people back in offices and all that. So it's important to live for today, be accepting of what we have so that we don't get too frustrated and too disappointed. Be happy with our 90% occupancy, which we're thrilled with, happy with the people that are living here, happy with takeout food and watching Netflix at night. So, I think, I've been in situations where, things are bad and there's nothing you can do about it. So we make the most of it, enjoy the time we have, and it will get better, with vaccines, with warmer weather, with the resiliency. I think any of these restaurants that will survive through the spring are going to be stronger than ever because they really built their network to accommodate the slower business. So when they get the big business, they'll really do well. So we're optimistic. And I like to say as a developer that we're always unreasonably optimistic. We have to be to we keep building and keep opening buildings. We have a couple of new buildings opening up. We have a building on Erie Street between 9th and 10th that's going to open up this summer and fall with another 58 apartments, rental apartments, ground floor commercial space. Hope to put a restaurant in there, and a second floor office space. So we got approximately 40,000 feet of office space that'll be opening up in the Hamilton Park neighborhood, which is a beautiful neighborhood, really walkable, but very close to the entrance to the Holland Tunnel, very close to the New Jersey Turnpike. So it'd be a good combination of in-town residential mixed with the office space there as well. And we're in the middle of building our first high-rise building, partnering with the Albany's group in New York, building a 40-story building with almost 500 apartments right by the Grove Street Pass Station on Marin, between Marin, Morgan, and Bay. So it's we just keep building, and we'll fill them up eventually. We keep our debt low, so we'll manage to keep it going, keep our expenses under control. So,
are you at all concerned about having new office space coming online with folks working from home, or not because of the market you're going to target with that office space?
Well, fortunately, it's designed so that it can be small spaces, and we also have operable windows throughout. So I think we've designed it well. There's some patio space, so I think people will feel safe there. You got modern technology for ventilation, so it'll feel safe, and the spaces are manageable size. So I think we'll be in good shape filling them up.
Okay, excellent.
We'll see you in a year. If you come back in a year from now, I'll tell you. But hopefully to fill them up quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Any special plans, Paul, for Valentine's Day?
Oh, it's very special. Something on Netflix, I would think, or Amazon Prime. My wife's probably not watching this, but a colleague of mine who's in the real estate business, his daughter is a pastry chef at a restaurant, and because the restaurant has been a little slower, she's baking on her own. So I'm stopping my way home tonight, picking up some chocolate cake, some special kind of cake, and some chocolate dipped strawberries. So I'll bring that home tonight, and we'll have a little extra snack. So it'll be nice. But happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Lincoln's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot that this is
a busy holiday weekend.
Yeah, it's a holiday weekend. I almost completely forgot. I've been so busy. And I also want to say congratulations on your 40 years in business. I got that right?
Yeah, 1981. My brother Eric and I started. I started working in Kearney, 1978, running our father's trucking company. But Eric and I started the real estate business by purchasing our first building on Sussex Street in downtown Jersey City, Paulus Hook, 1981. So one fun, quick story about that first building. I was 23, Eric was 21. And when we first bought this building, it had been empty for years, 5-story, 14 units, empty for a long, long time, broken windows and all. And we're in there cleaning it up one weekend, in our T-shirts and jeans and sweeping and cleaning. And Bill Vermeerski, who owned the funeral home next door, he's since passed away. He sees us in the building, and he yells at us, "Kids, get out of that building!" We went down and introduced ourselves to him as the new owners of the building, and developed a deep respect with him. He was on the planning board, became the chairman of the planning board, and was able to approve a few new projects for us. So it was fun to grow with him and to see the progress we've made. And so we've been so thrilled with what has happened in Jersey City over these last 40 years. To really we feel like we've had a really significant impact in the neighborhoods where we've developed, and it feels good. It really does.
Absolutely. I mean, that impact, you've done a tremendous amount to make it happen. So it's hard to imagine you and your brother and cleaning things up at your building. So it's good to know that every successful business person starts by rolling up their sleeves and cleaning things up.
Oh, I sweep all the time, pick up litter all the time.
Excellent.
I unclog toilets too. So 2 things before we finish. I think the grant program is great. I understand that you're looking for people to make donations.
Yes.
And there'll be a grant available. This to the employees of the restaurants? Is that the idea?
No, it's actually to the restaurants. We figured it would be easier that way. And they're going to be micro grants to support any sort of expenses that they've had above and beyond because of the COVID primarily. And then we're going to buy gift cards.
Yeah, very good.
It'll be first come, first serve for the micro grants. And then we're going to buy gift cards. And what we'll do is we'll use those gift cards as prizes for donors for our Hudson Gives event. So we'll hopefully get the money up front, and then they'll get another boost when the actual user of the card goes to the restaurant and uses the card. I mean, I think most times when somebody has a gift card, they always, spend more than the gift card. So that's always helpful.
It's a win-win, that's for sure. And then related to Hudson Gives, I think, together with Veronica Park, we started the Youth Foundation of Jersey City in 2020. And we had a successful first year supporting New City Kids, the Coptic Church in Jersey City, the Lincoln High School, and the Jersey City Theater Center with significant grants. We're still pretty small, but I think significant. And we'll be entering our second year now, and we are signing up today, as a matter of fact, for Hudson Gives. And, we were happy to see the foundation has been strong. We have 13 board members. Youth Foundation of Jersey City is our website. You can see the 13 board members. We meet every 2 weeks, Monday afternoon at 4:30. And so if someone presents us today with a request for money, got somebody in here cleaning the office. I'm in a new conference room for a commercial tenant of ours. Thank you. You're famous now. So anyway, I was going to say Youth Foundation Jersey City. So people present their request for support, and we vote on it, and we pay it. So we work quickly. So we ask for if you have the ability to donate to our foundation, please do that. You can do it right on our website, Youth Foundation of Jersey City. If you need money, if you run a youth program, we don't want to run the program for you. But if you run a program and you need support, such as New City Kids, or I know Charlie Maynard, former assemblyman, he's doing a program helping to feed children on weekends. So if you're running a program and you need some support, please make that request to us as well. So we're happy to.
Youth Foundation.
Youth Foundation of Jersey City.
Jersey City. And you guys are signing up for Hudson Gives. That's great. Awesome. I'm so glad you guys are. Fantastic. We're going to try to raise $500,000 this year. So a good year to join.
Good.
All right.
Thank you for having me today. This is
Thank
great.
you, Paul.
Thank you. Good
Absolutely. Well, I got to connect you and Dawn, because Dawn has a bakery and she's looking for a space in Jersey City.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
A light bulb went off when you talked about your new space.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dawn.
She's got to move to Jersey City. So, all right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Bye-bye.
All righty. All right. That was fun. Paul is always fun, though. He's always got good energy. And someone's in the waiting room. Lois.
So it should be Lois. Yes.
Yes. Hello.
Lois.
Hello.
Hello.
Dawn, you want to take it away?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Lois Kramer Perez, and she is from Mambo Feng Shui. I love Lois. I'll say it. We're loving locals. Lois is a local business. I love Lois. Lois is fabulous. Wonderful direction, wonderful advice, wonderful guidance, fabulous programs and events. So we're so happy to sort of round out the afternoon after Talia's conversation this morning, a little bit on a deeper level about changes that are going on and through this year, to then talk about how we can actually implement those changes in a different way, right? So that's where Lois is coming in. I'll turn it over to her to talk about, the Chinese New Year and what that means for us. So this is Lois.
Ooh, what a little feng shui can do for you. Well, it's my favorite time of the year, Chinese New Year. And the Lunar New Year comes anywhere between mid-January to mid-February. I find it a wonderful time to reboot, refresh, and get ready. And one of the things I'd like to share with you today is it's actually Chinese New Year's Eve. So, ooh-hoo! So I've got my friends here, the ox and the rat, and they're going to help share with us what kind of energy we can expect. So last year, it was the year of the rat. The rat was a very busy year, very scurrying around, lots to get done, go, 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 go. A lot of things swirling, a lot of things happening that we didn't expect. But the rat is very intelligent, and the rat knew how to manage and pivot in order to survive at its best. But this year we have the ox coming in. And the ox is actually a metal ox. And when we look at the qualities of the metal ox, the ox teaches us that slow and steady is our pace. So you might find that the year has sort of slowed down a bit. We're just transitioning into this new year now. And being methodical and traditional, the ox will succeed. So I find this will be a year where there will be a level of integrity and honesty and really standing up for what we believe in. And what I'd also like to share, in addition to the metal ox, we have a 6 metal year that coincides with this energy. And what does that mean in a 6 metal year? Well, when we look at the forecast that the year of the metal ox is bringing us, he's telling us to be slow and steady, be in integrity, and look at how you're doing what you do. How can you be even better? So you might find that you are interested in enhancing your skills, in doing what you do on an even greater way. And the 6 metal year is the energy that's going to inspire you to be the expert of yourself. And how can you be the expert? Well, invest in yourself, enhance your skills, and be even better. So there's going to be a lot of energy around this year of making ourselves being even better. And collaboration, teamwork. Get together with people who are the experts. So if you're looking to start a new venture, you don't want to just jump into it quickly. This is not the year to flip houses. This is the year to make investments that will give you long-term gains, and collaborate with people who are the experts. So if you're looking for something new, find someone who's already the expert in that area. And I love how Dawn is looking to expand in Jersey City. So what she's going to do, she's going to collaborate with an expert and people are going to show up to be available to you. But you have to pay attention to understand that they're there. Very often, if you're not focused and if you're in a place in your own head where you're not paying attention, then you're not going to see all of these opportunities that are waiting for you. And again, that's what this number 6 year brings, the ability to be focused, to be the authority, to be in charge. And there's even some talk about travel this year. The influence of the 6 star brings an opportunity for travel. And when we look at different things, how we can enhance our space for the Chinese New Year of the metal ox, one of the recommendations is to look at the center of your space. This is where we have the star of indirect wealth coming. Indirectly, things are going to happen that will bring you wealth that's unexpected. So what you can do in the center of your space is, number one, clear it out, make sure it's clean. You don't want things in the center that could be taking up room for opportunity. You want to enhance that by thinking about creating an abundance. And one of the things that we talked about in the metal year of this ox in the center of our space is opportunity for travel. So one of the suggestions is to put a glass globe in the center of your space. And in the center of my home, I have a landing where I have a pedestal with my Buddha. So I ordered a brand new glass globe to place in the center. And my thought is, if we all put a glass globe in the center of our homes or offices, would that mean we could clear the pandemic? We can all get healthy enough so we can get healthy to travel by the end of 2021. Wouldn't that be something wonderful we could all manifest? So that's how I like to look at these different recommendations that we learn for Chinese New Year to really make it the best it can be. And because it's New Year's Eve, there's a couple of tips I'd like to share with you of what you can do today. So what I want you to think about how you can end today, being Chinese New Year's Eve. Finish up any outstanding projects and think about something that might be a little challenging or annoying that you can finish today so you can make way for tomorrow to be easy and fun. When you wake up tomorrow morning, the first things you think should be something happy and abundant. For instance, I feel even happier today. I feel even healthier today. I'm inspired to have a great day. This will be the tone you'll be setting for the rest of the year. And this is a wonderful recommendation of something we could do every day. I know lots of you must do your morning affirmations, right? Well, Chinese New Year is a great way to remember and reset. And what I'd like you to think about doing on Chinese New Year's Day tomorrow is things that feel fun. So lots of us will have to be working. Traditionally for Chinese New Year, we say no working on New Year's Day. But if you have to work, if you have commitments, if it's part of what you do it in a way that you love it. Do it in a way that feels easy. And as you do whatever your projects or working with your clients, think, wow, this was great. I'm going to have 100 more clients just like this one. They pay on time. They understand value. And this is who I want to hang around with. So everything you do tomorrow will be setting that tone. And we love to do these wonderful things to get ready for a great 2021. And wear something red on New Year's Day, because red is an auspicious color. Red is our fire energy. It's fun. It really connects to our peak. So whether you wear red glasses like I am, a red top, you can even wear red socks or tie a red ribbon around your ankle. Whatever works for you is exactly what it has to be. So this is a great reset time. Remember, slow and steady. Make your commitment and stay on target. And another thing that we've been guided by the Ox this year is to be mindful of how you speak your words. It's a 6 metal year with the metal Ox. And the energy of metal can be a little bit sharp, and it could almost be slicing. It could almost feel as if you're cutting someone off at the knees. So be mindful how you speak to others. Be respectful. Take care of how you have conversations. It's time to take a pause before an argument becomes into such a slice of relationship that it may not even be repairable, because those sharp words, when they cut like a knife and you're cutting somebody off, that's not what you really want to happen. And I find if we all are a little more compassionate, if we all think about what the other person might be feeling, if we each have more respect, not only for others, but ourselves, we can really create a wonderful 2021 for all of us, because we're always being influenced by the energy around us. And even if you don't think you're consciously engaging, it's there. You're all more sensitive than you realize. So we've got the Ox to give us this slow and steady year where we will all succeed when we stay on our course. We will find that we are up-leveling our skills to be even more of the expert of who we are, and look to those around you that are the experts in their field to really guide you. So Dawn, is there anything you'd like to ask or share before we continue?
Yes, I would. So I know that there are different elements, right? And it just so happens that this year the element is metal.
Yes.
How do each, if you could quickly, what's the difference between the different elements, and how can we use metal to our advantage this year?
Excellent question. So in our feng shui astrology and our feng shui systems, we always go back to the 5 elements. These are the 5 elements in nature. So everything we do, looking at the energy of the year, the energy of the person, the energy in our space. We look at the energy of water. That's our first element. And water is winter and midnight. And this element is about thinking and dreaming and planning. It's when we're intuitive, and it's more of a dream time than an action time. And you might find yourself going through the winter season that you may be influenced just by nature of wanting to be more quiet. It's darker longer than it is brighter. So you might find yourself doing more dreamy, more quiet things. And then after water, we have trees, because the water feeds the trees so they can grow. And the tree element is all about early morning spring. It's that energy that you're all going to start feeling. Even though we've got snow in northern New Jersey, there's still this urge to maybe clean up and purge and clear out stuff and want to get going. Spring brings a rebirth. It's a newness. So that energy of spring is early morning and ready to go, go, go. So that energy will give us the energy and enthusiasm to just keep moving, to get outside. Think of how it feels when you see the little buds coming up from the trees, right? The buds on the trees, the little grass peeking up out of the snow. All of a sudden you feel like, wow, I'm ready. And then we have the trees feed the fire so it can burn. And fire is our passion, our peak. It's noon, it's summer, it's fun. It's that energy of excitement and inspiration. Then we come to the element of earth. Well, the ashes from the fire nourish the earth. And the earth is a settling time. It's a comfortable time. It's a time where we get grounded and we almost pause. You know that feeling that you have at 3 p.m, you just feel like, oh, maybe could I take a little nap? I want to just sit and it's that time I find mid-August, right? It's not the end of summer. Autumn didn't come yet, but I feel sort of things are starting to pause. Things are quieting down. It's a more stable time. And then metal is that contracting and refining time. Metal is evening. It's autumn when things are coming to a close, where things are completing. And I think of how a metal round ball is very clear and precise and clean. And think of that word meticulous. Meticulous, metal, precise. So in a metal year, we have the opportunity to focus, to get really clear on what it is we want to do. And just be mindful with the influence of the metal ox and the metal 6, we don't want to get too black and white, because that would be the extreme where we see it's either one way or the other. We want to stay a little more flexible because we're coming into a fire year next year. And we want to notice how the energy of metal can allow you to up-level your skills, to be the authority. As I said, people might find there are opportunities to enhance what they do already, to add to your skills. You might even find challenges in your life are forcing you to learn something different, to learn a different way. And those are the gifts that we least expect. The things that we might say, what is this? But this year you're going to say, wow, thank you, because you will reap those benefits even beyond what's happening in this year. You will reap those benefits as they happen in the following years. So this is how we look at these different energies and how we can use them. And if you find that the metal year has you very serious and you're getting just a little bit too focused on business and you're really not loosening up, you know what you could do? You can use some fire energy. Fire is the energy of fun. So who do you know that can make you laugh? Who do you know that can be silly? Who do you know that carries these stuffed animals around in their purse all the time? And you never know when there's going to be a puppet show. Maybe watch a silly movie. Look for something on social media that can make you laugh, because the fire can gently soften a rigid metal. And if you find that you're stuck and you're not moving and you feel like you're glued to your chair all the time, well, we've got the energy of the trees to help us, right? Get outside, look out the window, connect to nature, because that energy of nature and trees can really help you get moving and be inspired to walk and go. Even putting a plant in your office. If you have an office and you work on computers and electronics, a peace lily is a wonderful plant to put in your space. Peace lilies, they need low light, they just need water, and they actually help mitigate the effects of EMFs from computers and all the digital products. So that's a great way to add some green. And you can always add a couple of bamboo stalks. All they need is water, a clear vase, some bamboo, and that brings life and vitality and love. And I've got my orchids. I never thought I could have orchids bloom for me. I would get them not knowing they would go into hibernation. I thought they went away. But now my orchids are blooming and reblooming and they're getting quiet. So I like to have some flowers in my office to remind me of life, of feeling alive. And then if you need some comfort and you just need some self-care, bring in the earth element. The earth element is all about nurturing. It's getting cozy. Snuggle up on your couch or in your favorite chair, wrap a blanket around you, and just feel good. Just get cozy, because that's the element of earth. And all of these elements bring time for us that we need. We're not just one element. We just don't need one. We need them all. And for those of you that like to stay up late and sleep in the morning, that's the water element. The night owls, where you function better in the evening than in the morning. Well, the water element can bring you time for meditation, can connect with you for dream time. Have some of you found that in your daydreams is when you really create your best ideas, where you're dreaming and daydreaming? Wow, you can actually manifest things to happen. Well, I'm a daydream believer. And what I used to do before I left the corporate world to do my shui, I would sit at my desk and dream, what would it be like if I could just do this full time? What would my day be like if I could feng shui and teach and share my shui and do my meditation? What would it be like? And I would imagine what I would do, how I would get up in the morning, where would I go? What would my day be like? I imagined it so much that it happened. And I manifested through my imagination and dream time a win on a 50-50 raffle in a charity to win $2,000 to take a course I was looking to. And I even manifested a little iPod when I was dragging around a boombox with CDs, teaching my meditation classes by imagining, what would it be like if I could get that little iPod that I could stick in my pocket and off I would go. And boom, from a football raffle from a little kid, I won it. So daydreamers out there, you're not lazy. You're not wasting time. Use your daydreams mindfully. Use that time to really get connected with what it is that you want and what it is that you choose to have, because that's the difference of just thinking about it, writing yourself that check and putting it somewhere. Get yourself involved and put things in your space that remind you of what it is you want to achieve, right? When you see it, whether you're aware of it or not, Feng Shui teaches us your space is having a conversation with you all the time, but you might not be aware. So get involved. In fact, start the conversation by things you thoughtfully place in your space.
Just to give, thank you, Lois. That's just, beautifully said. Just to give our viewers a little sort of insight. I actually rearranged my, little home office here, at my sister's home where I live, or even rearrange some stuff at the bakery, et cetera, et cetera. And you could literally feel the energy shift. It's so important. And I think it's a really great point that you talked about, which is what Talia talked about earlier, is that realizing what works for you and realizing what you need to do, right? So if it's go outside and be in nature and breathe in the fresh air, or go take a walk in the park because the trees will make you feel like there's new rebirth and a beginning, or go make some snow angels in the snow, or whatever the case, right? It's tap into what it is that's going to make you feel good, because once you start to feel good, your mind feels refreshed, and then you can start to tackle all of those, issues or problems or whatever, right, that you're faced with, and try to find solutions for it and move on. We know that it's been a very taxing year last year. I think that it's very timely, whether it was by mistake, coincidental, or on purpose, that Love Your Local was launched today on the Chinese New Year, that we're on the precipice of a wonderful new, slow, steady, changing year, right? And I feel very excited that we launched this when we did, and that we have you on to sort of share with our viewers that there really are things that you can do to set yourself up for a productive and rewarding year.
Absolutely. And one thing I'd like everyone that's watching to just take a moment and look around and notice what's around you. What's in front of you? What is the view of what you're looking at? Where are you sitting? How does it feel? Is it serving you? Is there a layer of annoyance beneath the surface? Are there little things that you're saying, I'm not going to pay attention to that? Well, these little things make a difference, and it's easy to do small little steps for great shifts. I always talk about sit, make sure you're in a chair with a nice high back, and you can have a view of what's coming, because more than feng shui, it's all based on psychology. If your back is to a door, then your central nervous system is a little uneasy, and it's not quite sure if anyone's there. Is somebody coming? And it almost feels like you want to keep turning around. What's happening? What's happening? In feng shui, it's a metaphor for turning your back to the world, for saying, no, don't bother me. I'm not interested. And opportunities might just pass you by. So there are many different ways to really set yourself for success. And I even bought myself a brand new chair during this time because I was spending so much time at my desk. And I'm thinking, wait, I'm always telling everyone, get a nice sturdy chair with a high back where you feel powerful. And I was sitting on a chair that was so uncomfortable. I said, oh my gosh, I didn't even listen to myself. So I bought a new chair. I put it together myself, and I love my chair. So when I sit down at my desk, I love my chair. I love my desk. And if there's something in front of me, if I have too much chaos and my mind is chaotic, you know what's going to happen? The universe will give me a little nudge and everything will just fall on the floor. So I have to pick it up and sort it out and put it away. So pay attention to the things that happen unexpectedly. Sometimes you get a little nudge to put you in the right direction.
Right, right. Absolutely. So I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted to share, but we want to make sure before your time is over that you tell people how to get in touch with you, your website, if they want to sign up for one of your events, or, you know, one-to-one sessions that you have. So, you know, if you want to share that info for everybody.
Sure. If you go to LoisKramerPerez.com, LoisKramerPerez.com, on my website, I've got a great blog that talks about Chinese New Year's Eve and Chinese New Year's Day. I think you can even purchase my replay of my Chinese New Year class. I've got lots of fun classes coming up and events starting next week. I do weekly meditation circles and a monthly evening circle. Lots of really cool stuff. If you have your feng shui questions, I'd love to hear from you. Ask me. I love to share the shui. That's my mission, and that's what I meant.
Did we lose Lois? You're on mute. Oh, she's back. There she is. Okay. You're back.
I'm back. So I love supporting local. I love Dawn, and I love bringing your goodies across the pond to my friends that live in New York City. It's always wonderful. I love Talia. You know, it was great to see her again. And thank you for having me. And enjoy your shui today. And remember, when you wake up tomorrow morning, say something happy, feel good, create the day, and you're setting the tone for a fabulous 2021.
Thank you, Lois. Thank you for your energy. You're always so positive and energetic. Thank you. You're fabulous.
All right, now I'm off mute.
Okay.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Again, I was listening sort of backstage, as I like to call it. I'd forgotten that red is an auspicious color, actually. And she reminded me to be compassionate. So I need to work on that.
Oh, and also,
it's actually my word for the year. I actually intentionally chose it, and I have forgotten that I'd chosen it. So the universe must be speaking to me through Lois. Because
yes, it is.
That
yes,
was quite a reminder, Maria. Compassionate. So
yeah, and very insightful information. You know, like again, it's telling people that you have to be open to the things that are around you, and it's not just about what you think or want to have happen. You got to be open to the changing and the environment and listening to yourself, right? And sometimes it's just as simple as going outside and getting a nice, you know, clean, big, deep breath, fresh air, to sort of reinvigorate yourself, and then you continue on your day. So Lois has been fabulous. She's a wonderful guide. She's got a lot of very fun events. She's, you know, can totally re-shui your room if you wanted to be more productive. And yeah, so I'm happy that we've got Lois. We had Lois on and to talk about the new year approaching. And it's really very timely, right? We launched this today. The new year is tomorrow. Our first thoughts tomorrow are going to be positive ones because it's setting the tone for the rest of the year, the Chinese New Year, the rest of the Chinese New Year.
Say at the beginning about the year of the rat is about, there's a lot of upheaval.
Well, there was a lot of scurrying along. Rats are very busy, and rats are survivors, right? So they'll do anything to sort of still be around.
Right.
It's not a surprise that we then went through a pandemic in the year of a rat, right? Because what did rats do? They brought the plague, if you really think about it from.
And we were scurrying around trying to survive last year.
Right.
We became like, and then the year of the metal ox is all about restarting.
Slow and steady. So what is it? So what are oxen, right? Ox are
That's right.
Slow and steady, yoked animals that plow the fields, right? So it's about very methodical and slow and steady work. Then she described the different elements, right? And what the elements do play into it. I mean, it's really very fascinating. Once you start to get into the level of detail that she has, right? And the information that she can provide, and then finding out what animal you are, what year you were born, what element, and how you use all of that, plus your space and manifestations. Like she said, put a glass globe, because if that's something that you want, then you want to travel, then put that there as a reminder every day that that's what you want to do.
Right. Well, I think, I mean, I was listening in on the year of the metal ox, slow and steady, and it made me think that we are launching this, and this.
Right.
I'd love to be able to raise all $50,000 today, but in reality, it's probably not going to happen, and it's going to be a slow and steady campaign to continue to raise funds and bring attention to the sector and our entire local sector, locally owned business sector in Hudson County. So it's a good reminder for all of us. To be mindful of slow and steady. And I think also just living through, without getting political or being partisan, because we are a nonpartisan organization, but the last 4 years has all been about, just surviving that. And now it's the slow and steady of the aftermath of that.
Well, and setting ourselves up for what the next phase is, right? So we've just had a major upheaval in that year, dealing with it on personal level, business level, also
in our politics, we just had that upheaval January 6th.
Absolutely. So now it's really setting the stage for what we're going to do in the next phase of our lives.
Okay, interesting. All very interesting. All right. I mean, I think whether you believe in sort of whether it's the Chinese New Year and horoscope. I'm not sure what it's not horoscope with Chinese New Year though, but it's not astrological, but it is.
A lot of it all plays into each other of what's actually happening.
Right.
But that's a whole other level of,
Yeah. Well, and all I mean to say is whether you believe in it or not, it offers some food for thought.
Right.
Perspective on how to look at things.
Right. And it's another way of providing assistance. We're obviously, our day was supposed to be introducing stakeholders and businesses and funders and foodies, but also providing help, right? And support for you, the business owner, to be able to take that next step to move on and move your business forward and change it the way you need to. So in Talia's session this morning and in Lois's session just now, they sort of very much coincide with each other, just different aspects and different ways of thinking about it. But it's just another stream and way to ask for assistance that starts with you yourself.
Absolutely. All right. So that was a great session. So
it was fabulous.
Again, thank you to Lois for coming on and sharing her perspective and some information on the Chinese New Year. I think I was born in the year of the monkey. I have to go check.
Yes, me too.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay. Yeah. You probably were born in the same year then? Is that possible? Right? Because there are like 10 or so. Aren't there 10 or so?
Yeah, I'm not going
to share, but I'm guessing we're probably
I think we're born in the same year.
Because
I thought we were.
I don't think there's that age difference between us. So
no. That's it's like a 15-year gap or something between the years or something like that. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, but if anybody's interested, go out to Lois's site.
I have to go back and now look at what the year of the monk. I don't think I've ever really done that. So it'll be interesting to just see what the monkey thing is all about. So anyway, what's coming up next?
So we have Anthony Romano coming on at 3:00.
All right.
And he's confirmed.
He is confirmed. Okay. He's not joining from a phone.
Hopefully not.
Okay. Let me just pull up one short to see if, I think there are a couple of shorts we haven't seen yet.
And also we want to make sure that we show Anthony's short when Anthony's on, because he hasn't had an opportunity to see it yet either.
Yes. So let me pull up the Ani Ramen.
Okay, good. That's a good one too.
This is Erica from Ani Ramen in downtown Jersey City, and it's almost Valentine's Day. Holiday all about love, loving your restaurants, loving your people, your community. We love when people come in and celebrate special moments, birthdays, anniversaries. One of the best things that we like to celebrate here at Ani Ramen, other than amazing, amazing food and fabulous cocktails, is when people get engaged here. And we're so happy to be a significant part of people's lives, and we love sharing the special moments with them, and we're happy that they choose us to share it. And the next time that you have something special to celebrate with friends, family, whomever, we would love to share your celebration with you. And you can actually visit our website, www.aniramen.com, to check out our menu, to place an order, to make a reservation. Love to see you soon.
Gosh, now I'm hungry for noodles.
I know.
Man.
I was going to say the same thing.
We're going to order food from all the restaurants and have it here so that when we pull up their short, I can then have a bowl of noodles and go, oh, yes.
I know, exactly.
What were we thinking to talk about food?
You know
Without
what?
having the food here.
This is fabulous, because the next iteration, we are going to do that level of coordination on top of everything else. Yeah, It's going to be amazing. It'll be amazing.
All right. Do we want to take a short, then 10-minute break and then come back?
We can come back. We can do a tally of where we are, and we'll come back with Anthony. Yes.
Okay. Very good. I'm going to share my screen, put some music on, and we will be back, everybody, at 3:00. Hi, everybody. We are back. I believe I am back. Yes. We're going to stop the share. All right. So I'm just waiting for my co-host to get back on. And we will continue. Welcome, everybody. This is our live stream of Hudson. Oh, my. I almost said Hudson Gives. Love Your Local, which is our fundraiser for our Restaurant Relief Fund. We are in the process of raising funds to support locally owned businesses and food eateries. We started and launched really our fundraising fund, this fund today, and the fundraising for it in a very public way. So thank you to everybody who has donated so far. And is Anthony Romano joining us at 3 or 3:15?
No, he should be on at 3.
Okay. So while we wait for Anthony to join us, Commissioner Romano, I'm going to pull up the Love Your Local screen again, actually. I just want to thank some of our sponsors. Let's see. All right. And yes, we're at $8,400. So this is a good start to our fund. Certainly we want to continue to raise more. This will be open through this first phase for giving through February 15, which is this coming Monday. And I just want to thank all of the restaurants who are helping us to spread the word. They include all of the restaurants so far listed here. We certainly would love to, restaurants and food eateries, I should say, some of these are cafes, some of these are bakeries. And I want to say that we're very much open to, as we do further iterations of this, to expand the number of partners that we have, absolutely. And then I want to also thank our initial investors for helping us to launch this. They include Silverman, and Paul Silverman was on earlier, the Hudson County Chamber of Commerce, Provident Bank, and Cafe Esme. So there you have it. Please give now, if you can, as you can.
Do we want to do another t-shirt giveaway?
Absolutely. So it's 3:05. And I guess what we can do is anybody who gives between now and I guess 5 p.m. Let's do between now and 5 p.m.
Okay.
Donate $100 by 5 p.m. and win a, oops, it would be good if I could spell. I Love Your Local t-shirt and right, give now. I do like making these captions. This is fun. Got to get my kick somewhere, I suppose. tinyurl.com. Love your. All right. All right. There we go. Let me just see if I can edit this. All right. So I think we can go back and play one of our shorts.
Sure.
And all day long we've been playing various what we call shorts, short videos. They were made by Branding Shorts, so I guess that's why we're calling them shorts. And that is a video production company in Hoboken, and they were very good to work with us on this project. So I'm going to play one that we played earlier today, and we asked them really to visit with some of the restaurants that are working with us and to have a conversation with folks about, you know, what memories do they have or what's memorable about working and having a locally owned restaurant. So let's hear from Liberty House, and a lot of folks do know Liberty House.
We've been part of the community and have not only celebrated weddings with so many people, but we're now working with them on their children's sweet 16s and engagement parties and graduations. It's always an honor and a privilege to know that we're part of that. Valentine's Day is certainly a day that we're really looking forward to. We're there to give them a great night. The chef has a phenomenal menu worked out. For those people who can't get to the restaurant, we have a program in place that will allow them to pick up a day before a complete meal with full instructions on how to put it all together so that once you get home, you can really enjoy a meal that comes hot out of the oven for you and your loved one.
Alrighty. Should we also go over the agenda program
for the rest of the day?
Rest of the day.
Sure.
Let's see. Where did I put it? Oh, here we go. All right. Let me share my screen. Nope. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. All right, try it again. No, that's the wrong screen too. Why don't I just close that one? Okay. All righty, there we go. So we're in our afternoon hours, and we are waiting for Anthony Romano to join us. He's a commissioner for Hudson County. Many folks know him in that capacity. And then at 3:30, we have Carmen Mendiola with Hard Grove Cafe. She's going to come on. And then at 4 o'clock, we're going to learn how to make a frittata with Chef Renee Hewitt. I'm looking forward to that. And then we're going to hear about Hendrickson's in Bayonne, and that's Hendrickson's Corner in Bayonne. So we're going to hear from Bob O'Neill. And we will close out the day with probably one of the more important sessions, and that will be making a Valentine's Day cocktail, which I think we could all use. So that should be a lot of fun, and that will close out our day, essentially. All right. So we will hang out here until Anthony Romano joins us. All right, I'm being told that Anthony is logging on. Anthony Romano, excellent. We're looking forward to that. And what I'm going to do is queue up the Brandy Shorts video about Louise and Jerry's, which is the bar that his family has been in his family in Hoboken. And as soon as he can make it on, we will have a conversation with him. While we're waiting, I'll just remind everybody that you can please go to our website, which is tinyurl.com//love-your-local and make a donation. And again, we are raising money today, and we'll be doing this throughout the year too, but really we're trying to kick it off today with a good sizable amount of fundraising. We're currently at $8,400. We'd love to get to 10,000 by the end of today. So if you could go to Love Your Local, tinyurl.com, Love Your Local. We are attempting to raise funds to support micro relief grants for local restaurants, locally owned restaurants and food eateries in Hudson County. We all know that they're an important part of our lives. They make great food, nourish us, and then these are the places where we convene with family and friends and loved ones to celebrate, especially on weekends like Valentine's Day. So if you can, any amount of donation is welcome. $5 you can donate. You can donate more if you'd like. And again, that website is tinyurl.com, Love Your Local. These t-shirts are Love Your Local t-shirts. We will be giving away Love Your Local t-shirts to anyone who makes a donation of $100 or more by 5 p.m. So if you make a donation of $100 or more by 5 p.m., we'll contact you to send you a Love Your Local t-shirt. So make a donation today and support our efforts here and support your local establishments. All righty. I think I see, here we go. Hey, Anthony.
Hello, do you hear me, Maria?
Yes.
Good.
I
How
see
you been?
How are you?
Good, good. Pat Amelia told you you're coming on with me, right?
Yeah, but we need to wait for a day. He said you had you couldn't make it this week. So next week?
I'm due next week. I had oral surgery Tuesday, so I
Oh,
had
how are you feeling?
better. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Well, welcome. Welcome.
I'm honored. I'm very honored. I always
Love Your
always want to
Local.
support Maria.
Well, thank you. And thank you for definitely thank you for being a supporter of the chamber and local businesses. And you are a business owner. What we'd love to do first is show the video that you created with Branding Shorts. Let's do that right now.
I hope it came out all right.
Oh,
It's beautiful. It's fabulous.
A couple months ago, just before the holidays, a gentleman came in with his wife and said, we met here when your mother ran the establishment, and we went out, we wound up falling in love, got married, had children, moved into the burbs, and we've come back and just to say hello. It's the first time I've been in Hoboken for a while. And there's been other instances too of people that have met their girlfriends or have had romantic moments, which led to most of the time good things and futures together. Come down to Louise Jerry's after you have your dinner. There's good food and we have an excellent staff. And I'm sure Valentine's Day Gina or Gisela will put you in a romantic mood with one of their specialty drinks that they put together. Wow, my compliments to you all. Wow, you did a good job.
No, that's really great. You did a very nice job. I love the story you tell of the couple that came in. That's awesome.
They just, it's funny, Marie, it just happened just before the holidays. They came in.
That's awesome. And that's the essence of being a locally owned business and getting to really, people have memories at restaurants and bars, and momentous things happen at our local establishments. And so it's just part of our everyday life, but we don't really think about it,
It's true. It's true. It's a mojo, an energy that a place has to have, an atmosphere where comfortability, where people can feel they can maybe get an intimate moment with another person and things develop.
Excellent. So how are things going in Hoboken? How's the scene?
Well, I think that with the extending of the hours, it's going to help us tremendously. I found that the 10 o'clock closing was very tough because people felt you're finishing your dinner. Usually people eat 7, 8, finish at 9. If you go, what are you going to sit down maybe for an hour? And I found that we were having to, at 10 o'clock, tell people, you have to leave, you have to leave. I know in a couple of establishments next door and across the street, the police had to be called because people didn't want to leave. They were eating their dinner. And it was hard. And then once the weather got very cold, you couldn't have the heaters outside, which we spent money on, or you couldn't have the tents outside because of the wind. And that when the weather was warm, the outside really had caught on, and that the chamber had pushed that idea, which we're grateful for. And I think that it's important that we get this momentum going again, because the bills mount. A lot of people don't realize this is a new year. Insurance goes up, the water bills, the sewage, liquor prices. So we need to expand on the hours and hopefully get people back in.
Yeah, and you raise a good point, because we we've been in this for a year. right? It's going to be a year in a couple of weeks in terms of the lockdown. And I think a lot of people are thinking, well, we're past the hardest part, but I think they may not realize that a lot of smaller and locally owned businesses are dealing with the fallout of what happened last year with the shutdown that happened for a couple of months, and then some of the expenses that they had to invest in. And Hoboken did a really nice job with the outdoor dining space. I mean, it was really vibrant last summer and into the fall. But that added an expense for businesses.
I had the temporary one. I think that's the parklet. Is that the parklet? I know there's the two different, and the obviously because we're in a loading zone, you couldn't get the permanent one. But that was such a benefit during that one stretch. We were closed obviously March 14th to June 14th, so you're 3 months closed. And unfortunately, I got the COVID at the end of March. Unfortunately, I survived it. But I think that to make up for that, because I bought awnings, and I'm sure other businesses did to innovate. I got the fencing, you get the outdoor furniture. So to incur these expenses and not be able to get it back, it's a tough thing. And at that September and that August, September, October was the best part of this year.
Right. And Dawn, you talked about that as well, just how you put a window into your space, and people make adjustments, they pivot, they make these investments. But it's still been very tough. And so that's why we are doing this fund today and trying to raise money and also bring a spotlight to the fact that we all need to go out to enjoy a drink if we can, and if we don't feel comfortable doing that, at least order from somewhere local. And if we can, order directly. I don't want to speak badly about any business, but if there are services that are putting those, really high fees, and I don't think I
excellent point.
Honestly say that I did not realize that that there were fees being put on the local businesses at that level. Like I use some of these, and I know I'm paying a delivery fee, and then I'm paying a tip. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why the fees are so large to the local business. It's not making. I don't really understand the business model.
That's an excellent point that you make, Maria, and it's not fair to all those involved. We're trying to get this economic engine going, and you see fees, and you see some places saying, well, you only have a certain amount of time to be here, and you can't order this, or there's no. And I think that that's caused a lot of conflict and misunderstandings. And I think that it's up to the leaders as yourselves, you and Dawn, to help us work through these things to find out. And I'd love to be a part of that, where people could talk and discuss it and maybe find out why this is happening, because it has affected people in a negative way.
Right. And I was watching your video and thinking, I haven't myself been to a bar in a very long time, and I actually miss it. So you guys are open, right? I'm going to have to come by, and
I'm going to share a story with you and Dawn. This example of this weekend. It started about a month ago, a little more than a month ago. A young group of young urban professionals discovered Louise and Jerry's, the pool table, the dartboard. They're from Manhattan. So they come almost every Friday and Saturday now, 10 to 12. And they ask, can we play chess? So we used to have a chess night on Tuesdays. So I bring up the chessboard. I have a nice chessboard. So they're playing chess. They're playing pool. Last Friday and Saturday, we had groups from Queens and from the Bronx.
Oh, wow.
And the whole vibe. And Pam and Gina, we put new lights in the front, the streaming lights. We kept one of the neons. And I think that's added to it. And I said to New York as well, I guess we won't see anymore once New York opens up. And they said, no, because your prices are fair. We don't mind the Uber. So I think that going and having people from New York come, I was exceptionally honored and proud that they said our staff treated them with dignity, our prices. They didn't try to gouge. And they were really appreciative. And they were really nice people. They want to play pool. They want to have a few drinks, and they want to play chess. And I wish I had more space, because it's just amazing how welcome they said they felt here in Jersey and in Hoboken, and to come to a place where they were not more of a lounge atmosphere as opposed to, you know, a crowded establishment, or it was just a very young crowd.
Well,
you know, go ahead, Dawn.
Sorry, I was going to say that says a lot to the type of environment, right, that you get from Louise and Jerry. So can you talk about a little bit about the history of the place and why your establishment makes people feel that way when they go there?
I always compare Louise and Jerry's to the island of the misfit toys, Cheers, where everyone's welcome. My aunt and uncle took over in 1958. They rented it that first year. It had previously been a German and Dutch bar, part of the three buildings. It was a hotel when originally built in the 1870s or late 70s. They took over. My uncle told me there was a potbelly stove in there, and it was plank board for a bar. And then right now, which is, I think it is either Mad Hatter or next door, that was a Schaefer's restaurant. Schaefer's had two restaurants. The Diner, which was it's now Teak, or whatever name it is. And there was a fire in 1960, and they changed it to the town lunch, I think my uncle said. So they took the bar that was in there and they put it on dollies after the fire, and that was the bar in Louise and Jerry's until 2014. And my aunt had the customers that her clientele first were tells the time of Hoboken. For example, there was the coat manufacturer next door, Jewish Benny. There was Michael Schadol. There was Jerry the Hollander. They were my aunt's customers, and she would cook Italian food. There was she was very strict about women playing pool or women being too close to men. And that's how it evolved. And then when my aunt got sick, as the town changed to a young urban professional town with the first gentrifications, they formed the pool leagues. And then that was that young group of men that my aunt became very close to. And then after my aunt got sick, then when Jay and Matt took over for my mom and dad, they also brought in a clientele of musicians and artists, which was a great thing. Now, during the evolving of Hoboken, where that a part of the demographic has sort of moved on, we're dog friendly, baby friendly. We get these stroller moms will come in on a Saturday if they're either sitting outside or come in, and dog owners because of the fact that dogs are allowed. So it's a constant evolving element that comes into the bar. As I said, now with the New York group, and we also have your regulars. You have Vinny the Shoe that owns the Italia on 7th and Willow. You have we have so many of the Irish workers that are here on loan. Unfortunately, we just lost a couple. You get attached to them. Kieran was a great guy. He was here since the devastating flood that we had here in Hoboken. He worked for years, and he just had to go back to Ireland. And we all got close to Kieran and Stefano. There's so many people, and I think part of it's the staff. The staff has evolved, led by Gina, and Pam changed the vibe. She's the designer of the place, and Gina has done a good job with the other ones with Illyriana. It's a diversified staff, ethnic wise. They're very honest, and I think that helps, and that brings the people.
And it's funny you mentioned where everybody knows your name, sort of thing, because one of the things that struck me about your video is that you mention your waitress and wait staff by name. Like, that says something about you as well, that you know who works with, you know the folks you work with, and they're part of your.
It's a family.
Honestly, I call them family. I respect them all. And in the daytime now, we have Michael Falco working in the daytime, and he has retired firemen there. You have city workers, so the day crowd is different from the night crowd. You get more of the older people in the daytime. Gregory, and there's just so many, and there's John. Another gentleman, John, he's a big company owner, but he comes in, he's been coming in for years, and he uses his computers. They use the computer a lot. We have the Wi-Fi, and they bring in, it's another benefit too, Dawn and Marie, I found out a lot of people like the idea to bring their own food in or order, and we'll get it in for them. And we're surrounded by such good restaurants. We have Pure Pita, we have Saporitos, we have the Cuban. I mean, it's a good location. You have Grimaldi's down the block. You have Zero Auto Uno. Ben and Jerry's is right there. So I noticed that they enjoy. A lot of people would rather buy the food and bring it in. I noticed it in the summer outdoors, and even more so, even in the Sunday for the Super Bowl, all the people from New York brought all their homemade food in, and then we buy sandwiches around Christmas time. We have them in the daytime, the little bite sandwiches, and you have to be socially aware of the COVID restrictions, obviously. And you can't do as much as you used to, but I think that that's part of it, as you both said. And to work together, it has to be a team collaborative effort. I learned that in policing, you learn it in government. And what Maria has done with the chamber, obviously, everybody has to buy into it. Some bars during the very successful times didn't want to be part of everything, but you need to have an organization such as the chamber so we can all reach common goals, whether you're a big establishment or you're a small establishment.
Right, absolutely. Thank you for that. And I was going to say something else. Oh yeah, about the 20-year-olds coming in from New York City. I can totally appreciate that there are.
No, they're the 30-year-old group.
30-year-olds. Okay. Well, I can
years old.
totally appreciate that. They're past their clubbing days and they want a real place where they can have a conversation and not be in a crowded space and not pay ridiculous prices. And the fact that they'll travel out to where you are to Hoboken is I think that's tremendous. So,
well, Uber has made that happen, and now, but Uber's starting to really gouge prices too on them, and that's not fair. So I let them, we try to work with them as far as letting them wait, so the Uber price may go down, so they wait outside. People have to understand that. One problem that we do seem to have in the corridor because of our closeness to the shelter is that in the summer. And I know that it's a problem that the customers outdoors in both the Cuban, myself, and other places that we have to somehow work. Jackie does a good job, but I think that the shelter there's so many people that it was affecting us in the summer on the outdoors.
Well, Anthony, you bring up a good point, and it's a point that we've heard over and over again throughout the day, is that businesses have helped each other, and it's in the good times and in the hard times, right, that it really does count. And it's great to see that you're partnered with the other businesses in town, and that people feel comfortable bringing the food in to you and still patronizing you and your establishment as well as the other locals, and your next door neighbors. So it's a very compassionate community. It really is.
It is. And, I think it's important too. And you both are on top of it. You're directly involved. And I know Maria, I always push for Maria to be involved with the special improvement district. I think that this is important because I want to support it and I want to know how, what we're doing with it. And I know you've been great explaining to me, and I think you need to be more communication about that. A lot of the business owners come to me and say, Anthony, well, what are we doing here? And I think that the communication has to get out. Mm-hmm. And I hopefully, I know Maria is a great resource with regards to that. And you, Dawn, have been a leading force in that. People love the fact that, the lights were a great thing. And in the summer, the flowers, but because of everything that's going on, I think there needs to be a lot more communication out there.
Okay, noted. Gotcha. All right. Is there anything else we should be aware of, or?
I hope to continue. I think we should, even if it's virtual, do the Zoom meetings. I've helped assist, and we have now, for the first time in a long time, a vibrant Hoboken Rotary, led by the new president, Connor Steigerwald. Okay, and I got about 10 of them, and they met in Louise and Jerry's, the whole group. And ironically, they're having the meetings in Louise and Jerry's. They had the election there the other day because there was turmoil 2 leaderships ago that was out to destroy the Hoboken Rotary. And Maria and I know what that's about. And then the new team came in, Kim and Jackie. They did a great job, but they've moved on. We did a toy drive with the Rotary. In fact, if you know anyone that any children need toys, I still have some left over in the garage.
Okay.
The Red Bulls have donated a lot of shirts I still have. And I think to show that we do care for the community, that we're not just alcohol establishments or restaurants that we want to be part of. But the communication, ladies, I think is so important that you keep this, whether it's virtual, whether it's meetings. I think that your leadership is needed to keep us together, to get through the tough times. I've learned, I learned when I attended the leadership program at West Point, it's easy to place blames, but we have to problem solve and work through it. And that's the most important thing. And I know you both are not blamers, you're problem solvers. And I just hope to continue working with you. And I think we all should, because let's face it, we have establishments in Hoboken that have been closed for almost a year. The old Teak, the old Lana, and and people are, we have to be innovative here. Because even with residential, I know we have residential apartments that are vacant that used to be, they get filled overnight. And now, because of what's happening in New York, it's a domino effect into Hoboken and Jersey City. And I think I like the fact that, instead of we work together with Jersey City too, it's always been our sister city. And if something's working there, maybe we should try it. But I look forward to continue to work with you two, and anything that I could do, whether as a business owner, as an elected official, or as your friend. I have a lot of respect and admiration for what you have accomplished. And Maria, I need some maps when we get a chance.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I have a ton of them, and I'm going to go into the office next week and
just give me a call and I'll come and get them. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I can drive through and drop them off.
No, that's no problem. We'll come out and get them. That's
okay. Got to get some to some of the hotels as well. They are beautiful maps. So we'll do that. Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. And to that point and to that end, I have to, I was hoping we would be able to do some in-person events at the chamber, but we're going to wait probably a little bit more into the spring, maybe even the summer, and get back to that. But looking forward to it. So maybe we can do an event at Louise and Jerry's.
It's always open to anything I could do to help. And again, I like the fact when I hear from you and Dawn, it makes me feel I know I have a lot of trust in you too. Greg is great, but he's he's Greg. I'll deal with you too.
I'll tell Greg that.
Well, he knows already. He knows.
I'm sure he does. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you.
And please, ladies, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to you both with Pat Amelia. We can even do a series if you want to do once a month to let everybody know what you're doing. We're on Comcast and Cablevision, and it's exciting. And I think that it'll be good to get it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you all. God bless. Be safe and stay healthy.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dawn. So what time is it? 3:35-ish?
3:35.
All right. And our next guest is running a little late. So, all right. I'm going to put on our please donate at tinyurl.com. Love your local. We seem to be stalled at 8,400. So I'd love to see if somebody can get us over that hump of 8,400 and to the next level. And I would really love to see if we can get to 10,000
this day. Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yep.
Today. So donate here. And one of the things I'm going to do for sure, I think we've shown all the branding shorts, right? Or have we missed any? Let me just check.
I think you might have shown them all.
Yeah. So I can show, because we actually started to re-show some of them.
We can cycle through them again.
Yeah, let me do the Boy Cafe again. So I like this one. I like all of them.
They're beautiful.
All right.
We like to think of ourselves as more of a community space, and coffee is just one of the products and one of the ways that we connect with people. Sure enough, there was this one couple that would come in and they would sit next to each other and they started talking and they sparked a friendship. Fast forward a few years later, he proposed to her on the waterfront, and inside a Boy cup was the ring. We currently are offering till the end of February a strawberry rose latte and a strawberry rose hot chocolate. Also on our website we have some Valentine's Day bundles. I think the support that we've felt this year has really warmed our hearts, and that's also a love that we feel deeply.
Do you know what I think the beauty about each of those stories are, those shorts, is the fact that the music that they chose for each of those establishments is so right on for them.
Perfectly
that it's just, it really, they're fabulous. I think they're fabulous. I think, so
I don't think
blending shorts.
I don't think I actually played that one earlier because I would have remembered that story. So about the couple meeting and then falling in love and him proposing, and then Choco Pond with the folks who have written books at their shop.
Yeah.
That's just incredible. Some of these stories are really, truly incredible. And it's it's a strawberry.
So yeah, so the drink specials this weekend. So from Cafe Esme, she's got a Beattuccino, and she also has some version of a rose latte.
Right.
They has two. They've got I think it's a strawberry rose
that's
latte, and then they also have a hot chocolate.
Okay, I've got to try.
And they're providing a discount if people mention Love Your Local and they go into any of their shops and tell the barista, they get a discount.
Oh, do they? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, all right. So what I'm going to do with all of these videos is I'm going to post them individually on the Chamber website, and I can add that as part of the post. If you go into Bray and say Love Your Local, they will give you a discount on the drink. Wow, that's awesome. I have to have one of those strawberry rose lattes now. They just look so gorgeous.
Well, between the noodles, the Beattuccino, the hot chocolate, the mousse. I mean, honestly,
the red velvet bread pudding.
Oh, please! Amazing. It's been an amazing day so far. It really has.
Next time we do this in a studio with a kitchen, I don't know where that would be, and we have everybody cook their stuff for us so that we can actually taste it. I think that's the way to go.
Yes, or by the magic of television. Here we go.
That's right. All right. 3:40. Do we want to see if she is going to be able to make it, or text her?
Yep, I'll do an outreach again.
Okay. And then after, let's see, at 4 p.m. is Chef Renee Hewitt with the frittata demo.
Yes.
Speaking of good food. All right.
And you also sent us the recipe, so we should be able to post that.
Okay.
We should be able to post that too.
Let me get that and see if I can post it on the screen. Oh, there it is. Frittata recipe. Okay. All right, so actually, let me see if I can. My dog, Huckleberry, wants to be on the live stream. Let me save this as something, frittata recipe, and upload this and see if I can share this on the screen, which is the frittata recipe from Chef Hewitt. Yes, Huckleberry. 1 second, dude. Frittata recipe. Here we go. Okay.
Okay, so our next guest should be on in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we can also, we can repeat. You've got it up on the screen. If you donate $100 by 5 p.m., you get a fabulous Love Your Local t-shirt. You can run around town with it, tell everybody and show everybody how you supported this fundraising effort. We did mention this morning that this is the first iteration of it, of many that will take place throughout the year. We're excited to expand to other businesses, other establishments, and other industries. We've had a lot of buzz and a lot of feedback so far from other businesses who want to be involved in it, non-food related. We all know, and in all capacities of businesses have struggled or are still struggling to even get their businesses back open again. A lot of them are in Hoboken. Yes, I have seen, as I've driven around in Jersey City as well, and in other cities in Hudson County, you can see the struggle, right? And so we're here for that recovery and relief, and it's a start, right? We started today. We will reach our goal, and we will surpass that goal in all of the other iterations that we have throughout the year. So
that's right. It's a slow and steady effort.
That's it, like that metal ox.
That's right. Starting the conversation today, because it's also, to your point, it's going to be about recovery as well. And I think we all know that recovery may be slowest at the local level, so we need to shore up our local businesses.
So we can probably mention, if we assume that majority of you, if you're watching, that at some point you probably watched the Super Bowl or a piece of it and looked at the commercials. One thing that I think was a common theme in the majority of the commercials that I saw, because I only really watch it for the commercials, I'll be totally honest with you, and I love football, but don't get me wrong. But the commercials are always fun. That the theme of the commercials was eat local, support local, shop local. And it was amazing. It was amazing to see it. And it's almost like, again, when you're in it and you're doing it yourself and you're starting that, that ball rolling, and then you start to see how it evolves, and, that ball gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it continues to roll. And it's really amazing to see how we're doing this and started this when we are kind of at the verge of so many other establishments and organizations trying to do the same thing. So, it was really great to see that the shop local piece, because it really is so important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so while we're waiting for our next guest, I will share the frittata recipe that is coming up. Can everybody see that? Let me put it up here. Okay. Ew, I probably need to zoom in a bit.
I was planning to speak with Don Pascal in regards to your package tracking number 941833.
You, Don? I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
I can see it. It's kind of small, but
it is. Let's see. It's spinach frittata, 6 eggs, pepper, half a bag of fresh spinach. I'm not sure what that means, though. What does half a bag mean? Like how much exactly? Somebody like me who doesn't cook a lot, I need to have like...
Depends how big the bag is, but you're probably looking at about 2 cups.
Okay, gotcha. Garlic. Let me see if I can scroll down here a bit. Garlic powder. I think this is garlic powder here. And onion powder, heavy cream, cheese, cherry tomatoes, and vegetables. Oh, okay. So this is actually not like a crazy recipe. I don't know why I think of frittatas as well as bread pudding as just something difficult to make. It's really an egg dish.
Yes. Yep.
Does that look better? Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, and then I can take this off. All right, so that's coming up at 4 o'clock with Chef Rene Hewitt, who has his own following.
Yes, and he has his own show on Comcast, In the Kitchen with Chef Rene.
And okay. Well, we have like 13 minutes before Chef Rene comes on.
Yes. As we're waiting for our other guest to join, and hopefully she is able to momentarily.
Okay.
That would be wonderful.
And then
Otherwise, we do have Chef Renee queued up. He's ready to join soon.
Oh, he is. Okay. So I guess we shall see how this goes then, how soon he does join. And gets hopefully he's set up. I know it must be hard to do a Zoom thing when you're trying to cook for folks in demo. And then we have at 4:30, is it 4:30 or 5?
At 4:45, we have Bob O'Neill from Hendrickson's Corner. So we were very excited to have a Bayonne partner as part of our fundraising effort. And it's really, I had a quick couple conversations with Bob, and it's really very interesting history about Hendrickson's Corner. Didn't know it. And he's going to share that with us as well. There's been a lot of iterations and changes and restarts to that establishment. So it'll be interesting to talk to him about it. Excellent. And then 5 o'clock.
Yes,
cocktails.
indeed. That's what right. Yes. It'll finally be 5 o'clock here.
That's right.
It feels almost like a Friday, but I know it's just a Thursday. So got to pace myself here. All right. All right. So,
do you want Chef Renee to start earlier?
Yeah, why not? Is he ready to go?
So let's see if he can join early.
Okay, great. And while Dawn is getting Chef Renee set up, just a reminder to everyone out there who might be watching, we are giving away free t-shirts to anybody who donates $100 or more by 5 p.m., which is in another hour and 10 minutes. Do you want to take a couple minutes break, or is he joining soon?
I'm just waiting for his response. He should be. He was ready. He was sort of queued up to go.
Oh, okay, excellent. And then he can.
So do we want to play one of the shorts then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Let us go back to.
So what we've created is a unique place to have something to eat, to share a moment with someone special. Several people actually wrote a book in our location. To think that we are such an intimate part of their work, of their art, it's pretty amazing. We have many things for Valentine's Day. We will have passion fruit tart with raspberry, a vegan chocolate ganache with strawberry, raspberry mini cakes, a bark that we make ourselves, dark chocolate, almond and strawberries, raspberry chocopin, so a chocolate croissant, and also we're going to do some mousse, strawberry and chocolate mousse. The community is essential for us. It's really all our guests and the vibe, the energy that they bring with them in our store that makes it all work all together.
Yeah, their stuff just looks delicious.
It does.
I really just usually go to a bakery and do like the chocolate croissant. I'm not very adventurous, but I've got to expand my repertoire.
So once, a few years ago, when my sister and I we both still lived in Hoboken. We had friends over for dinner, and we made dinner for our friends, and we stopped at Chacopan to buy bread to serve at the meal. Literally, all I needed to do was just put the bread out on the table. Not that we don't know how to cook, we do. And the food was fabulous, but the bread, literally, we probably should have bought like 5 more loaves. It was insane. It was like this olive loaf wreath, and it was amazing. It was amazing.
That sounds amazing.
Good food is good.
Yeah, absolutely. And bread, I have a special place in my heart for bread. So.
Absolutely, yes. Don't we all?
Let's pull up the cafe. We can replay all of these actually, because you can never see them enough.
A few weeks ago, we have a friend who keeps on coming and getting the coffee from here, and she orders a cake from us, and then she gives us a little piece of paper, and she said, well, it has to be pink inside because we're having a girl. It's for my sister, but we're going to do a gender reveal party for the baby. We celebrate everything. We celebrate life. We celebrate happiness. And of course, we look forward to Valentine's Day. We prepared a drink called Beet Tachino. So it's a drink made with beets and ginger. Another special drink that we have for Valentine's Day is our signature rose latte. It tastes like happiness. This is your cafe, your community cafe, where you meet with friends, where we know you by your first name.
Rose latte. Yeah. Okay. Chino. That's interesting. I've got to check that out. Okay. Too much. I think I'm going to be in Jersey City tomorrow. So
it's going to be a food-filled weekend.
Yes, indeed. Why not?
Why not? Exactly right. Why not?
I've got to nourish the mind, body.
Yep.
The whole thing. All right. Do we know? See? Yeah. Well, we'll play one more. This one.
The Colo Club is built on special moments, a lot of private events, a lot of birthday parties, and the Colo Club is a place where we have weddings. We have a lot of people who live in town, who've been married at the Colo Club, who have spent that special moment, that day of love. I see people through town, and now they have kids, and we've helped to build lives, to grow and to move on. This Sunday, we'll be hosting a Valentine's Day pop-up. So it's a cocktail pairing. There'll be 8 cocktails with a 3-course dinner. And they're all based on love and enjoying your partner there. We're taking reservations now, and they're on our website.
Yeah, we had our parents' 50th wedding anniversary at the Colo Club.
Oh, when was that?
2015.
Okay.
Yeah, wonderful. It was a wonderful party. The staff is wonderful. I mean, I have a special place in my heart, and I could say this again later on once the Colo Club staff comes on. But, I started my business out of the Pilsner House. So I had this cuckoo idea that I could talk to the event planner and say, hey, do you think maybe the owners can rent me the kitchen downstairs in the Winter Garden? And they did. And that's really how I started my business. And I was there for 4 years. Like I grew the whole wholesale business because of them. So, again, Colo, Pilsner, like they definitely hold a special place for me. They really do.
Right. Yeah. And, a lot of restaurants that have kitchens that aren't being used all the time.
Right.
They're great resources for helping others to start out. So, and they just have a beautiful space.
Oh yeah. To bake there was just fabulous. You open up the Winter Garden doors and especially if it was a beautiful day. You know, you did get stragglers that came in and they wanted to, you know, I smell something good. Are you open? And it's like, no, we're not. No, sorry. But, you know, all joking aside, it was a lovely environment to, you know, to work in until I had the opportunity to open up my own space. So I'm very grateful for them for the start.
Excellent.
So we should have Chef Renee available.
Okay. Very good. Well, it is 3:58, which is
Okay.
actually, I think, the time he was supposed to come on anyway, right?
Yep.
So there you go. Look at that. All good.
Do we want to play another short?
Let me see which one. Here we go.
This is Erica from downtown Jersey City, and it's almost Valentine's Day. Holiday all about love, loving your restaurants, loving your people, your community. We love when people come in and celebrate special moments, birthdays, anniversaries. One of the best things that we like to celebrate here at Ani Ramen, other than amazing food and fabulous cocktails, is when people get engaged here. We're so happy to be a significant part of people's lives, and we love sharing the special moments with them, and we're happy that they choose us to share it. And the next time that you have something special to celebrate with friends, family, whomever, we would love to share your celebration with you. And you can actually visit our website, www.aniramen.com, to check out our menu, to place an order, to make a reservation. Love to see you soon.
They have an interesting website. It's slurp.sip.repeat.
That's adorable. That's fabulous.
All right. Okay, I think we have. Yes, there we are. Yay.
Yay.
Let's put
Can
this
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Oh,
Let me see something.
is your volume up?
No, I don't hear you. Oh, because I'm using this type of microphone, which is plugged into my laptop.
Aha.
So let me unplug this, okay? That's the problem.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm so used to using this microphone, which is plugged
No
into
worries.
my laptop. So here we are. How's everyone?
Good.
How are you?
It's a lot of heat up in this apartment, and I have light shining on me, so it's kind of hot. But I'm used to it, so I will be able to make it. Wow, this is really. Let me turn off the phone. Sorry, I was texting you as you saw. If it's not one thing, it's another, right? Okay, give me 1 sec. Come on. Okay. Now the phone wants to update. I'll be right with you.
No problem.
Oh, I think I got it. I got the volume down. Okay, I'm ready. Sorry for the technical difficulties here.
That's okay. They happen. We've been having.
These things happen. When I do my show every week, we go through a couple of things. And the main thing with me, I'm always forgetting something. If it's not this, it's the spatula. And then I have to do my little joke. I go, be right
Wait a
back.
second. How do you forget the spatula, Chef?
I know. It's always, It's always something I forget. It's like if I don't forget something, it might be bad luck. Right? Well, don't. Okay. So thank you so much for having me today. I really, really, really appreciate it. This is going to be a wonderful day. Making one of my favorite dishes, frittata. And I'm sure a lot of people like frittata. I believe if you can make an omelet, even though an omelet is rolled, you can make a frittata. Really, really simple, really simple. And frittatas, you can use a variety of things. You can make one with veggies in it. You can make a frittata with mushrooms. However, today we're going to use spinach and we're going to use some cheddar cheese. Okay? You with me?
Sounds good.
So, the first thing that I have to have is a sip of wine. That's from my sponsor, Domaine de Riviere. But I believe when you cook, it's always good to have a glass of wine, no matter what kind it is. It could be Chardonnay, it could be Noir, whatever you like. It's good, and you have music playing, and it just makes things a lot fun and sometimes even faster. Okay? So, the first thing that we want to do is work with the eggs. I have 6 eggs. Now, have any of you made frittata before?
Yes.
I haven't, so I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, and who has?
I have. Dawn.
Oh, Dawn. And what kind of frittata do you make?
Literally anything that you have left over in the fridge.
That's what I'm talking about. Anything you have left over will work.
Within limits and means, but
Yeah.
but you know what I mean.
But at the same time, what I do, if I have leftovers, I make us empanadas, which isn't bad.
Nice.
Have some leftovers. And if you can't make the dough, excuse me, if you can't make the dough, you can just go to one of the stores and pick up the dough already made for you. I believe the company is Goya.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can go to Goya and pick up the large ones because they have 2 different sizes. Some of them small, some of them are large.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the dough that's the hard part with the empanadas. So.
Yeah. And then I wrote a recipe for vegan and for vegetarian, and it just changes because the regular empanada, the edges you want to brush it with some egg wash, but for vegans you just can use a little water, and it works the same thing, using the edge of the knife. It's really simple. It's really simple. Okay, so this is going to be really good, really fast. I have 6 eggs in here. I'm going to add a little garlic powder, just a little. And I use just the 2 fingers. You can do either 3 or 4, or you can put it in the palm of your hand and dump it in. Okay, a little garlic powder. And a little onion powder. Why not? Let's get this. I told you I'm going to forget something. I forgot something. I knew it was going to happen, right? Okay. Now, I'm adding a little salt. However, not too much. This is the kosher salt, but for a lot of people, you have to watch your salt intake. Okay? So I have a little coarse, and a little bit of this coarse salt goes a long way, as you know. Okay, I think that should be it. One time I used the coarse salt for the first time, and when I was eating, I said, wow, this is a lot of salt, because I didn't realize that the coarse salt is very strong. Okay? Now, I have what is called roasted garlic pepper. This is from one of my sponsors, R.L. Schreiber. This is really good. They have a lot of products. If you get a chance, look into it. Otherwise, for you young ladies, I'll have them send you a couple of samples. How about that?
Thank you.
You like that? Yeah, I'll have them sprinkle some in my ham, in which I did years ago. You remember now, you're supposed to make sure that the cover is tight. Well, Renee not thinking. What did I do? Anybody can guess?
You walked the cover off.
It wasn't tight, and I went to go like this.
God. Oh my gosh.
And I forgot what the ingredient was, but it went all in my food. So. And here I am with a spoon trying to scrape some of it out and throw it in the sink. I never do that again. And when I teach classes, I teach at Hudson Community College, I'm continuing ed, and I tell the students when class was in session, make sure that the cover's on tight, you know? So, so the seasoning.
You didn't do that on air, though, did you?
Huh?
Did you do that on your show? You didn't do that on your show.
No, not on my show. I did that. I think I did when I first was starting school. You know, you start and you say, oh, yeah. It was one of those, but it was so funny. I laughed at my own self. So, yeah. So through habit, I'm telling you. Okay, my roasted garlic, spices. Squeeze it between your fingers, because what that does, it brings out some of the oils. Just squeeze it between your fingers. Oh, it smells so good. Okay, you see how fast this is going? Really good. I thought I would need a lot of time, but afterwards I thought about it, and I said the best thing to do is to give myself more time than what I actually need. Okay, that I need for this. I'll be right back. I told you it was going to happen. I'm coming. Crushed red peppers. That's going to pick it up a little bit, right? Crushed red peppers. The cover is on tight on this one because I don't want to go like this.
You never make that mistake again, right? Exactly.
And then don't be laughing, saying, "Renee, you said it and you jinxed yourself," right? Okay, not too much. I don't mind spice because I like jerk chicken. Do either of you like jerk chicken?
Not too spicy. I can't do too spicy. I do. Yeah. I mean, which is tough because I like spicy food, but as I get older, I can't seem to tolerate it as much. So.
Well, with the jerk chicken, they have jerk chicken, jerk fish, jerk beef, you name it, they have it. But they do have different strengths. Some of it is a light jerk seasoning, and then some of it is a heavy. And it depends on how much you put on it. Even if you buy it by mistake and it's a heavy jerk seasoning, just put less on it, you know, and rub it in with the fingers, you know, get it in there, but just don't touch your eye. You'll be saying, enough, I don't want it no more. And then your eyes is burning. It's like if you touch what's those peppers?
Is there another story here? Is there another? You didn't do that once, did you?
No, I didn't do that. No. The only thing I did do, I said when I first started at Hudson Community College for culinary, I was all excited. I said, I'm gonna make some jerk seasoning. So I came home and I got all the ingredients. I got those Scotch bonnet peppers, right? Well, lo and behold, I took the Scotch bonnet and cut it and put it in and had it blend in the blender. Guess what happened? It was too strong.
Oh my gosh.
I tasted and it was like, oh my, because Scotch, you know what? The Scotch bonnet is hot. Yes. And it was so hot, I had to throw it all away. I couldn't do anything with it. I had to throw the whole thing away. I learned my lesson. You know, you go to culinary school and you say, oh, yeah, I got this. I'm a chef now. Those things happen. Okay, so I have everything in here that I need so far because I have the spinach that needs to go, and I have some heavy cream, and then later at the end, I'm gonna add the cheese, okay? Like I said, I have the yellow cheddar, they have the white cheddar. It depends on what you like. There's no rule to saying you have to use this or you have to use that. It's up to you, okay? So, heavy cream, this is about 1/4 cup. There we go. take my handy fork and I'm going to start just mixing. I think this is the way Julia Child used to do it. So I'm copying her. Oh, this is so good. This is so good.
That's a good imitation.
Yeah. Oh, my name is Julia Child. No, it's not. See, cooking, you have, I'm like this all the time. Cooking, you have to make it fun. You can't, I mean, if you're by yourself, and sometimes I put on music because I like my house music. I put on music and do what I have to do. It, you know, it always works. Okay, so we have our eggs mixed up together. Let's put this over here. And I have another sip of wine for you, the young ladies.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, boy, doesn't that taste good? Okay, spinach. Now, you can do as much spinach as you like. Okay, I love spinach. I made one earlier this morning, and I put a lot of spinach because I love spinach. Okay, so
your recipe says half a bag. So about how many cups is that?
I think it's I think maybe about 2, 4, maybe 6 cups.
Okay.
After you make it, who am I speaking with?
Maria. Sorry.
Yeah. After you make it a couple of times, you have a general idea how much you want to use. Okay. Like I said, it's no rule. That's just from my cookbook that I'm working on. Hopefully it will be out. Okay, so spinach ready. Let's take the spinach and we're going to add it. Yes. And I think I told you the surprise that's going on top of the frittata, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, it is like the best. Okay. So here I'm mixing it up. Now, is this the way that you made your the basic part of your frittata?
So yeah, I happen to, so Chef, it's Dawn. I happen to eat eggs, but I don't eat dairy. So I don't put cream, milk in it, and then I don't use dairy cheese. I just use other supplements like nutritional yeast, which has a cheesy kind of flavor, and other sorts of like non-dairy cheese and that kind of thing. And then if I needed to like thin it out a little bit, I usually just put a little water in it.
Okay. So
now I eat eggs and I eat fish, but I haven't had dairy in like 15 years just because it didn't make me feel good. Yeah, so I stopped eating dairy a very long time ago.
Oh wow!
Which is very hard for an Italian girl. You can only imagine. But yes. So I don't really eat dairy.
Okay. I don't eat beef or pork, but I will cook it. I stopped years ago because I this is way, I'm telling my age. This is way long time ago, and I made some steak. I didn't cook it properly, but I ate it, and I had what's that thing? It gets stuck. Reflux. Acid reflux. And it bothered me for 2 days because I didn't chew the beef or I didn't cook it properly. I'm talking about 40 years ago. And it stuck here and it felt like a big knot was coming out. So I cut it. But I will cook it. And pork, I just don't eat pork. I mean, we have our own choices, okay? All right, so we have that. Next is cheese, my favorite. I love cheese. Okay, my handy grater. Let's see. I didn't count them, but sometimes to tell a person how much, I say grate the cheese, say 25 times, and you'll have the amount that you need. I think that's a cool way of doing it, right?
That sounds good.
Yeah, you just 1, 2, 3, 4, and before you know it, you'll have a cup or two. I just love cheese. There we go. Ooh. Okay, that's that. Oh, I think I can do one more. It's not going to help. Da, 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 da. So it's really cold out today, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's 32. But maybe there's no more snow.
No more snow. I'm done. I shoveled this. We shoveled again this morning.
Oh, where are you located, by the way?
Cliffside. I personally live in Cliffside Park,
That's
which
right.
is right near Fort Lee.
Right, you did tell me that. Okay, I have my cheese, and actually, I have a good amount, more than I actually need. But it won't go to waste. Trust me. I'll put it in a plastic bag and save it for another time. Right? All right. So I'm adding my cheese. Now I made some the other day, and I put a pepper jack cheese also with it, but I didn't have the peppers, you know, and it was really good. It gave it that little ting. It wasn't hot. Okay. Ooh, this is going to be good. I guess we're having patata tonight.
That's right. You can have a frittata for any meal, lunch,
Any meal,
breakfast,
any meal. It is very filling.
Yeah, it's 20. It's 32 degrees and it feels like 26 outside, so it's cold.
Yeah. But let me tell you, when we had that big storm, I was out there in the storm, just making an excuse. Oh, I need stuff from the store. No, you don't. You just want to go in the snow.
Good for you.
I like the snow. Well, I like the snow the first couple of days.
Right. Now it's just ice that's piled up.
Yeah, and the fluff.
When the snow is white and fluffy and not yellow and brown and
Isn't that the best time? Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me clean up a little. Now, I have my handy pan, and it is a non-stick. However, I do wipe a little butter. I have my fork here. I wipe a little butter in the pan, and this butter is extremely room temperature. And I just take it, wipe it around. I'm at home, I could use my finger. See that? Really good. Guaranteed. So when it is ready, all you have to do is hold it and go like this, and it's going to come out in your plate.
Wow.
Really, yeah, really easy.
That is a lot of butter. I wouldn't have thought to use that much, but that's what you recommend then.
No,
to get it to
if you have a good non-stick pan, you can use less. You don't have to use this amount. Okay.
Okay.
You can just take a little bit, spread it around, etc., and just leave it, and you'll be just fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not that I have it. Butter is. I do love butter.
Huh?
I do love butter, but one also be simple.
Oh, look at this. Ooh. We are going what I call throwing down tonight.
I love it.
We are throwing. That's my favorite word on my show. I always do that when it's ready to. I say we are throwing down tonight. Don't come to visit. Oh, that's right. You can't come to visit because you don't know where I live. So I just give it a little shake like this, you know. Make sure there's no bubbles. So look at that. I can see the cheese. Now, what I do, I put it in the oven at 350 degrees. And in about 20 minutes or so, it's ready.
Okay.
And you can tell by touching the top of it. Okay. In the very beginning, when you put it in and you shake it, you're going to see it move. I would say about 20 minutes. And after and people make this a few times, then they'll get the general idea. They say, okay, I know that it is ready. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to take this and put it on the side. And with the magic of the camera, I told you I was going to forget something. Didn't I tell you that?
Oh, no.
It never fails. It never fails. Cherry tomatoes.
I was going to ask you about the cherry tomatoes.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I always forget something. My cameraman goes, "Renee, you got everything?" I said, "Yeah, I have everything." And then all of a sudden, I'm going like, "I'll be right back," you know. But those things happen, you know. Okay, the life of a chef. And while I do this, what are your favorite dishes?
Oh, that's a good question. I've been learning how to make things like chicken noodle soup recently. I'm not the cook. Dawn is. She stepped away from her computer for a second, so I'm just learning. I'm still learning how to cook. So things like chicken noodle soup and some basics like that.
Okay. Okay.
But this looks like a really easy enough recipe that even I could master.
Yes, you can. It's after you do it. I'm doing it like this because I'm teaching you how to make it. So I'm taking my time. I'm going slow. But once you do it a couple of times, you're gonna say, "Oh," and then Don will say, "You finished it? Yeah, that was a piece of cake. We're ready to throw down."
Right.
Okay, there we go. And no special arrangement with these tomatoes. How does it look?
It looks great.
Yeah, this is going to be good. And I was very much looking forward to doing this today. I love teaching. That is one thing, especially in the kitchen. It's a lot of fun to cook. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's also a very social activity.
Yeah, because you can invite some friends by and say, "What are you doing?" "No, I'm getting ready to fix a dish. Why don't you come by and hang out?" And then somebody could have been cutting the cherry tomatoes. Somebody could be cutting up the spinach. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Everybody. Yeah. See. So there you go.
So gorgeous.
Yeah. There we go.
Excellent.
Okay. All right, so we got that. Now it's time. I made a small one earlier, but here it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this. And you can have this with a nice salad on the side. I had a lot of spinach the last time I made it. So what I did, I took the spinach and I added a couple of things I had in the refrigerator.
Right.
And I added it with it. So it all worked out.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's great.
So these are small pieces. Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's me making noise.
Here we go. Let's set this on the side.
That looks really, really pretty. Oh my.
Oh, thank you.
So, Dawn, while you were away, Chef was asking what type of dishes right now are you sort of into cooking?
Oh, at home personally?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. I was one of those like, you know, when you see all those kids cooking shows now and they look like there's these little prodigies. That's what I was when I was 5. I watched. Yeah, I watched The Galloping Gourmet when I was little. Talk about really dating myself. For everybody who's watching, now you know what time frame I was born. And that's it. And I loved him. I thought he was funny. Graham Kerr was just funny. He was, you know, that's it. He was entertaining. So what I cook at home is we always make sure that we have some sort of vegetable. You know, so we do a lot of dishes that are very reminiscent of how we grew up, which was very Mediterranean. You know, my mother only really cooked meat. I'd say like meat as in like red meat, only really had it once a week, if even that much. We always had something that was either fish or vegetarian on Friday, even if it wasn't Lent. We did throughout the whole year. My mother made a lot of things like bean stews and beans and escarole and, you know, soups and lentil soup and split pea soup. And, you know, she did a lot of things.
I love green split pea soup.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. So now I just veganize everything. So, you know, so anywhere where there would have been cheese that you would have used or, you know, or something else that's dairy related, I just exclude that and use like a vegan option. And you can still make all of those soups and all of those greens and all of those you know, vegetables and side dishes and stuff. You know,
I did a black bean and chickpea burger.
Yum.
And it was so good. It was really good. Actually, I got the initial recipe from Sonny Anderson from The Kitchen.
From The Kitchen, yep.
Yeah, I watch that on a regular basis. And I said, oh, okay, let me just add this to it, add that to it. And let me tell you, it holds together and it's really good. Really,
wonderful.
really good.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah. Excuse me. And then also, Chef Claude Lewis, who was on earlier today, gave me his recipe to make crab cakes.
Yum.
Oh, my goodness. They were so good because I was making crab cakes and they were falling apart. So I said, help, help, help. And he said, Renee, try this recipe. Now they don't fall apart. You know, when you put them in a pan and you try to turn them and I got them down. I got it down packed. We threw down on those crab cakes.
That's it. I bet you did.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a little.
I think we have to have Chef Claude come on and do crab cakes next time, Dawn.
Yeah.
Oh, and so good.
We're just adding one more thing to the list of items that I need to eat this weekend. Thank you.
Actually, he was on my show. Chef Claude, he was on my show, and he's coming back again. The first time he was on, he was just talking, you know, how he got on Chopped because he won it in 2019, you know.
Right.
And then I asked him to come back and cook on the show. So we said, yeah, Renee, sure. I said, okay. I said, you gotta come back.
And tell everybody what is the name of your show and where can they catch it?
Yes.
Oh, it's called In the Kitchen with Chef Renee Hewitt. And it's on Comcast Xfinity every Saturday night from 8 to 9 p.m. on channel 190 and 1098 every Saturday night.
Okay.
And then for those who don't have Xfinity, they can go to my website. And the website, I have just about all the shows. And that's chefreneehewitt.com. They can go there, chefreneehewitt.com. And they'll be able to see all the shows there. I try to put it all over the place. Yeah. Okay. So here we are. Now my secret ingredient, which I love. You probably say not for you. What I did, I took some honey and I took a jalapeno pepper and I cut it down the long way and I put it into a pot with the honey and let it simmer for about 10 minutes. So what happens, that hotness goes in with the honey and it is so good. I mean, really good. So here it is. Just drizzle just a little. And what they say, a little goes a long way, right?
Yes.
And here we are. Look at this. Can you see
That's
this?
amazing. That looks wonderful.
Yes, yes. Really good. Really good. I'm so glad I was able to share my recipe with you.
Thank you. And it's such an easy recipe and a way for for folks to make themselves a quick meal. Have a little, pour themselves, a lovely glass of wine and have an intimate brunch with their family, loved ones, significant other. That's wonderful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, if it's a night where you say, "Oh, I want to get away from the meat," so they can just use the egg. And like I said, the photography, there's so many different ways that a person and people who are viewing this, that you can make it. This is just one way, and this, as you can see, is really simple. This is not a lot of work. But like I said, you can have some veggies put in it, maybe do tiny broccoli heads in there, all the goodies. And then you'll say, "Wow, this filled me up."
And you can put potatoes. You can do potatoes too, right? Like little chunks of potatoes.
Yes. I saw something on the internet, and they took the meat and they sliced. If I had potatoes, I would maybe use a mandolin and slice it real thin, because if it's too thick, that potato is not going to cook.
Right. Okay.
Going in the oven, at 350.
Okay,
so
cool.
We are. And I want to thank you so much for having me. If you need me, I'll be here.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This looks delicious.
And yeah, the same here. And this is really nice what you're doing, really for the restaurants in Hudson County, etc., because there's so many of them. A friend of mine owns, I don't know if you're familiar with Paulie's Brick House on Central Avenue.
No, I'm not, but I will add it to the list of places to check out. What kind of restaurant is it?
It's actually a bar/pizza place, but when you walk in, it doesn't look like your average pizza place. When you walk in, he has the big screen TVs. They have a big brick oven that is cooked in, and in the summertime you can go upstairs on the roof.
Ooh.
Yes, they do. I don't know the number off heart, by heart right now, but it's Paulie's Brick House.
Paulie's Brick House. Okay.
Yes, you can ask for Roseanne.
Central Avenue. I'm sure I can find it. Pizza is a good thing.
Yeah, and there's a personal size pizza, so they do different ones. They have the small ones like this.
I love them.
You contact them, tell them that Chef Renee accept you and they need to treat you good. But make sure you try and speak with Paulie, because he was a sponsor for my show. And because of COVID, he couldn't, do it anymore. And I still, every once in a while, we created a commercial for him. And we show the commercial free of charge every once in a while because we want to help support.
Oh, very
good. And
good.
the same with Hudson Community College. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Definitely.
Enough for me, because I can talk.
You're good. You're not over time yet.
Oh, wait. What did I say? 45 minutes. I made 36 minutes. Okay. I feel like I should more time. No. Well, thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you, Chef Renee. Thank you.
Stay safe and stay warm.
And please keep in contact with me. Dawn, you have to keep in contact with me regarding the vegan stuff, okay?
I will.
I'm gonna have you on the show. You know that, right?
Yes, I know that. Thank you. Thank you.
Chef.
Okay.
Thanks, Chef. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All righty. I feel like I was sitting in on a conversation with some food geeks. All right. I think we have Bob O'Neill.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
So let's bring Bob on. Hello.
Hi. How are you, ladies?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
You want to take it away, Dawn? I know you and Bob have spoken.
Yes. So we're really happy to have Bob with us today to talk about Hendrickson's Corner. I know that you gave me a little tidbit and some history and background on the establishment. So we're really happy to have a Bayonne partner with us today. We're excited that you were able to join us. I know that we did a little finagling to make sure that you can get on this evening. So I'll turn it over to you to give us a little background on Hendrickson's Corner.
Oh, the history of Hendrickson's goes back to 1869. The building was built as a grocery store. In 1884, it was purchased by a gentleman by the name of Wolf that turned it into a tavern. 1887, Charles Hendrickson bought the building and the tavern, and it's been Hendrickson since. His family owned the establishment until the 1960s. I'm involved with my brother and my sister. We bought it in 2014. We're only the 6th name on the liquor license, the 5th family to own the establishment. We've had presidents that have eaten here. Howard Taft, Teddy Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson have eaten here. Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig used to hang out here. They used to rent beach houses down in downtown Bayonne.
Amazing.
Granny from the Beverly Hillbillies, Irene Ryan. We found newspaper articles where she's hosted parties here. The building was the original town hall. It was a police station and a post office. As they were running the tavern, it made it very convenient for the police to lock up the people that had too many. My liquor room is still one of the jail cells downstairs.
Seriously.
Yeah. It's a nice little place. It's a probably we advertise as the oldest tavern in Bayonne, which we've done some research and we can't find anything older. We could be the oldest business in Bayonne for all we know. It's a quaint little restaurant. We only seat about 75 people downstairs. We have a catering hall upstairs, and you know it's fun for me. It's fun. I retired from I was a broker on Wall Street for 30 some odd years, and retired to take over this place.
Wow. So how has the tavern changed over the years since you and your family took ownership of it?
We tried to keep everything original. I mean, if you walk into the restaurant, you would see, it's the first floor is all stained glass windows. There's no windows that open. Clarence Hendrickson, the son of Charles, the original owner, had artisans come in from Germany in the 1930s and redo the whole place. So it looks like a Tudor building on the outside.
Right.
And on the inside, all of the stonework and brickwork that was done hasn't changed. It's 90 years now. We haven't done much. We've cleaned it up and, just updated electrical and different systems just to bring it up to date. We had to bring the kitchen up to date. We had a small fire in 2019 on St. Patrick's Day.
Right. You had mentioned that. Right.
Yeah. The fire was contained, but what happened was once the fire department gets in to a building like this, we were grandfathered. So all of the utilities were all outdated. So we had to rip the side of the building off, basically. We had 2 walls without a roof. And now it's a state-of-the-art kitchen.
How have you survived last year?
Not easily. It's been tough. It's been tough for everybody in this industry. And it's not only the restaurant industry. What people have to realize that restaurants support so many other businesses. I mean, I was just reading an article the other day, and this is one farmer in Nebraska. He's a potato farmer, and he had to dispose of 700 tons of potatoes because there's no market for them.
Right.
With the restaurants closed, there's no market for a lot of the product. I can tell you the beer companies, when we first reopened in June, didn't have keg beer because keg beer is basically going to restaurants and taverns, bars.
Right.
People aren't using that at home. So that there is so many more. There's so many more businesses involved. The food purveyors, the farmers, produce, the truckers that supply, the delivery guys. I mean, it affects everybody.
Right. And we have to say, being in the industry, though, my what I do on the side, and I have a bakery is different than what your establishment is that, but in general, I don't think the mass population realize how big of a fallout it is, right? And what that trickle down is.
Not at all. They look at restaurants as a restaurant. They don't see, what the restaurant supports.
Right. and everything that goes into it in order for that restaurant to run, in order for them to be able to produce a meal for that patron. I mean, it's huge, right? Everything that
really
goes
is.
into it, right? Absolutely.
This pandemic has not helped. You know, with any of the openings and with all of the new rules that are being put in place, and let's take outdoor dining for instance. Hendrickson's never had outdoor dining, so now we set up for outdoor dining. We got to purchase tables, chairs, umbrellas. You have to spend money to try to make money.
Right.
You know, and you're still paying 100% of everything, whether it's taxes, insurance, your utilities. You know, and at 25% capacity, it's really putting a hurting on the pocket of the restaurant owners and everybody that's affiliated with them.
Right. But you adapted to that. You did that. You took that chance and you brought yourself outside.
Yeah, we had to. What we did in the beginning is I used a lot of the personal furniture that I had home, and you know, whether it was tables, chairs, and whatnot.
Yeah, why not?
Right. Things together now. You know, you have to try to save something somewhere.
Right. Well, and also see if the concept works for you, right? So if the community supports you being outdoors, and you see that you can start to build a little bit of a community back, right, and get a little bit of the customers to come back, then you can see how maybe you can invest it at a different level, right, to make. To then meet all the requirements, right? Because the requirements are changing every single day. I mean, they did at least last year. They were changing every week or month.
That's the problem with a lot of this. I mean, it depends on who you talk to.
Right.
You know, you can talk to the local authorities, and they're going to give you one rule. Then, you know, just with the when indoor dining opened and the bar was taken away, you know, we had spoken to one group that said you can put high top tables up. We went out and purchased high top tables, and then the county ABC people came in and said, no, you can't use those.
Right.
You know, so there's no written guideline, or, you know, there's nothing where you can go and everybody agrees on what should be done.
Well, and there's a lot of information. So to your point, exactly, there's a lot of information that's out there. And again, it really depends on who the establishment is relying on to get that information. And in some cases, the messages are different, which makes it difficult because, like you said, you're moving in one path and then somebody tells you no, and now you've just spent that money, and now you have to sort of come up with plan B and plan C and plan D. And yeah, it's been fun, to say the least.
Yeah, really. It's like every week you have to come up with a new idea or a new way to figure out to make a little bit of money to keep the place open, keep the doors open.
Did the holidays help you this past?
Yes and no. Again, at 25%, you know, my capacity for the building is 199. So at 25%, it's tough. What hurt us? We do a lot of the holiday parties for schools. We try to take care of the local, and we had none of that this year. I mean, you know, last year I think in the month of December we did 18 parties, Christmas parties. This year we had 2, and they were very small. They were limited to 20 people each.
Right.
It was just, you know, local businesses that just had their employees, but they normally have employees and their customers.
Right.
So it was a bit of it hurt a little bit. What helped us lately is New York closed.
Yeah.
And I personally live in New York. I live in Staten Island, which is only about 5 miles away from the restaurant. But a lot of the places that I frequent in Staten Island, with them being closed, the owners, the bartenders, and some of their customer base have been coming here. They've been supporting us that way.
Right.
I would actually say January is probably the best month we've had since the closure.
Right. Well, and even Anthony Romano, who was on earlier, right, who's also, you know, county freeholder as well as the owner of Louise and Jerry's. You know, he even said that the New York folks are coming over, and we've even seen, just even in conversations with other businesses and, you know, and folks throughout the chamber, et cetera, that they've seen an influx of New Yorkers coming over the river, because it's only really 3 miles, if you think about it, to the Hoboken side, because they're allowed to eat there, right? Whereas, you know, the restrictions are different in New York. So it's, yeah, I'm hoping that this year is going to be better, and that, you know, we continue to change to make the right adjustments in order for us to continue to survive. So what's Hendrickson's plan or what's your plan, I should say, for Hendrickson's Corner as we sort of go through the rest of this year? Is there anything new that you've got in store?
No, you know, we're just trying to put some things on the menu that you can't get everywhere.
Right.
You know, this weekend, I mean, we were in the process of going more towards a steakhouse. We've put German back on the menu that had been off the menu for years, and we're going more for a German steakhouse, and that was held up a little bit because we couldn't purchase the aged beef. A lot of the meat providers, butchers, if you want to call them, weren't aging meat because they had no place to sell it.
Right.
So we're starting to get back into that a little bit, and we're doing a lot since we haven't been doing as much of the steaks. We're trying to do a lot more fresh seafood. In fact, this weekend for Valentine's Day, our two specials are a filet mignon, lobster tail, surf and turf dinner, or a fish fry, which is going to consist of a fresh monkfish, flounder, scallops, shrimp. And we're going to try to put that out there because you can't get that everywhere.
Right. So what are your hours this weekend? So what's a plug for the restaurants? What are your hours this weekend for dining?
We open up at 11 in the morning and the kitchen will close at 10. There's still no bar space, so there is no late night, but reservations are definitely recommended because of the limited space. If we get bumped up somewhere around 50%, we'll use the catering hall upstairs to seat some people in the future. But right now, with the at 35%, we're using downstairs only, and again, it's limited to about 40, 50 people only, and you really can't get them all in because of these 6-foot distancing.
Right. So what's the best way to make a reservation and to find out more info about Hendrickson's Corner?
They can call the restaurant. The number is 201-437-4955.
Okay.
We can be found on Instagram, Facebook. We have our own webpage, hendricksonscorner.com. Or just call if anybody wants to call and discuss it. I'm here every day. I mean, my running joke is my day off is Sunday. I get here at 11. So again, you're being a baker if you have your own business. You're there. You're married to the business.
It's a labor of love too, right?
Yes.
It's you. It's in your family. It's you're putting yourself out there. It's your business, right? So. Of course, you're going to do whatever you can conceivably do in order to survive, move, change, grow, pivot, and still be, welcomed by the Bayonne community. So, we're so happy that you were able to join us today and that you could share the history of Hendrickson's and that we were able to have a Bayonne partner be part of this effort. We're going to have other iterations of this throughout the year. So we would love to still have you continue to be part of it as we move and grow, and this fundraising effort grows this year as well.
Well, what I would like to do, what we try to do, we haven't been doing it as much because we're not going to write out a small check. We pick one charity once a month. We try to stay local, and we'll pick a day, and we give 10% of our sales to that charity. The last one we did was the Tunnel to Towers.
Wow. Okay.
And that was done in March because they had paid off Officer Seals, the police officer was killed last December. Right. They paid off his mortgage. So we decided, we have family members that come into the restaurant and drink and eat. So we did a day for them. And I would like to, when this is all said and done, if you want to give me a call, maybe we can set up a date. We could do a little advertising through the chamber, and I'll do it on my pages. And
that's
do a 10%
wonderful.
For the fund.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. That's really great. That's great. Wonderful.
We have to try to help everybody. We're all in this together.
Right. We are.
In that sense, in this business. I mean, the guy that's, still sitting at work every day, when he says we're all in this together, you want to slap him. People in this industry, we know we're all in this together.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we really thought that something like this would ever happen in our lifetime. Right. So, look, we've made it this far.
Not for this length of time.
Right.
Not for this length of time. I mean, when we heard we were getting outside in June, we thought for sure by the holidays that we'd be
that things would have been functioning. Normal. Right. Absolutely. Well, we are here for you. That's what we do as a chamber. Again, we're thrilled that we were able to have you come on and talk about the history of Hendrickson's Corner, yet another establishment that I have now added to my personal list to get to. So thank you for that. I have very good close friends that are born and raised in Bayonne. And they always mentioned different establishments and here and there. So now I'll make sure that I get myself to Bayonne. So thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome here anytime. Thank you for having me, ladies.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
For the offer, yeah. Don, that was a great conversation. That was wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was a lot of fun. A lot of things I didn't know about Bayonne.
Yeah, and I also loved his point about the fact that there's a whole supply chain and set of other businesses that restaurants support. So it's the dairy farmer and the vegetable farmers and growers, but it's also the guys and gals who do the linens and produce all sorts of other equipment for restaurants. There are a lot of people that have been touched by the downturn that this pandemic has wrought.
Right. I always refer to it as the man behind the curtain, right? So sort of like, there's so much that goes on behind that curtain, and all people really see is what is in front of the curtain and the end result. But to get there, and then to try to explain yourself sometimes to customers, sometimes they do understand, and there is that level of compassion and understanding. And then other times there is not that full level of compassion and understanding, because they just want the product and they just want the end product, and that's it. So, it's hard, and I give everybody, props that have been out with us today and have joined us all day. I give them props and congratulations that they are still, trudging on, and that they're making it work every day, because it's not easy.
No, absolutely not. And speaking of trudging on, we are at 9250.
Yay!
Let me see if it's changed in the last, I doubt it, but to be at 9250 is exciting, definitely. Where is it? Oh my, where did I put the page? Here it is. Yes, 9250. So I definitely think we can get to 10,000.
We just have 750 only.
Come on,
just 750. Come on, to get to 10,000. That would be amazing.
And it looks like Vince is backstage.
Okay.
So let's bring Vince on, because it's time for a drinky drink.
That's it.
So
we're trying to get it on the laptop, but we can't. It's hi.
Are you guys ready, or should we come back?
Oh, are you not? Are you?
No,
we're just about ready, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready to start drinking. We're our computer's not wanting to play along.
Oh, well, we can see you. We can see
I can see you. So I'm on a phone, but our computer's not there. But we can do it by phone.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's a really nice, clear picture, and we can hear you just fine. So if you can set it up in a manner that.
Yeah. And I see a Mason.
Yeah.
And I see a Yachty.
Well, if we could do it that way, we could do it.
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll.
We're good.
We're ready to definitely drink.
But yeah, we're there. I guess we can all be here.
Hi. You must have a really great phone. Is this an Android, an iPhone?
It is an Android.
It's a good picture.
Well, yeah, it's a Pixel. Google does it. Yeah.
Ah, very good. Very good.
Okay.
So are we live?
We're live. There's people watching. Absolutely.
Well, that's awesome. Holy cow. Who knew? We just got smaller, even smaller than we thought, but that's okay.
No, but now you're sharing the whole screen. Now you're the whole screen.
The whole screen is you and you.
Well, wow, that's exciting. That's exciting. Well, I hope it was a good day so far.
It was a very good day. We're up to 9250. So we're just 750 shy of 10,000. Maria and
So,
I.
I mean, everybody's got to spend it here on the last one when they've boozed up and are ready to drink.
That's exactly right. That's right.
That's
So-
why we're here to close the show. Is that the deal?
That's it. So we're going to do one thing, Maria. Can we show their short before they start?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to show your love story, your little local story that you
cool.
did with Branding Short. So you get to see it, and then we'll turn it over to you.
Oh, that's right. We've seen it, but you haven't seen it. So yes, let's do that.
Yep.
The Colo Club is built on special moments, a lot of private events, a lot of birthday parties, and the Colo Club is a place where we have weddings. We have a lot of people who live in town, who've been married at the Colo Club, who have spent that special moment, that day of love. I see people through town, and now they have kids, and we've helped to build lives, to grow and to move on. This Sunday, we'll be hosting a Valentine's Day pop-up. So it's a cocktail pairing. It'll be 80 cocktails with a 3-course dinner. And they're all based on love and enjoying your partner there. We're taking reservations now, and they're on our website.
Well, cool. Yeah. I mean,
Isn't that fabulous?
Yeah, that was
great.
good work.
Yeah, it's beautiful. They turned out beautiful. So we're excited that we're going to close out the day of festivities with you, Vince, Chrysler, Colo Club, Mason, Yachty, Lead Bars, everybody that I personally know very well and holds a special place in my heart. I told the viewers today that I started my business through the Pilsner House, and a crazy opportunity that they gave me to start my business there, which I ran for 4 years, which is how I met Yachty, who also works for me, and she's one of my pastry chefs. So, it's one big happy family, and we're excited that we're closing out the show with you. So turn it over to you.
Well, I want to build off of that for the fact is I think that that's what this place is built on, and I've only recently started to take over both downstairs and upstairs. But it's a place of memories. A lot of people who have done business here have events. It's a place to gather with large groups, 8, 10, 12 people. There's not a lot of places that can do that. So that's what this space plays to. And having the Pilsner House and the Colo Club now as brothers and sisters working together, it's a great business to be a part of. And so today we're going to bring you a little bit of what the Colo Club does, but obviously the Pilsner House has its, character and charm and ability to, hold a lot of people and do a whole different thing. So cocktails are what the Colo Club has been made on. So we're really happy to roll this out. And I just want to thank everybody for including us in this. We are honored and thankful for the opportunity. And I know these two behind me are going to create a great show for you. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and I'm going to play a little cameraman while they're going. So
Okay.
Enjoy.
Excellent.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. How you doing? My name is Yachty.
My name is Mason.
And we're the two lead bartenders here at the Colo Club. We're in charge of the cocktail program. We strive to always be on top of new advances in the industry, and we'd like to create very intimate, great experiences with our customers. And thank you again for having us here. Right now, what we're going to present to you guys is a cocktail that we're featuring this weekend for our Valentine's Day dinner. It will be a 3-course cocktail and dinner pairing, put together by us, another member, and our chef in-house. So without further ado, Mason.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to start building our cocktail. So typically when you build your drink, you're going to use the smallest ingredients first, so you don't waste any of the good stuff. In front of me today, I have a bourbon, Four Roses bourbon in particular. I have Campari, which is an Italian liqueur. I have a Combier, which is a dry curacao made from orange peels. I have a little bit of lemon juice and a little bit of rose water.
So we'll start by taking a little bit of our lemon juice, about 3/4 of an ounce. We use that same measurement for our Campari, which provides a nice sweet and bitterness to it. About 3/4 of an ounce. We'll take the Combière, which is again a citrus orange peel liqueur. We'll take 2 ounces of our delicious bourbon.
This cocktail is called a Kiss from a Rose.
Thank you.
Nice.
And, like I said earlier, it'll be something that'll be featured this weekend with our private dinner that we have going. If you follow us on Instagram at Colo Club, you can see the link there. You can see a couple of the featured cocktails and a couple of the featured items that we will be having that Sunday. So yeah, we hope to see you guys there. If not, the Pilsner House is also providing a cocktail downstairs, and there will be live music after following the dinner.
Nice.
Absolutely. So then we get to the best part. Let's see. Go, pop our tin. Get some fresh ice.
Do the inspiration for the cocktails come from the basis of what you like to drink? You know, this has sort of been a similar theme of what we talked about with other establishments throughout the day, right? People like to serve what they like to eat. So how do you
there's definitely a part of it where we do play to the things that we know, but I think at the Cola Club here, we're more based off of doing it what the customer likes. We try to cater an experience more to their palate, to what they're looking for. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are definitely times where we try to impart some new things on them, but we try to cater more to their experience than what we like. So the inspiration for this one came based off the color of the cocktail.
Nice.
We like the whiskey, we liked all the ingredients that we did use, but the color on it is really what the inspiration was for Valentine's Day, because it comes out a nice pink pop, a very nice pink color to it, which you'll see right now.
And Dawn, just the customization is an important thing for what we do at the Cola Club when we do weddings. A bride and groom wants to have a custom cocktail. We're sitting down with them and working on that just like we would work on their menu. So
nice.
Mason and Yachty always have to be able to be versatile in what that group is looking for. So, yeah.
Yeah, we try to put some, impart some new things on them. But yeah, we take a lot of pride stepping out of the boundaries and doing something different. And for our garnish for this cocktail, we cut little cute hearts out of orange peels with a little cherry on it to garnish your drink. And that would be the Kiss from a Rose. There we go. Get a little zoom in on it. There we go.
Okay, that looks amazing.
Absolutely.
I can probably be there in about 20 minutes. Can you hold that one off to the side?
Listen, I can get an Uber driver to bring it right now.
Okay.
So again, just to reiterate on Sunday, you know, for all those people that might have already dinner plans, that you're going out and having dinner at one of the great establishments, hopefully who are on this call, but also in town, we're having love songs and music down in the Pilsner House, so that maybe if you got kicked out of dinner and you had an early seating, you can come by the Pilsner House, have dessert, after dinner drinks, that kind of thing too.
That's wonderful. So how have you pivoted and changed? I know that you, as well as the other establishments, got hit hard this past year. So you know, after sort of coming out of that quarantine time, how did you guys reintroduce yourself back into the community?
Yeah, so a lot of that has to do with, a connection to town and charity work. So we've been really involved with a lot of the local charities here in town. We are working with the Hoboken Shelter, which has always been a big place in our heart, in my heart, and also working with town in some of the senior buildings, also helping with just any charity that needs space, needs refrigeration, needs logistics. So those are the kinds of things that we feel that we have, experience in. So be able to use that to help other people through what we would all consider one of the toughest times in our town and in our country. That's for sure.
Did you take advantage of the outdoor dining?
Yeah, we built we have two parklets. So we actually have one on 15th Street and we have one on Grand. So obviously investing money into that is scary. You know,
Right.
you're investing money into an unknown. But you know, Hoboken's really been great to this business for a long time. And we got great support over the summertime, and even we've been lucky over the time that it's been cold. So we have the patio with heaters. You know, I know a lot of people used to know us with the igloos and things, but
Right.
we went away from the igloo approach. For us, we felt that the expense to try to contain, you know, to clean those and sanitize those every day would have been a lot.
It's a lot.
So we have coverings with heaters. So it's just the same. It's a little just more open air where we feel people are a little bit safer.
What's one thing that you did over the past couple of months that you never in a million years thought that you would have to do as a business?
That's a great question. So I actually had to research and find out a telemedicine company, and never thought what I would be calling a medical company, never mind a telemedical company, and found them to come and test our entire staff. They came here on site and set up a space to test our entire staff. And that was a big deal, you know, because I never realized how important testing was to my entire staff, because we had people who maybe just don't have access to knowing where testing sites are, or,
Right.
you know, the capabilities of getting to a location. So we brought it to them, you know. And did I ever think that I would have somebody sitting in, you know, a part of our restaurant swabbing, you know, the nose of people who wanted it? Like, we didn't force staff to do it. We definitely, you know, and that was something that had come up, that people were like, well, why would you force people? I don't force anybody. Honestly, my staff came running,
Right.
you know, because they knew how important it was to be tested. And so it was a big move for us. And I, again, never in the wildest dreams would have ever thought that would happen.
Right. How are the holidays for you?
You know, the holidays are interesting. You know, we're a place of gathering. You know, we're a place where larger groups can come. But we lost out on a lot of you know, the Colo Club specifically, you know, is a huge Christmas party location, is a huge place where we do events all through that time. So yeah, we lost out on those things, but you know what? You got to get by it. And we've had great clients who have hung in with us, who have contracts with us, who said, hey, we'll be back next year. We just can't gather this year.
Right.
You know, we've done the Zoom, the virtual, you know, Mason and Yachty have put together a lot of virtual events for us, for companies, for, you know, True Mentors, for a bunch of groups in town to just kind of keep it going.
Well, and that's wonderful that you've got those strong ties to the community. And, you know, I know when I lived in Hoboken for almost 20 years that, you know, I went there a lot. I spent a lot of time at the Pilsner House. And it was prior to Colo Club, you know, and then Colo came around and it had a different vibe. And, you know, and I was also a frequent, you know, a frequenter of the Colo Club as well. And my sister and I, you know, had our parents' 50th wedding anniversary at Colo Club back in 2015. And I know, Vince, you were the GM, right, at the time for Anthony David, and he was the caterer, and it was wonderful. You know, again, like you said, it's part of that, you know, memories and community, and you know, you're part of people's lives, and it's wonderful that you have that space to do that, right, and that you care that much about your community too. So thank you for that. So what else new do you have this year? What other new plans do you have this year?
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited to get back moving. The Colo Club is starting to see our contracts coming in for late 2021, early 2022. So that's just a good feeling to see a business that has been decimated. I mean, the Colo Club has been absolutely decimated during this time, but that's why the Pilsner House, having the partnership now of us together, have been able to weather the storm. So events starting from March will be really highlighting all the different holidays, whether it be March Madness, whether it be St. Patrick's Day. Will be multiple weekends of events going on, so we'll be promoting that in the next couple of weeks. This is all after, obviously, our Valentine's Day specials. Right. And, and then when we get into the summertime, we're looking to do some outdoor events, looking to hopefully partner up with some groups in town to possibly add music. Music is such a huge connection in this town, and it's something that I think that has been lacking. Right now we do music every Friday, Saturday night. We'll be looking to do that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. So bringing music as a location where people can come and listen to live music and support that whole audience, that whole group of people who are in need as well. So we find that we're here to help, the different people get back on their feet. We also have a partnership with Main Street Pops, which will be doing art installations. We start up again in March. We have a new artist that will be sharing their artwork here in our winter garden, which is downstairs in the Pilsner House. We had Brittany Vogel here for November and December. So she showed her artwork here and did, sold some art, which was awesome. Again, supporting somebody local, supporting people to, get back on their feet because everybody's in the same boat.
Right, absolutely. So the cocktail is Kiss from a Rose.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay. And it's part of a couple of cocktails that will be served for your Valentine's dinner.
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
If you go on our Instagram or our Facebook, even on Pilsner House's Instagram, we all have a link that's connected from Eventbrite. You can get your tickets. We have a few different time slots. Tickets are including a 3-course meal along with a cocktail pairing for each one of those. And we have a nice selection that we put specifically for this event. And this will be one of them, along with, I think we have 7 other ones. And we will have a special cocktail throughout the weekend downstairs. And if you can't make it to ours upstairs, there's also the live music at Pilsner House. Like Tim said earlier, if you get kicked out early somewhere, you can come watch some live music here at the Pilsner House. And,
and if you don't catch this one, there will be plenty of other events that we'll be doing here, where I'm sure we'll see you again.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. That was fabulous. Okay, so I know what I'm drinking. Hopefully, and I'm waiting for the Uber. I'll be outside for when that
be there in 5.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was fabulous. What a beautiful drink.
Yeah.
Can I join you in the Uber? Can we go down there?
Yeah, you can share that.
Cheers.
Well, cheers to you guys.
Thank
you.
Again.
You're cheering us and drinking.
Yeah. Well, thank you as always, Vince.
Hopefully we reached our goal at the end of this. We're happy to close it out. Close it out with a bang and a drink.
Absolutely.
Yes. I'm inspired. It's time to get a drink.
So
there you go. That means my job is done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
All of you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that
looked amazing.
That drink looked like a lot of fun, and I think I need to go get a drink now myself. Yeah. So I just want to say congratulations on your first it's 5:30 now. So 7.5 hours of live streaming today, Dawn.
Yes.
How do you feel?
I'm good.
You're actually really good at the food stuff, the food talk.
Well, food is my life. So, when you talk about stuff that you like.
Let you run with it those last 2. You're really
Thank you.
Awesome job. So thank you for everything you've done today.
And thank you. Come on, please. I'm so happy that we were able to do this today. This is amazing.
And we're gonna go. Oh, I can't even speak. And I haven't even had a drink yet. We're going to continue this. This is going to be ongoing. I will be over the weekend, tomorrow and over the weekend, posting out all those shorts from branding shorts and continuing to hopefully direct people to the site, which is, and I'll put it up here one last time so that everybody can hopefully make a donation. Where is it? Oh, here we go. And get us over 10,000. And, you know, our goal is to get ultimately to 50,000. So we're going to continue this effort and continue hearing these wonderful stories and adding to our list of places to visit. So.
Yes. And the donation link is open through the 15th. So it's not that it's just today. Obviously, we had a smaller goal that we wanted to meet today, but we do have the entire Valentine's weekend and into Monday. So, we'll, like Maria said, we'll continue to, advertise and market and push it out on social media. And so there is more than just today. There's the rest of the weekend's opportunity to donate if you can.
Absolutely. And if you can, please visit the site. A lot of the folks that you saw today, whether it was Liberty House or Colo Club or Cafe Esme or Choco Pan, all of these sites or a Freetown Road Project, all of these sites are on our site, and we absolutely encourage you to, go out and eat and celebrate the holiday, Valentine's Day to 3-day weekend. Go out and eat locally and support these businesses.
Right. And and when you go, I'm going to say when you go to those establishments, please mention that you are there because you heard about them through Love Your Local. I think that they would love to hear that. And it kind of brings the whole thing full circle.
Excellent. Very good. All right, everybody, Hudson County, have a great night. Stay warm, stay safe. Dawn, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, everybody. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody.